Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Blast Slam. We are on the last day, the last chance playoffs, and plans are today. We're going to have three best of threes between Stream A and Stream B. Avery, how are you feeling this morning?
Pretty good. I mean, this is do or die for a lot of these teams, and a lot of these are probably closely matched. I think yesterday we had some of the more one-sided games because we had a lot of these top seeds versus the bottom seeds as the standings got, more split apart. But today I think a lot of these matches should be pretty close because not a lot of distance separates some of these squads. At the start, you're farther apart, but at this point, we're going into BetBoom Team Execration. These are your 10th and 11th seed. Nothing separates these two. A couple of games, if anything. So should be some close series today.
We could see that Execration did not have the best way to be able to round out the group stage. Ended up going a score in 2-9. They'll be matched up against BetBoom, who, frankly, they just not looked amazing.
No.
And were near the bottom of the standings almost the entire way. So, normally I would say that this is an outmatch, clearly in the favor of BetBoom. But given BetBoom's form, doesn't actually seem to be that way.
The one thing they do have is they have the matchup win, so to say. BetBoom did beat Execration in the BO1 they played. It was a pretty fast game, 30 minutes. They kind of owned them. It was another Execration Axe game that just didn't translate. The draft wasn't 100% there. So they probably have some decent confidence going into this BO3. Like, we already beat these guys. We kind of stomped them. Has our group stage been going well? No. But BetBoom has also been known to step it up a little bit sometimes when they're on the brink of the elimination. It's like a hit or miss. Sometimes they just choke out of the event, but sometimes they've gone really deep being on, elimination game multiple times. So they could do something here and pull out the qualification. They have a good day, and maybe they learned a lot from a rough group stage as well.
Well, hopefully, because they will have to play this matchup, and then the winner of this matchup will face against Team Spirit, who placed fourth in the overall group stage, so they get the advantage of playing either the 10th or 11th team out of the groups. So it's not just this matchup, but there is an even tougher matchup ahead for one of these teams. But, maybe this a win here could build some momentum, solidify some ideas for the teams moving forward.
I'd say BetBoom probably have a better chance in that matchup if they get there, because I think it's a bit of an interregional, could be a bit more chaotic. I think their ceiling has been a bit higher from what we've seen.
For
Execration, that's going to be a really tough one. I think even if they win this, that is a really tough stylistic matchup for them because Spirit's just so damn solid. And the games we've seen where Execration do better, like they took the game off Liquid and stuff, they need to play chaotic, but the chaoticness needs to have a strategic element to it, and I don't think they've been able to line up both of those at the same time for a lot of these games. That's really difficult to do against Spirit, who just not a team that get dragged into chaoticness too much. They're pretty disciplined, pretty good reactionary team. BetBoom team, on the other hand, I think this is a team you can kind of drag into that chaos, make the game muddy, make it weird. Maybe they tilt a little bit, maybe their plays don't become as crisp. Maybe Save doesn't have a good read of where he's supposed to roam or how him and GPK can crawl the game back from a rough laning phase, which has been the case a lot of times. So this matchup I can see being a bit better for Execration. If they come prepared today, this could definitely be a 2-1 series either way.
Yeah, I think that yesterday really showed BetBoom in the Alchemist game, bringing in the Alchemist to team fights Radiance. I think there was definitely some tilt going on, some questionable decisions being made. That I think that was a very good example of things falling apart for them and poor decisions as a result.
Oh yeah, that game felt super forced, super tilted. It was like they wanted out of that game 10 minutes in. You could just tell it. You could feel it. The draft was not how they wanted it to go. And if I have to point to one hero in this whole group stage that I think teams are not misdrafting, but I think just ends up being a lot weirder than they think it's going to be by the end of the draft, I point to that Abaddon. And it's probably a hero we're going to see, but I think particularly for BetBoom, because they're so high on this hero for Kiritich, they prioritize this hero a lot. And I feel like some of these games, you pick it early, we see the Undying get let through, and then you have this terrible core versus offlane matchup. Some of these other games, we see the hero just be completely underwhelming in the team fight, such as that game yesterday where what's his purpose, right? They swapped him to offlane. He's just some blade mail hero running in that doesn't provide anything. I don't think you want to get stuck on this hero too much. I don't think you want to get stuck on him in a draft or game where he doesn't have a clear purpose. I don't think he's just completely broken in a vacuum. So I think it's a hero that BetBoom team need to think about and watch out for, that they don't put too much confidence in, because I think it has backfired on them a little bit. And if you're Execration, I think the exact same is true for the Axe that they've tried to swap around and flex and has not been super successful. And the TA. I think the TA has been kind of their go-to for Paulos in some of these situations where they don't really know what to pick, or it gets later in the draft and it's an okay TA game, let's play TA. And I just don't think he's had his best games on that hero. I don't think it stood out. It has not carried them through a lot of the time. I think these are kind of the pitfalls for both these teams, that rethink them, readjust them, or just don't pick it, go a different direction.
We could talk about some of the other matchups that are going to be happening. So right now we have Team Liquid versus Yakult Brothers is going to be going on Stream A. But then later on, we have the matchups of Mouse versus Aureus and Aurora versus Na'Vi, which I believe we will be covering Aurora versus Na'Vi after this series. And then we get the matchup of Heroic and Heroic in their matchup against the winner of Liquid and Yakult Brothers, and then Spirit versus the winners of BetBoom and Execration. So whatever team wins here, they will have a little bit of a break, one series off, to be able to put together some ideas for their future matchup. We could talk about also going into this game, the priority. We are going to see real quickly, why do people like first pick so much?
Probably two aspects. I think one is, if you're a bit unsure what is really broken for your team, sometimes it's just easier to draft prep with first pick, because you know a lot more of what the bans are going to be and what's going to be controlled going into that first pick. And so if you're kind of changing it up every game and going for different stuff, sometimes it can be easy to go into a BO3 like this and be like, hey, let's go for this hero first pick, let's ban for it, here's our strategy game one, and let's ride or die with it. I also think this meta isn't super set. We're seeing teams play a lot of different stuff, and it has not felt like people are getting super clutch last picks. I think a lot of the games the last pick has just been, it's like some random carry or something that in theory has a good matchup, but it doesn't really pan out. And you're like, okay, yeah, they got something there, but half the time it doesn't even work, and that just feels wasted. So I think teams are also just not feeling super good about this last pick in a lot of situations. And if you don't feel good about that, you'd rather have the first pick.
All right, well, let's head into the draft for Game 1 of BetBoom versus Execration, where we're already getting some bans. We're going to see the typical Naga, Siren, and Marcy bans. These are the most banned heroes. You throw in some Nature's Prophets in there. Really, Marcy and maybe Naga are the only two heroes that are perma-banned. I feel like we've seen a decent amount of all these other heroes make their way into the pool. Nature's Prophet, the Timber Saw. We've seen a couple of Lycan games. That hero hasn't actually been picked that up, but isn't always banned.
It's still crazy to me that Marcy is the highest contest hero. I kind of understand it in terms of Helmadon meta and what this hero can do in the laning phase and the flex potential and all that, but I do think Marcy is a bit of a one-dimensional hero. You know what the hero wants to do. You know what he's going to do. You know he's a bit BKB dependent in some games. You know his jungle rate can be a little low if he gets forced off the lane. You know his core matchups a lot of times and what beats him. It's straightforward. So it surprises me that no one has let that hero through and just tried to hard counter it and make his game impossible. I mean, of course, if you do that, they can always just make it support, and maybe that's the real threat, but it still surprises me that it's had this high of a contest, or rather ban rate.
The Bounty Hunter early pickup, not having the most success here at Blastland. And then the Enchantress, we're seeing the rise. I mean, Falcons have got to be in a very happy place. Enchantress, Chen, and Naga Siren all in the meta, all highly prioritized. It feels like any of those fives you can play, these very aggressive lane manipulators and junglers are they have a pretty big advantage.
Yeah, snaking is the king of that, so no surprise to see it helping Falcons on top. Execration will gobble one of them up. A bounty hunter response, maybe try and mess with this enchantress, follow him a bit, get some deep wards, snipe some couriers. Could be interesting here, but it does not strike me as a BetBoom hero. That's my biggest concern with an early bounty pick. We have not seen them play this hero a lot over the course of the team. It's not an amazing save hero because the playmaking is a little limited. It is a great roamer, so if he can run around and kind of control the game that way, could be nice. You can also always play at 5, which is an option, but I don't know. It feels a little lackluster here in terms of how this team generally plays, at least to me.
This is Dota!
Strong Mars pick though. Good hero against this gyrocopter. Can do well in the lane. Good in the team fight. Bulwark and Arena always nice against these ranged carries. That's a premier offlaner right there. And they got it in a good matchup.
Oh. Really now? Bringing a techies to the field.
That's C Dota right there, baby.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, if you're going to combo techies with any offlaner, I think Mars is probably the preferred hero. This is going to be the third time that we'll see techies here at Blast Slam. Execration did pick it up once before. They tried against Team Spirit.
It's an interesting hero. Generally, we see this hero come out when it's against certain support matchups where maybe the taser's good or he can dominate the lane against a weak lane, and then you're very confident that the entry into the game is going to be really solid. Of course, he does have the strong pair with the Mars here, so the lane is pretty scary for BetBoom team. But this hero does have some downsides in terms of he's just not as reliable compared to a lot of the traditional 4s right now. You know, the Hoodwink, the Snapfire, both were in the pool. They took this over that. Definitely not as reliable as those heroes. So maybe the ceiling to pop off in a fight is a little higher, but you are more damage oriented. You lack some of the same control those heroes give you, and your build-up can be a bit slower. Your entry into the game can come a little later. So definitely a player execution based hero. You need to know what you're doing. You need to know how to execute on the little details as well as the team fights. And there's some Morphling. I mean, this is a true C draft right here. But another nice gyro counter, that's for sure.
Yeah, we'll see the Morphling turn into the gyrocopter, use his own flat cannon. Bit of danger of you want to play low HP, you're matched up against an axe, but you're also up against a bounty hunter. So that Morphling, when he's off jungling and stuff, he's got to be careful. The bounty hunter is going to find him midway through a neutral and some sort of HP swap. BetBoom is also opting for Chen bounty hunter support duo, which does not leave them with a ton of disable, a ton of nukes, a ton of playmaking between their support duo. So pretty important that lanes go well for them here.
Not a huge fan of this. I think it's going to force you to ban 2 more mobility heroes in your last 2, and then Execration are probably still going to get a mobility mid, and you're going to have to counterpick that really well with a lot of the mids getting banned going into that last phase, on top of the fact that Morphling is going to play against 0 stuns. Yeah, Axe can sometimes chunk this hero, but a good Morphling player is not going to get caught by just an Axe alone. True. So it looks like a pretty good Morphling pick. I like what Execration got going on. I think this BetBoom lineup, the synergy just isn't there for me right now. I see how the individual pieces are strong and they can work, but what are these heroes doing for each other? You have a little bit of ball synergy with Gyro Chen, but Bounty Axe don't really care about it. Then you have this pick off with Bounty Axe, but it's not overwhelming and not guaranteed to shut down the Morphling. You have like this roaming from the Bounty, but the staticness of the Chen. Nobody's really roaming with this Bounty at the moment. So it's kind of just all over the place for me. Whereas this Execration lineup is, you go team fight with Techie's Mars, you have a pretty good carry matchup with the Morphling, Enchantress can give you some early laning and rotation power, and you're gonna get a mobility mid here almost for sure. Just depends which one you want.
So you know how the second game that we had techies, it was of course Yakult Brothers and Baboka played it. Baboka went the spoon stash facet where you're stacking the enchantment. Dude just refuses to be normal, even on a weird pick, you know?
You just can't, man. Huskar ban into Pango or Ember here? It's kind of what I'm suspecting. I think both those heroes look pretty solid for what it does for your lineup. It gives you that playmaker.
I like Ember. Ember techies. Very strong combo.
Yep, it's a really good enabler for that hero. And I think when you pick these weird damage dealing 4s, you have to make sure they're enabled with some easy low cooldown stuns.
Well, they've got a lot of time to decide. Held on to their entire reserve time pool here.
Is Queen of Pain as well, which has been a decent hero for Bob in a lot of the games.
Yeah,
And
not quite as good
more scale.
for techies, but very good with Mars. The Sonic Wave, while they're inside the arena, can be very potent.
I think it's a really annoying hero for the Axe and the Gyro too. Not really great matchups for them against the burst damage, the tankiness, the dagger spam. And then I think it's good enough with the techies. Like you go and you dagger, you can jump on somebody. There's not a lot of mobility in this BetBoom lineup. Like they have none, right? So
Yeah.
you don't need super hard lockdown here from your mid. You just need some playmaking, and maybe if you get some more damage and scale, you're going to feel really confident against this Gyro in general and take some of the pressure off the morph. I don't mind the Queen of Pain here. And then it kind of blocks the other melee playmakers from GPK. Like if you go Queen of Pain, they don't want to Ember or Pango into that necessarily. Then the Huskar's out. So what are you getting if you're GPK? There's only the Sand King left. So Sand King would be the other big playmaker here you have to think about if you're both teams. Which is also a hero Execration could take.
Yeah, I was okay with that.
It's not great against Bounty, and Chen is the only downside here, but you would take it away from BetBoom team. I'd prefer the Queen of Pain though. I think the Queen has a fine matchup against the Sand King, and I think you have Morphling against the Sand King as well.
Oh,
I think
yes.
that was the best pick. So instant Dragon Knight response. They were prepared for the Queen. It'll take some more push to try and bring this Chen lineup together. But I'm not super sold on this BetBoom lineup. This looks a little clunky to me. I feel like it can be low single target burst, and anytime you have low single target burst with Axe, I think it feels generally kind of bad. I think the scale is okay, but your ability to control the map and get there looks a little weak. Like, are you pushing and grouping up with Chen Gyro DK? Are you splitting the map looking for picks with Bounty Hunter Axe? Are you roaming to mid in this game, but you have a Dragon Knight mid? It's not the easiest hero to roam for early. I don't know. It just kind of looks all over the place to me. That's my gut read.
Yeah, and somehow it ended up being a pretty god tier Enchantress game. There is one hero that can kill him in this game. It's Gyrocopter. Like,
And that's barely.
how did it end up being such a good Enchantress game? Holy crap.
He is pretty invincible, that's for sure. You pop the heal, you are untouchable frontline for this lineup, which is pretty nice for your Queen and your Morphling. Even your Mars. None of these three cores really want to be they don't want to be getting jumped. They're okay jumping in once they see stuff, but they don't want to be the first one jumped. You put an Enchantress on the front line. It does a lot of work for this lineup. So I agree, that part's also a little scary here for BetBoom.
Yeah, I mean, maybe BetBoom will just be like, hey, we're the better team and outplay Execration, but I much prefer Execration's setup here. Feels like multiple of their heroes are uncountered. I mean, if you're struggling to kill an Enchantress, you're matched up against a Morphling. You know, like, if the support Enchantress is a problem, then what the hell are you going to do in the Morphling? And you can't just like say, okay, that's fine, we'll just like push it late because they've got Morphling versus Gyrocopter, which is a very good matchup. And Gyrocopter's matched into the Mars. So the Mars is hurt by the arena and the bulwark so badly. And then Palos gets to play Gyrocopter unimpeded.
I would also pretty favor Execration's draft here. The only question mark I have on it is this Morphling in terms of the performance we're going to get. Not faulting Palos because he is a Morphling specialist, but it has just not been the most picked hero this patch. And we have not seen it a lot, which tells me people haven't had a lot of success with it, because generally Morphling as a hero he's in one of two categories. He's in the I'm Imba and I get picked or prioritized every game, or I'm not Imba and I'm just trash. He's generally not in the middle.
I feel like Morphling is not... I feel like we found the balance for Morphling a while ago, and now the hero is good or bad based off of other heroes in the meta, not its individual numbers. You know what I mean?
I can buy that a little bit. I'm just still... I just want to see the Morphling do the classic Morphling things and not the... he ends this game 0-0-2 or something.
Yeah.
Where he doesn't die because he's Morphling, but he also just doesn't do anything.
Miro, gonna be doing some battle hungering and body blocking. See if he can get the creep equilibrium to his favor, and he really needs that with this double melee matchup against double range heroes. But CML is able to catch the wave, so it's not gonna go into tower early on.
Rough start for the lane here for Palos. Got double battle hungered for free before the creeps even meet. Not what you wanted with the low HP Morphling.
Yeah, when you have an Enchantress, it feels unnecessary. Like the whole blocking thing, I feel like you can, as long as you just catch the wave on the other side, it's not that big of a deal.
I don't know why he was so concerned with it. I think it costs him more, but this still should be a free farm lane for Morphling, pretty much no matter what. Like, Bounty Axe are not going to stop you CSing. Maybe you get that cheeky all-in kill early on, but that's about it. And even that should not happen on this lane. Morph was the ultimate sustain hero, so this should be a free farm lane for Palos. Mid should be a wash, and this Mars against the Chen Gyro early on, going pretty well for BetBoom here.
Yeah, Techies is not going to help you too much against your Helicopter unless you get him low enough for an all-in kill, which is unlikely with Chen in the lane. Especially with the Chen who is taking away all your mana. So your kill shot is, you've got one kill shot and then you're pretty much done for the rest of the lane when it comes to resources.
Yeah, it's just going to be a complete free farm lane for Kiritich. Whatever he wants to do here, he's going to get it. I don't see the Techies Mars contesting this guy early.
Oh, Tino might actually die here. 11 magic wand charges, so he's okay, but got the blood grenade out of Katomi.
Yeah, buried out a salve, so at least he'll be able to regen back up here. Get some CS. If you just keep these heroes low bottom, they never can all in you because they get traded on. That's how you're going to win this lane as BetBoom, so they're doing a really good job of that early on. And Paulo's continuing to get harassed top, man. He is not having too much fun early on this Morphling, which can sometimes be the case, but not the end-all be-all.
Yeah, it feels like we're going to have a pretty quiet laning phase situation here. Palos trying to go all the way down full Agi so he can get some efficiency out of this Tango and the magic wand that he has. He's going to get the Lotus.
Waveform for it, though.
Yeah, this is kind of awkward. Well, he's certainly going to have to gobble up that Lotus and use the magic wand, and even then is barely limping away. It's CML who dies. Save gets that kill with a shuriken, and they're still going to chase down Palos. There's no way out of this one. He's got another waveform up in a second, but somehow they walk away with both kills. This just should not have happened.
No, they've misplayed this safe lane pretty bad. I mean, starting from the tanky double battle hunger, going into the lane with no HP, and then you're just struggling to regen back up. Waveform for a Lotus, just get run down, double killed. Very rough start for Execration on this top lane, and they are giving some momentum to an Axe and Bounty who can definitely make some stuff happen for BetBoom with a lot of extra gold and XP here.
Yeah, Bounty Hunter is already making a move around the map, trying to help with the water runes. Shanks is there, though, because Shanks is doing some stacks. So now Bob's lane is ruined.
Oh, I wouldn't say it's ruined, you know, he still gets the rune. Kind of a tough lane for him no matter what. I mean, you're just not going to ever force a DK out. It's a good matchup for DK. We're looking for Miro. This would be a really big return kill.
It's going to get low. Miro running up river here. And Shanks gets him with the mine. Turn him back around. Almost kills Palos with the spin there. But Palos does manage to stay alive. And they do get that kill. So Shanks is making the most of kind of a rough lane where you don't have kill potential. Making a little bit of rotations. He's got some stacks going on. Makes this move up the top. Making the most of the situation. Now maybe catch a save as well.
The hell is that damage, dude?
It's level 2 blast off, man, with the suicide facet.
It just always surprises me how much it does with the increased damage. It's like half his HP, you know? Just
Yeah.
see you later. No, that's a nice pickup. Shanks salvaging this early game a little bit. See, he puts him back on the board. Might even get the bounty courier here, too. CML scouts it out. There were sentries on that one, so nice little gold injection here across the board. And relieve some of the pressure from the Morphling, so at least Paulus can get some free CS. Your off-lane Mars is going to suffer, but he was kind of already suffering, and he's doing okay. He's got early stats up. Get some more stacks here as the techies as well.
Yeah, who's going to clear these stacks, though?
Queen, maybe? Queen plus techies. Bob could use some extra gold injection because he is losing mid. There's a level 6 available for GPK if BetBoom want to rotate to this Dragon Knight. He's just going to pop the ult, try and get some tower damage.
Yeah, with the siege wagon, it's pretty tempting to pop it just right away. Minus armor plus siege wagon hits.
That's really nice that he already has Desolator too, you know.
Yeah, that's a corrosive dragon for you.
Oh, I meant the attack animation.
Oh yeah, that is weird.
So many of these cosmetics are just broken. It's like, does nobody care? Does nobody care, Austin?
No, I think that's pretty clear they don't.
Oh, okay.
They stopped caring about the cosmetic game a while ago.
That's a lot of tower damage, dude. Bringing in the Chen really helps this. There's just no response. Well, at least you get the deny.
Deny the tower? I mean, I guess from here, one thing is that Enchantress can do the same to GPK. If GPK is like, great, I killed the tower, next dragon form, I'm going to move to another side lane. Enchantress might put the pressure on your mid tower in exchange. CML going to be spotted in the jungle here. Already got off Nature's attendance, so he is untouchable without being level 6.
This is not bad what's happening for Execration. I mean, they're clearing through stacks right now with the Mars, who's having issues standing on the lane anyway. You lost your mid tower, but you got the deny. And you have heroes that can stand on the map. Because now it kind of puts GPK in the spot of where do you go with the Dragon Knight? Are you just going to run to another lane and ult that tower? They're kind of smoking into triangle looking for some stack clears or something, but it's already been done. I guess you will just run to another tower and ult it. It's kind of your only play on the map.
And he's going to run to the Mars lane here, see if they can kill Tino before he hits 6. They're going to be playing under a Watcher here. Got him on the Dragon Tail, which means the Jarkotbert ultimate will land. Hits twice there. And Tino easily run down. Execration, they will respond with a move with their 2 supports heading up there. Bob, he doesn't want to leave lane. He's just going to keep the pressure up on mid. two supports trying to pull the aggro off the tower as best as possible, but it's a Dragonite and a Chen. Even if they got the creep wave off, it would still be Chen taking the tower and the Dragonite hitting it. The Dragonite is forced back by the Quap pushing in the mid wave.
Still 2 free towers for GPK in this early game, and you got the top tower off the Axe just kicking the Morphling out. So 3 tier 1s down at the 9-minute mark. That is a lot of space for this Bounty Hunter to operate on. Yeah, and a lot of extra team gold.
Yeah. Up 4,000 as a result of that.
And that's for the deny, too. Makes it a lot harder to stack up with confidence, to go for the Bower Runes with confidence, Wisdom Shrine with confidence. All these little objectives become a lot harder to do with 3 tier 1s down. This is putting the pressure on Execration right now. Try to hold this game together. Buy time for your Morphling to come online.
Radiant are scanning.
Some decent stacks for Miro to clear as well. And got some economy going with this Bounty Hunter. That's pretty nice. Extra experience for save will go a long way here.
Yeah, Miro with the Helm of Dawn build. Still needs to farm his way back to Careful now.
Oh, is he dead?
He almost.
That was a little close. Yeah, he can't
almost
farm
killed
that. There's
himself
no
on the
points
ancient stack.
This is the old Bounty Hunter ancient farm.
Yes.
Fabled. This is why you pick the bounty right here.
So you get this early tower, or the early towers, but because you don't have any playmaking out of your supports, you can't actually keep the pressure up.
Damn. It's level 6.
He is.
Yeah, that's the one downside here, but the bounty has 6 now, so I guess the ancient stacking paid off. Now maybe you can exert some pressure with all the space, because you have the track online, you can run some heroes down.
The awkward part for Execration is they made a smoke move during that play. And so they moved all these heroes up here. Shanks is not going to make it through the gate. He will be simply Culling Bladed. So
That was the easiest kill of his life.
yeah, that was a very efficient time for BetBoom and a very inefficient one for Execration. So 4,000 became 6,000.
Just like that, man. Just getting out-executed in this game. Like all the little things. It's not that BetBoom have done anything crazy or fancy. They're just not making a lot of mistakes. They're playing the economy game. They took the towers. They got the ancient stacks. They got the level 6 on the bounty. Now they can start to look for some track kills. They can just farm the Chen. All their cores are in a good position. They're not in a rush this game. They have some solid scale of their own. It feels as if Execration got to get something done here in the next few minutes.
Yeah.
We got to see the arena drop, the sonic wave dropped. Somebody needs to die to these spells to free up some room on this map.
Yeah, as you said, hasn't been anything dramatic. But Boom has just been following the rise and grind, you know? Find that passive income.
Smoke in the bottom. I like this play. If you can land it.
Does manage to get off the ultimate first, but still bursted down. So there's the kill you were looking for, but BetBoom really quick with the response. Will still catch the Quap as GPK is so farmed. Had his Blink Dagger, and fortunately for him, still had the remainders of an amp damage rune. So they'll get that kill. They'll also kill CML. No Culling Blade for that one.
Well, if there weren't tracks, I'd say that's almost worth it for Execration because they just needed something to happen in this game, and getting the gyro is a huge prize.
Yeah.
Particularly when the Morphling's free farming. You take the enemy carry out, your carry's farming, you do have that matchup. You get to do some stacks of your own now. Like, that's not a bad sequence for Execration, but the fact you give up 2 kills with track, it's not going to really make it worth it. And you didn't really get any tower pressure off this move because you weren't able to take the full-on team fight.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
A little space for the Morphling, though. And a little space for the Morphling will go a long way in this game, though. It's just going to be Blade Mail Blink Rush for the Axe to try and shut him down, and that could be enough based on how farmed the other cores are.
Palace is certainly going to be put to the test in this game. Just no power runes for Bob in this game.
Is under attack.
Yeah, I only got seen him get one. Pretty difficult when you lose all your towers and you're against Bounty Hunter. Very slow game for the Queen of Pain, whereas Save is having a very fast game for this Vessel build-up. About over 2/3 of the way there. Get a fast Vessel, that's also a nice tool against this Morphling. Quick little smoke. This is designed to find Palos up here. With the DK blink into
Just showed in
follow-up
lane.
burst damage.
To get him on the Dragon Tail. Allow Miro to get the call afterwards. Feels like they tipped
get
their
the
hand a
morph.
little bit beforehand, but Paulo still gets caught by it.
It gives time to just walk in and call him, and I mean the morph is still level 2. This is kind of the classic morph, just AFK farm build with the 402 plus the stats.
Yeah.
This build is efficient in the jungle, very, very underwhelming when you actually get hit by enemy heroes. So he's still pretty susceptible. Now once more, speed up this Vessel on save. So every time you give up these bad deaths on the Morphling, not only do you fall behind, you accelerate the counter items coming out from this BetBoom lineup.
Sure.
Mage Slayer for the Dragon Knight, Blink Blade Mail for the Axe, Vessel on the Bounty Hunter. All of these items are going to be really nice against you. They already have a drum on the Chen for some extra single target burst. Execration, they're trying to make this Blink reveal on the Mars land, but kind of went an awkward route. Still look at him here.
Got him, and they certainly always have the burst damage, thanks to having techies and Quap. That is one of the reasons that we favored them, and why do you like the Quap so much, right? Just burst damage against Gyrocopter.
Yep.
You have no guarantee that this Gyrocopter is actually going to be able to live in team fights until he gets like full out BKB, Satanic, etc.
Yeah, it's really tough for him to survive. Chen can help with that, but the burst is just overwhelming, particularly if some of the binds land for the techies and you just get magic amped into all of that overwhelming damage. It's almost nobody survives that.
Miro actually bought his shard before he bought Blink Dagger, which is crazy to me.
Yeah, that is very interesting.
Dire are scanning.
I can't imagine this is a better trajectory.
I mean, it's better if you're farming ancient stacks.
Right.
I feel
but
like that's about it.
they've already cleared all the ancient stacks this game.
Yeah, and they have a gyro.
Exactly. You're not the guy who's going to be farming ancient stacks at the 20-minute plus mark.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, this just seems kind of a waste, but
Yeah.
you win it eventually anyway, so.
It also doesn't make sense to me that, they've got 7 kills to 4 without Blink Dagger on Axe. Whereas Execration had Blink Dagger on Mars. And kill combo, the techies and Quap. They just have not had nearly the same success in their small rotations around the map. It feels like every kill they've gotten has been an effort.
Oof. Well, some of that's a product of losing so many early towers and the lanes not going well. The Mars Blink was also very slow because he had the worst lane of everybody.
Dire's
Yeah.
middle tower is under attack.
Nice pin back. And that'll blow up not just the Chen, but his whole army.
And just like that, Morphling's on top. I mean, that's the scary part about this game for Boom. You have a lead, but the lead's kind of fake because you're not taking space away from Execration. And a lot of that gold is, I want to say, it's not completely artificial, but I don't think the Chen Bounty Hunter net worth matters that much in this game relative to if Execration's cores are fat.
Sure.
Now, if they are getting farmed and they're taking farm away from Execration's cores, that'll make a big difference. But if this Morphling Quap are farmed, like, it doesn't matter if your Chen has one more aura. The heroes just don't really care about it. So
Yeah, it's a lot harder nowadays with the bigger map because like they did spent a number of times taking triangle away from execration, which way back in the day in the smaller map that would have been up, right? You would have been establishing a 60-40, if not a 70-30 like farm split. But nowadays there are just so many camps out here, morphlings farming up the borders of the map. Quap is doing the same. You can invade triangle as many times as you want. You could take those ancient stacks away, but ultimately, Morphling and Quap can still be farming.
I think the only way they could have changed this is if the bounty hunter was more aggressively trying to scout for the morph in particular, and the axe had a faster blink, and you just got some of these extra cheeky kills on him.
Yeah.
It's not super reliable. So maybe they didn't want to risk the downtime of going for that play and missing it, which I can understand. They do have the blink on the axe now, however, so their lineup is pretty much online. Everything they need. That's why they're looking for this Tormentor fight.
Smoke is going to break immediately on the bounty hunter. Drop a sentry. Too late.
Definitely put this Enchantress on the front line.
Yeah. Essence Ring, Solar Crest, maxed out Nature's Attendance. There's the jump. Caught the Mars. Stop the initiation. Follow-up call there, but not the easiest hero to burst down the Sonic Wave and blast off. Big damage goes out, but not enough to really threaten any of these BetBoom heroes, thanks to the heals coming out from Kataomi. Pretty much undoes most of what was there. Mech plus Hand of God. Now they're going to chase down CML. So they stop the initiation from the Mars, and that's kind of all it takes.
Jump him first. That is almost a guaranteed good team fight, because you're going to hit him with the Mage Slayer no matter what. So even if he gets spells off, they're not going to do a lot to you. And then Hand of God Mech just did so much work there. It was a nice combo land from Execration, but it's kind of the Techies Chen matchup in a nutshell. You go in, you deal a bunch of damage. If you're not killing the Chen, he just heals it all back up, and then you're pretty sad.
Now Kataomi
Nice
can
team
grab Ancients thanks to the shard that they got off of that, so their effective HP might be rising a whole percentage with if he ever takes a Golem.
It's the exact fight you needed in this game to start the snowball, get the extra net worth, make the ball impenetrable.
They can catch the
They're eyeing
Morphling.
Apollos.
Even better. Hard kill to get, though, because it's Shield Rune.
He's going in.
Yeah, that's a bold play there. Getting the call on to save. Palos, he will be bursted down as both GPK and Kiritich provide reinforcements.
Yeah, that was not it.
No.
That was not it. Maybe he's just thinking it's some isolated axe bounty play, but did not work out. Cannot afford too many deaths like that on this Morphling.
No, I mean, I
Ags on the Dragon Knight too.
think you've already
They're
had
scaling.
too many deaths. I think that this should have been kind of a free game. 1 or 2 deaths, maybe fine. 3. It's just too many.
Might be in the end. These BetBoom are scaling hard now. They're just tanking up. You have a bunch of flat burst damage, which was good for a lot of this game, but it's going to fall off here as these heroes boost the HP up more and more and more.
Got Tino sandwiched here. Run into him, get the double battle hunger on him. He has no BKB, so he's going to be slowed down to a crawl, which means GPK will easily catch up to him.
He's so fat on this DK.
Yeah.
Almost level 18, already has the Ags done. It's like too fast for its own good.
Now they're just getting pickoffs around the map with the
Are
bounty
they, though?
hunter setting things up. Doesn't work on Shanks because Shanks got off the reactive taser fast enough. But those kind of opportunities are going to be ever present.
Chen ores are starting to build up here. Just look at the buffs on this Kataomi Chen right now. It's kind of out of control already. What the hell is that, you know? Mech, Drum, Arcane Regen, Divine Favor, Cloak, or a Time Warp, or a Pack Leader,
Time
or a Prowler,
Warp,
or
Aurora.
That thing is good, dude. That thing is really good. I think more people are starting to respect it because we see it a lot more on average now.
Yes, yes.
I think Snaking really started abusing this, and then since then, everyone has, folded it into the top tier Aura pack. It's just so good in a team fight.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, I
He
hope
has all the
we,
top tier auras, actually.
I hope we don't see a repeat of this in game 2. This was just way too easy. Feels like Execration just said, okay, we're going to outlane them and outfarm them. Like, that's almost disrespectful to take that idea of strategy in an elimination match like that.
You sound disrespected, and you're not even BetBoom.
Yeah, if I'm Execration, I'm mad as hell right now.
I think they had the heroes to do it, though. I just think they did not execute. I mean, that's what separates teams, right? You can execute this stuff or not.
If I'm a coach or something, I'm definitely looking at the laning phase. Because it's all just kind of snowballs from the laning phase being so bad.
100%. And I think they had to make support rotations in the mid for these DK timings. If you kill that DK at the first level 6 with Sonic Wave plus Techie's damage, this whole game can change drastically. But the fact that GPK got away with taking 3 towers for free, it's just brutal.
Push away and tempted to go through the gate. Not going to make it. Miro with yet another chop. 6.5 armor from the Code of Blood.
He's got a lot of bonus HP.
Oh, Shanks.
And that armor is nice when you got all this Chen heal.
He's begging him, please go through the gate. Please. It's my one chance.
Could pop somebody.
Unfortunately, his twin gate play will not work for him here, as I believe BetBoom know. And they're going to 4-man smoke up, head to the gyrocopter, who is currently going to use the remainder of his Aegis to hit some high ground. With the spear already used, little threat. No chance of him being pinned back against the buildings.
There's your butterfly on Palos, though.
Got the initiation again on the Mars, just who they wanted. The only threat in these fights is if the Mars starts things off right. There goes the flat cannon shots. Nobody's going to die into this just yet. Kiritage is going to get a bit low, perhaps. Palos, though, has to be wary of that Daedalus. A lot of bonus damage. There goes the Aegis. In an early arena, Tino will time it. Does not manage to get him on the revive. BKB goes out from Kiritage, but that will probably stall the push.
Just kidding. GPK in.
Yeah, he goes for it, and they do manage to kill him. Burst down the Enchanters. Another round of flat cannon shots go out from Palos with the Sonic Wave. A spear in and a blast off that lands onto Kiritage. So the gyrocopter's forced out while the Dragon Knight dies. They turn back to Kiritage, get the kill on him, and okay. Well, that's why I thought they would back up.
Oh, they even got the axe.
They did. Got
catch
all
from
3
Tino.
cores off of this one, and now Palos is back in a big way.
I can't believe GPK jumped back in there. Like,
I'm telling
that
you, man,
almost felt a little
disrespectful.
disrespectful.
Goddamn
Yeah, it felt
disrespectful.
disrespectful.
You forced 2 buybacks. There's no world that you had to continue to force that.
I agree. I mean, you see this Morphling Butterfly. If you're jumping the Morphling here, I understand that go. Because he's all of Execration's damage. I mean, Palos did a lot. He got a massive amount of flak hits off in this fight. So you knew he had the gyro steal, and you still went in there. You could have also just waited that out, right? And then
Yeah.
it's a way easier fight. It was a Mars buyback. You got everything you wanted off that push, and then you just threw it away. Still have a commanding lead, but this Morphling's scary here. Like, particularly this butterfly timing. if you jump the Morphling first, I think any fight is good because you're gonna force him to morph and remove all the damage. That type of jump though is just, it was not it from GPKs. He's getting a little antsy, you know.
Game was going a little bit too well for them. On the revive, they'll get the pick off on Shanks here and reassert some of their network dominance.
They did destroy the Mars economy, so that's one thing they did get out of that no matter what. And they've done a really nice job jumping Tino first in these fights, which is also a very good target. I would say it's either him or the Morph, because if you jump the Morph, even if the Mars goes in, you have BKBs. You can ignore him, and the Morph's not killing you. If you jump the Mars first, they have very limited control.
Yeah, dude, Tino's going an Eon Disc. If you had to go on Eon Disc, third item is Mars, you, I mean, you're just hands off the wheel. You know, Palos, take me home. Because, goddamn, he is a arena spear, and that's it. Sonic Wave in from behind, hitting both supports. Now the arena to follow it up. A lot of sustain, though, kicking in. Going after Kateomi. He gets off all of his spells. Blast off, landing in the flat cannon shots, but it's not good enough. Palos, he does manage to get one kill off of that one, but Miro, because of his jump in call and the Culling Blade to follow it, takes Palos out before things could get too nasty.
That was very close to just being a wipe, though. The amount of... let's say this Morph has one more item there, right? I think he just wipes him. But BetBoom are far enough ahead with enough sustain they can survive through it. You get that call, and that's all it takes. Morphling's always going to chunk himself heavily on this axe call. Bob, what are you doing?
I don't know. They're getting the extra kills out of this, apparently. There goes the Aeon Disc.
That was probably the worst Aeon Disc I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think it just stopped him from doing spear damage, and he'll still die.
I think that was a pure negative value Aeon Disc.
Yeah.
This fight just starts such a weird way. It's not bad for Execration because they get a decent arena and everything, but nobody's checking the axe. And the fact he gets this free call on the Morphling is just everything here. If he can't do that, that's a very different team fight. And perhaps a very bad one for a BetBoom team.
Yeah, it could have been.
So, very clutch find.
Yeah, even just having a Crystallis in those flat cannon shots might have made a world of difference.
My allies have earned their keep.
Trying to get there now, but this is the difference of this game between all those small executional errors and not. If your Morphling's one more item in, a lot of these fights could look different, even with everybody else being so far behind, because this Mars is... he is a mega far behind at this point.
He is now behind both the Bounty Hunter and the Chen. The Chen's been leading for a while, but now even the Bounty Hunter is ahead of the Mars.
This Chen is just giving you so many auras at this point. He's got Greaves, he's got Pipe, he's got Drum on top of all the creep auras going into Vlad's. Just insane support behind all these tanky heroes.
Yeah, you get the... he gets the Vlads, and you have that Prowler aura. That's an AoE lifesteal aura of like 30%.
Oh, it's good. Combine that with a pack leader aura on top of the damage buff.
Yeah,
Anti-morph
AoE.
aura. Ooh.
How much is pack leader aura?
35, right?
So you're buffing everybody's damage by 50% and giving everybody a 30 something like 2% lifesteal. That's pretty nice. Especially when you have two right-clicking cores, not just one. Both Dragonite and Gyrocopter.
It's pretty broken. That's the thing about Chen. A lot of the stuff when you just go by the numbers, it's stupid. It's just stupidly broken. But obviously a lot can go wrong in terms of people killing your creeps or you not being there at the right time. You have to execute that. But if you just sit in the fight with your creeps and nothing happens to you, it's absolutely a broken hero on paper. Which is why we see him picked a lot, and why this hero continues to dominate Dota.
You sound a little bitter.
No, I'm not bitter. Just, he's just been good for
My allies have earned their keep.
15 years.
I mean, is it because you're not a Chen player?
What are you talking about? I am a Chen player.
You're a Chen player?
Yes. I just hate the hero. I hate playing the hero.
Okay, well then you're not a Chen player.
No, that's not. No, I am a Chen player. Being a Chen player just means you can play the hero well. I can play the hero well. I just hate playing the hero.
Their keep.
I refuse to believe that you can really play it at a top level and hate playing it at the same time.
That's probably true, but back when I used to play it, I didn't hate playing it. So maybe I was top level then.
You had a 61% win rate on Chen.
Yeah, my Chen was very good.
No, that's below average for your hero. I was about
Well,
to say
that's
you
'cause my win
got
rate
to
was just-
remember you're an NA and you were the second best team. You easily had a 65% win rate on average. Kiritich grabs the Aegis, grabs banner before Execration can make a move. They are jumped on. Shanks is going to go down. Same with CML. 2 supports gone and another high ground push to commence.
This one's looking pretty difficult to claw back here. You're going to need another crazy high ground hold. You have a Crystallis on the Morphling. You do not have a Daedalus. So you do not have the big damage oomph.
Get the pin back, and there's the flat cannon. Actually doing a good
missed the
amount here.
call.
The flat cannon actually hit Miro and
Missed the
stopped him from
call.
making his jump. No call now. They can go straight to GPK while the
no
Gyrocopter's
BKB.
dead if they can get this kill and then back away. Call does go out the second time, though, onto Palos.
He got
Palos,
stunned.
half HP. Side device. He's hexed up. Can he get off the Mante? Can he get off the waveform? He's good. Doesn't even need to waveform back. He can play back into the team fight if he wants to, though a reset is probably wise at this point. Kiritich, he'll keep the pressure up. He will take this mid lane of Barracks while Palos is healing.
You're going to linger around, though. This Morphling will
Tino
come
might
back.
get a chance here. Does not go for the Blink Spear back. They chase. Kiritich, given the invisibility of the friendly shadow from Save, they'll chase down the extras, take one of the Ancients out. Oh, got him
they
on
got the
Eul's.
gyro.
Wait a minute. Kiritich, I think, is dead here unless he can fight
yeah,
his way
he's-
out. Bob, he gets really aggressive, uses the Psychic Headband to push him back into the rest of his
screwed.
team. And yeah, pinned up. He is dead. This
Oh,
was
it's Yules from Tino.
quite the bleed out there from BetBoom in the end.
They messed up some big stuff on that push.
Tower is under attack.
Not just that. This was not before where they just jumped and underestimated. This was some executional errors.
Yeah, Miro getting hit by the flat cannon shot, failing his first jump in call. But even then, I think it was kind of fine. But Kiritich lingering for the mid lane of Barracks, I felt unnecessary.
Fighting without the gyro. Little iffy.
Palos, it also means he doesn't have the flat cannon. Got the spear on Miro. And yeah, they're trying to do damage without their carry right now. And GPK can't do enough to threaten anybody.
Some more unforced error, right? Like you trade
Yeah.
for the Mars, but this Mars is sacrificial anyway.
Oh,
It's all about the Morphling.
Eon Tisk Mars
Yeah,
is
it's not the
very
biggest surprise.
sacrificial.
That's full Daedalus for Morphling, almost level 25. This scheme is a little iffy, man. I mean, the other issue with that high ground push is they messed the first axe call, and then the second one, the Morphling got missile stunned, so he didn't hit the blade mail. So they got almost no damage out of the second call.
I think
That's
also
the biggest thing in these fights.
the gyrocopter death, like they tried to do too much on the first life of the gyrocopter. GBK getting caught inside the arena and get 100 to 0'd while the gyrocopter is reviving. I mean, you're basically going from 4 versus 5 to a 4 versus 5. You know, very, very sloppy.
Very desynced.
Yeah.
Very desynced, and he went in without BKB because he used it on the earlier jump against the techies around the pit. It just felt, I don't know, some unforced errors here from BetBoom and Execration taking full advantage of it. They're back in this game. They can function from a large deficit here because of how strong the Morphling is with the flag. They have a Shiva's on the Quap now. They have double Solar Crests. This Techies is about to overtake the Mars. Might be one of the most sacrificial offlane games we've ever seen. I don't say that in a good way. Not like he honorably sacrificed. More like, if this man gets carried, it'll be a carry job of the tournament.
Yeah.
Palos' back is straining right now. Does have the level 25 working towards Satanic. If he can get Satanic, that's a bit spooky. Your axe calls are not nearly as good anymore.
Yeah, and it also means his flat cannon is going to be way more effective, right? Because then he, with the Satanic and the waveform, he will have the strength to waveform in and get more vision to be closer to these enemies, and as a result, get better flat cannon opportunities because he knows he's not going to die when he waveforms in.
Pick up Shanks here on the side, but he did get GPK's Courier, which delays his Assault Kuros, so...
Oh, that's nice.
Maybe kind of worth it if you can get something out of that. And there's the Satanic, so yeah, this Morphling, kind of a beast right now.
Of course, still plenty of items rolling in for BetBoom. Still have a healthy net worth lead. We're going to have a refresher soon for Miro, and he's very high level as well. Get that alongside the AC, and it looks like Kiritich, level 25 is kind of, it's not the biggest deal for him, but he is looking at a Divine Rapier to replace his Falcon Blade. He also has MKB now done, so he is about to cap out.
I don't know if this is the Rapier game. Maybe if you get it into Roshan, but to me this is a very risky Rapier game because a lot of what you're looking for in the fight is landing these axe calls on the Morphling to kill him. Not, I need more gyro damage to man up and fight him.
Sure. Well, maybe he's just got it queued up. Maybe he won't actually buy it.
I think it's a... If he gets the next Aegis, you buy Rapier, you go. I think that's the situation. It's good. But I do not think you go for it unless you get that Aegis 100%. And a refresher done for Bob. So this is a big upgrade for the Queen of Pain.
Smoke's going to break on the low ground here. Blink forward. Tino misses the blink there. Kiritich giving the friendly shadow. Stun onto Tino. He's given the taser, though. They're going to try and protect him as best they can. Lotus Orb, Aeon Disc, taser. A lot of things to get Tino out of there. CML's going to be the target here. Arena not really hitting much. Doesn't get Kiritich inside. Only GPK. They throw out a spear. It misses. Execration. They back away. Looks like CML will still be chased down as the missile was placed on him. Taser from Shanks will help delay this death. Bob is going to try and push back with a sonic wave, and they might be able to blow up the bounty hunter. Ah, there goes the heals. Never mind. And now a call. Miro gets a big call onto Bob. Good Yule Scepter, though. Blast off. That's going to whiff as a result of the Yules, though. A little awkward. Flat cannon shots are going out, but nobody quite dies from it. And now Miro's looking for another call. And he might just get it, too. Trying to catch up to Palos. A turn. Tino hits it with a God's Rebuke. Trying to make space for Palos to get away. And Palos will make it out, costing Tino his life.
That is just such a disconnected fight for Execration. I mean, Palos was just going to farm when Bob blinks in to try and burst a bounty hunter of all heroes. Just either take the fight together or don't. But this is mega split in what you're trying to do. The Morphling has no interest in taking it, though. The Queen's completely in. That's what cost you this engagement. Just mega disconnected. And that is a free axe call.
Oh, come on. Gave it to him. The Sonic Wave pushback, not enough to stop the Culling Blade, and that's the game.
Man, is that really how this game is just going to end? Just walk up and get axe called like that?
Yeah. I feel like it's kind of fitting, honestly.
Yeah, a bit of anticlimactic after almost clawing their way back into it. There's Divine right there.
Well, they can make as many plays as they want. They can hit as many spears and blast-offs, but you don't have any damage. Bob isn't nearly farmed enough. He's got a refresher, throw out another Sonic Wave. Might be able to kill GPK with it. Does manage to get that much, but what about Kiritich? He's living inside the base. I mean, wait. He's bringing Divine Rapier to him.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, okay.
This is...
that feels a little unnecessary. There's a chance here. He's going for the throne. He will finish it off. That was a bit dangerous, but they'll get it in the end. Oh, goodness gracious.
It's not the most confident way to end that game, but it was confident in terms of, I know I can do it, so I'm just going to do it. If he dies there, I think they lose, but he did not die, so they win.
Yeah.
That's what Dota's all about. I mean, not the way I think any of us would have predicted that game was going to end, but BetBoom team get the job done. I mean, standout performance from Hero. 15, 3, and 12 on this axe. He did his job. He shut this Morphling down. He was the best answer to this Morphling that otherwise has a really free game. He found the calls. That's what matters. Some of them were good finds. Some of them were handed to him on a silver platter. I think Paulo's had some bad deaths this game, to put it lightly. And Execration are going to need to step up.
Does standout as a word have a definition that is always positive?
No, there's a negative standout.
Okay. There isn't an implicit you have to be there's a good standout.
No,
well, because Dino also had a standout game.
Yes.
0, 8, and 14.
He had a very rough time. From the lane stage to the mid game to the team fights to finding the net worth. I will say, I think he played the fights from his position kind of well, to be honest, for how poor he was. I think he made use of his items and spells pretty damn well. He found a lot of extra catches. He landed the Yules and the stuns on the follow-up targets that he needed to. He just had no game. So some executional errors that Execration are going to have to fix to find a win in game 2. And if you're BetBoom team, probably pretty confident after that one, because I don't even think that draft was that favorable. I don't think you played it that well, and you still got the dub. So then you're thinking, okay, well, we'll just run it back in game 2, especially if we get the Chen. I think the Chen did a lot of unsung work in this game in terms of just keeping the scale up, keeping the farm up, providing all of these extra auras, giving you a team fight presence that the Bounty Hunter lacks a little bit. This hero's just stupid, man. It's just such a stupid hero. So I think they had tools to deal with it with the Flak Morphling. They just did not get the fights to go their way.
All right. Well, we'll see if Execration, they need to wake up if they want to be challengers in this series against BetBoom. And they'll have a little break to do that. We are going to go to a break and come back with Game 2. It is early in the morning here, and it feels like it is early in the morning for Execration as well. Despite us both favoring them in the draft, that did not come to fruition in Game 1. Felt like they had the better playmaking, had some options there, but they were just a bit slow and a bit sloppy, and as a result, they dropped the first game to BetBoom, and now are one game away from elimination here at Blast Slam 4.
That was a tough game to lose. Because there's not much you can say in terms of let's get a better draft. You're not going to get a much better draft against a lot of teams. You're not going to get better synergy. It's not an issue of strategically or missing options or something like that. You just didn't execute. And if you're a coach and you go in there, it's kind of hard to go into a team and be like, execute better. What are they supposed to do, right? If you're either playing well or you're not. And Execration have just been suffering this entire group stage. That suffering continues here. They have to pull something together. The only thing you can really do is make that execution easier for yourself. So, draft yourself a lineup that has very easy kill combos, very easy damage sources. Heroes like the Hoodwink, the Snapfire make that easier than something like the Techies, I think. But otherwise, I feel like their lineup was fairly straightforward. Morphling can always be a hero. You go in the fight, maybe you just die, then you lose the game, okay. But the Mars and Quap are pretty well-rounded heroes. And some of those had a pretty rough game as well. So you just have to react a bit better to what BetBoom are proposing and make sure you hit those early timings when you need to.
Laning phase felt like a really big standout there. It was the reason why BetBoom got so far ahead in the first place. There wasn't a whole lot happening, and as nothing kind of happened, BetBoom just kind of continued to grow and grow a lead. And part of that is the Chen. So are you expecting the Chen to get banned away this time around in the first bans?
I'm trying to remember what they banned in their first bans. It was kind of some weird stuff, right?
Was it Bounty Hunter? Then they took Enchantress.
No, I'm saying the bans.
I can answer that for you. I remember at least some of them were typical. All the Marcy, Lycan, Nature's Prophet, etc.
They banned Naga, Timber, Bat Rider. Huh. The Bat is not a ban against BetBoom team. To me, that could be something else easily. Timber's a bit of a wild card. If you're willing to first pick it, or first pick something that's good against it, I think you can leave it. So if you end up in the same position and you want to ban Naga, Chen, Marcy, I think that's acceptable. If you want to ban Naga, Chen, plus something else, I think that's acceptable. If you end up second pick, you have another ban to work with, they might ban Naga. Then it opens up a little bit more, but I would take the Naga and the Chen out for sure. I think they just do too much for some of these teams that don't have, I don't want to say real strategies because that sounds demeaning, but some of these heroes are strategies in themselves, right? Naga is a strategy in itself. Chen is a strategy in itself. These heroes will always just make your 5-man really strong, and you can just play around that and play around abusing Roche and stuff like that and just becoming so tanky you can't die. That is a strategy. If certain teams don't have that hero, then what do they have? We haven't seen a lot out of BetBoom that is, they're not playing like Mouse or something where you're worried about specific niche picks taking over the game or getting run over. So you have a little more freedom in the bans if you take these big tanky dudes out. That would be the direction I go, because I don't think BetBoom have proposed a lot of other threats other than our 5-man becomes unstoppable. So you need to take the heroes out that help make the 5-man unstoppable. And to me, Chen and Naga are the two best at that. And then you can start thinking about some of these other tanky frontliners. Like DK fits that, but you're not going to ban DK. But you want to think about this kind of hero and make sure you have damage for it.
Why did you say that the Bat Rider is not a BetBoom hero? Because they did have a game against Navi where they drafted that very early. They gave up Timbersaw and then counterpicked it with Bat. Do you think they're just not a very good Bat team? Do you think that they only pick Bat reactionary? So there's no point in banning a Bat if you don't plan on picking a hero that's countered by it?
I think that's a fair way of looking at it. I know Save is super proficient on the hero, but we're not seeing a lot of support Bat. We're not seeing a lot of core either. I think BetBoom will just pick it when they see something they really want it against. And even then, the hero to me is not scary enough to warrant a first phase ban. There are more important heroes to take out of the pool.
Okay, well, we'll see what heroes do get taken out of the pool as we head into game number 2's draft. And it is going to be the Bat Rider again. Do they ban away? Okay, Marcy had to be banned by BetBoom because we've swapped sides here.
You can ban Chen, take Timber. If you're worried about all this, you can take Chen. They'll take... Oh, dear God. Why? Why, dude?
This is the blind pickaxe. I cannot believe in this.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm BetBoom, I just Pugna here. And I'm chilling.
Yeah. Take another gyrocopter if you want.
No, I just Pugna. Just ruin this guy's day, whether he's support or core. You win both of those, because if he's support, he's kind of useless against the Pugna sustain plus ward. If he's core, he's really bad against Decrep. Pugna's a really strong hero. It also fits what BetBoom are doing. It's kind of a Chen replacement, right? You could take Chen here too, which they might just do. But I'm saying if you want a similar style hero as Chen with sustain 5-man strength, that is also really good against the Axe, then to me that's Pugna.
I'm looking through games right now, trying to find first pick axes. It's Execration. Every single time is the only team who's done it. BetBoom, their response in their matchup was to grab the Ursa. So they are going to do something kind of similar here, where they take their safe lane matchup against it. I'm curious why they didn't take the Ursa this time around. They won that game after all. The other team they did this against was Falcons, and Falcons immediately Sand King'd.
I mean, Falcons, you can't really look at their drafting because it's too specialized, but...
For sure. That Sand King is not necessarily a counter pick, just a Maureen.
Yeah.
This is our best hero pick.
I mean, the Baden's fine here. It's also a very good hero against the Axe. This is a hero that they love for Kirtich. They will flex it around a little. But I did mention this hero before we started this series as a bit of a trap in terms of you just don't want to pick this hero and end up in a Baden game. And this Axe can just go support. So you really have to think about it. The one hero I will mention is that offlane Undying. I do not think you want to end up with carry Abaddon against offlane Undying. No matter what happens in this draft, just do not end up there. And I think anything else is playable.
It's so funny to me that, like, again, I'm looking through, we've had a lot of games, a lot of drafts. Nobody else first picks Axe. In fact, Axe is only picked in the first phase like 2 other times, and it's a second pick Axe. It's a response to getting some sort of information saying, okay, we can go Axe here, and then followed up with some bans.
This is only good if you truly believe in the flex and you truly believe that the support Axe is as viable as the core, because that is the position it's going to get forced to most of the time. And from the games we've seen, that is just not true. They're either it does not work at this level, or they're messing that strat up, because the support Axe has looked terrible in the games we've watched. So I do not have faith in it anymore, and this is based off the games I've seen from them.
Yeah. Avery, they did not ban away the Undying, so if Execration wants, they have the chance to flex this Axe into the support and then run a Undying core against Abaddon. Unlikely, because they picked Enchantress now, but...
You can't take the Undying here, though. You have to take it on the 4 slot after BetBoom commit a bit more, which means you'd have to take your mid here. There's not a lot of mids you can blind pick here. The only 2 that come to my mind are Sand King or Storm Spirit. I think both would be okay to take on this slot. Well, I did mention 2 heroes I did not want to see for Execration today, and they were Axe and TA, and we'll get them both in this game, so best of luck to them.
Why didn't you want to see the TA for them?
Because I just think I think whenever this team gets into trouble, they just say, okay, give me TA on Paulos, and they just don't win those games. It's their go-to get out of jail card, you know, and it's just not worked for them this event. And I wanted to see something different today. I wanted to see them come in with some better counter matchups or some surprise picks or something, because they're just going back to what they've played the entire group stage that did not win. And to me, that just feels like you're banging your head against a brick wall, you know. Alright, this Undying better come out, because if you're going to take your TA here and have it get counterpicked, this to me says you have to get value out of the support axe swap into some very clutch offlane pick. And the best one I can see for this is Undying, so I hope that comes out. But I am concerned about this axe TA lane.
Oh, not the trees, no!
I mean, this Undying is juicy, man. It's real juicy.
That's true. Bane doesn't interact with the hero particularly well.
You can even put the Enchantress up there. Like, that's what I would do. I would pick Undying. I would put Undying Enchantress top. I would just play the 5 axe for the TA lane. Who cares? And I would just roll that lane so damn hard that the game implodes. Bane, Abaddon have no chance against Undying Enchantress. My god, is that offlane Pango? I hope it's not. Why would you pick
Pango?
Why are you taking Pango into Bane Doom? Second phase. Like, what?
That is truly atrocious.
Like,
Holy
what?
crap, you're right. What the fuck?
I mean, you just gave so much extra value to this Bane pick. It's absurd. Because you don't have any ways to cancel the grip. Who's canceling grip on Pango right now?
TA trap with Shard.
Yeah, TA trap. I mean, good luck, right? I don't know. This pick's mega sus to me. Mega sus pick. But they're picking to comfort. They're picking to what they feel confident maybe winning lanes with. And if that works out, you can kind of win any game regardless of draft interaction. But this just feels too bold to me. Way too bold.
I mean, you say too bold, but it sounds like it's too conservative. It's too Execration just running what they run without putting together a draft masterpiece.
That's another way of looking at it, yeah. Oh, maybe there's some crazy last pick that's going to come out here that'll change everything up.
Does Execration have a coach?
Yes. Yeah, it's Arthur.
Arthur. I'm not going to lie. I thought the answer to that was going to be a no. And then I was going to say, they should get a coach.
Oh, he's a smart guy, and he's done some drafting in past tournaments that I've really liked. I liked their drafting at EWC, for example. If you remember some of those games, they had like some very good last pick Darkseers and stuff like that. This event has just been off. I don't know. I'm not going to pin it on I'm not going to pin it on their ability to draft as a team. I just think they've been off this meta, and it's not working for them. And I was about to say, Silencer is the one pick I could see salvaging this little, because one, it takes your axe off support, which I'm already for. It takes your Pango out of the off lane, which I think I'm for. And then it gives you the guaranteed grip cancel for these cores to go in. And it's pretty good against most of BetBoom's lineup here. I actually really dig this Silencer pick. I think this salvaged it a lot. This is one of the few heroes I can see on this slot like rebalancing out this draft and making it work. I'm surprised they saw this, because this is not a hero that we've seen a lot this event. But that is genuinely a very clutch pick. I don't know if they'll win this game, but that was a very clutch pickup. Salvaged a lot about this draft. And they'll go back for the GPK Dragon Knight. So 3 tanky heroes for BetBoom team is the concern here. But you do have some damage to punch through. It's a good diffusal Pango game, and now he doesn't have to worry about the grip. And there's not a lot of backline jump in this BetBoom lineup to get on the Silencer, so his game is pretty secure. I don't know. This didn't end up as bad as I thought it was going to after that Pango pick, but still a lot of work to be done here for Execration in terms of having a stronger laning phase and making sure this TA gets to play a game, because a lot of the games I've seen with Paulo's TA, he just gets off to a very slow start, and it's not the position you want this hero in.
I could see a slow start on the cards for them, because now they're the ones, like BetBoom in game 1, where their support duo doesn't really have the most playmaking. They're dependent on their cores, and if you have a bad laning phase, which Dragon Knight's going to do well against Pango, and we'll see how the Axe lane fares. But we've also seen these axes, especially with the Helm of Dawn pickup, slower axes. I mean, Nero had an amazing game. He was extremely farmed. He even was as greedy as buying out a shard, so he didn't have Blink Dagger until like 20 minutes. Because he had like 4 items before the Blink Dagger.
Generally, Execration do win their Axe lane. That's the one part of it that almost always goes well. I have not seen Tino lose an Axe lane. Here he's up against Bane, Abaddon. Kind of a tough lane for him, but you can just abuse the Bane. Particularly, you have this 4 Enchantress, which they did put the Enchantress up there. Another reason I like the Silencer is you get this Enchantress against the Bane, which is a really free matchup for the Ench, and she can just kind of run the game over, give the Axe a good start with Battle Hunger plus Harass, and then at the point where the Axe has Helm and he's independent, you can make these rotations to mid and shut down the DK. And if you get that kind of game going, this could look really nice for Execration early on. I almost think the Silencer pick was good, ignoring that it's Silencer, just because it put the heroes on the correct role for what you wanted in this game. Is Bane's win rate still absurd for this tournament?
I can check for you.
I think he's like the highest win rate hero or something.
The battle begins.
Yeah. 69% win rate. Only beaten out by Gyrocopter, I believe,
Damn,
when it comes
yeah.
to heroes with 10 or more games.
12 and 5, 70% win rate for that Gyro. Bane second, basically same percentage, 9 and 4. So Gyro and Bane are the 2 best performing heroes of the tournament in terms of, you know, having a solid amount of games.
Yeah, and BetBoom will get to play both of them in this series.
Well, I guess unless you count Huskar, who is currently sitting at 7 and 0 with 100%.
Yeah, I mean that one's just a little silly.
Yeah, Huskar has been owning, but Gyro Bane are the 2 big winners of this meta right now. So BetBoom do get their hands on one of those titans in this Bane. But like I said, the Ench is a tough conceptual matchup for him to win. Especially with Battle Hunger on top. Abaddon helps a lot. So the shields definitely go a long way here for Kataomi, but I think this should be a solid laning phase for Execration. I don't see them getting run over here.
Yeah, I think GPK will win mid. 1, because GPK, 2, because Dragon Knight versus Pango. But then that'll be fine. It'll mostly be a CS trade-off. The bottom lane, I could see it's Doom Hoodwink, especially against a melee hero. If you go the 2 levels of Scorched Earth, you go the 0-2-1 build and play for a kill, I think they could definitely kill the TA. So CML needs to be pretty proactive, I think, when it comes to attacking Save and Mira without overextending himself. And he does get caught in a bushwhack, double curse, but he will go down, and that'll be first blood.
Just level 2 first, straight go on him.
Yeah.
Easy execution here. And a nice little first blood for the Doom. I was going to say, I see the lanes going well for Execution, but they are getting out-executed early here. There's a first blood on the Doom lane. They're going to get harassed on the TA. GPK is doing GPK things where he is just owning the early CS mid. And the Photic shields are keeping the Bane in the lane top. But Tino is free-farming up here. They always play this Axe lane pretty well. And he's having quite a good start. Ghost Creep early doing some work here too.
Yeah, Kiritich is pretty annoyed by that creep, I think.
Ench is just so strong on this lane. No ability to trade with him. Outranges you, out-harasses you. Has the Dispel. Has the extra summons that you don't have clear for, so this is the lane that will go well for Execration. It's just a matter of how much do they get out of it. Do they get any bonus kills? Are they able to get it to a point where the Ench can even roam, or just roll the lane over and pressure the tower? Things like this can happen in this lane if you play it to its max potential.
They will get both Lotuses on the side lane, so that's a
nice.
decent boon for them.
That's huge. Can also always just gate the silencer top if you aren't happy with how this bottom lane's going or you think you can't affect it. Just go top with CML and just drop a Curse Blood Grenade, double kill top with the push in. It's also another play option they have because BetBoom's lanes are pretty static here. They're not going to roam around too much. Maybe the Hoodwink goes for the mid play. That's probably the best early play they can make. You get GPK to 5 or 6 territory. Bob's really low. Just rotate this Hoodwink mid, kill the Pango. That's the best play BetBoom can look for sure. You might already be thinking about it.
Bob is, both low in resources and trying to outclick GPK here. Does not manage to get it, Water Rune, but with Shanks here, and Shanks bringing himself a Vul. Does some okay damage against GPK, but yeah, this kind of continues the rough part for Bob. 1v2. Palos kiting him back, and okay, got the refraction out. That was a close call. The refraction goes up, and they will manage to kill the Doom. That is big.
Something going their way in this series. Fight top, Tino.
It's too much.
How did he go down up here? I'm actually surprised. He had Helm.
Yeah, left alone a little bit too long in the 1v2.
Just got beat up.
Brain Sap does some work.
Well, you do have this level advantage mid. GPK has created it himself 28-5 to 16-1. Putting in the work, as he usually does. That'll create an opening for Save to rotate if he wants to.
They're going after Palos, though. Palos is going to have his... Wait, Save didn't opt to go for Palos. That's a little surprising. I thought surely he was going to commit for trying to get that kill. Instead, they get the kill on CML, so it's still fine.
Palos, easier prize there.
Yeah, easier prize, and Palos is stuck on lower health, so they may still be able to bully him out of lane. Though, as I say that, Save is straight back to the mid lane to help out GPK and maybe get another kill, but failing that, also get the power rune. Save just 5 seconds away from being able to get a good D ward. Here comes that power rune. It's a regen for GPK, so the resource advantage builds for GPK.
Everybody lingering around mid here as the DK6 comes online ahead of the Rolling Thunder. Gotta be careful here if you're Execration. Do not want to bleed a big kill.
They're going to go for him. See if they can burst him down. Bob, without the swashbuckle. As soon as he used that, they saw an opportunity.
Man.
They were right about it.
They just gave it to him there, dude.
He did.
They're going to bleed everybody here, I think.
Yeah, give him everything.
Well, that is a rough... I mean, that's exactly what you didn't want to have happen.
Execration. Got to be careful not to bleed out a kill here. Bleeds out 3. Just immediately exsanguinated.
Not the best times in the mid lane for them against this Dragon Knight. They botched that pretty bad. A lot of extra experience for BetBoom supports here. Getting 6 on these side laners too, so if you have Doom bottom, TA could have some trouble standing here. You have the 6 for the Abaddon top. He's going to be completely fine against this Axe, and you have another Dragon Knight for him in 30 seconds.
Yeah, getting kills for now, but eventually that'll turn into towers. And we saw what BetBoom can do with the tower advantage. Nice pullback there. Save, long-range bushwhack, catches Tino and helps get the kill on him.
God damn, okay. Felt like a bit of a reach, but making it look easy with sap damage, level 3 bushwhack supports are just high level. Kiritich, he's not done. He's just running kids down now.
Yeah, Nature's Attendance on cooldown for a little bit. Save, bushwhack ready to go. Another kill. And GPK, his presence isn't even required, but he can help take the tower.
Just waiting to see if the Axe TP'd back in.
Yeah.
Tino wisely chose not to. But that's a free tier 1. Really nice safe lane pressure. Which honestly is something I think more teams should do against Axe in general. This was a first pick Axe, so you have better options, but this is a hero that is pretty susceptible to being ganked and just outnumbered early. He's not that good. Well, that Dom creep got ganked. Holy moly.
Yeah. Miro's sitting there saying, better you than me, brother. Nightmare into Dragon Tail. CML, no chance for Nature's Attendance. Not that it would have saved him there. It's only level 1.
They're just bleeding too many kills, this Dragon Knight, right now. GPK getting way too much out of these DK forms.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Just taking another tower in melee form. Nobody home, I guess. They're just giving it up.
You could do it the vanilla way.
Okay. That's effective. He is going to have a very fast blink.
And that's going to be rough because Execration relies on getting the initiation between Axe and Pango. If Dragonite setting the pace of all this. Nightmare back into a Fiend's Grip, into a Sharpshooter. The advantage of experience on your supports. They hit their level 6s and combine them together to get yet another core kill. 10-1. BetBoom are walking away with this, perhaps even harder than they did game 1's laning
This
phase.
is definitely a bigger stomp right now. You just got your helm with Dominator on the Axe, but you have nothing on this Pango, man. Bob has been completely annihilated in this early CS, lost his tower, lost the runes. Now there's a double damage Dragon Knight with Blink, who's going to run straight towards your TA in this last tier 1.
Let's comeback potential as well, right? Because game 1, the one thing we really favored about Execration's draft is they had that matchup of the Morphling versus the Gyrocopter. Not too many threats for this Morphling. Feel like this game is significantly harder for Palos, as you could see him being actively threatened by the Doom, and that Doom will ensure his demise. And now, looking for the extra kills. Nightmare back into the Dragon Tail once again. Shanks making a run for it. He'll hope that his enchanted creep can stop the push that's coming in.
Save showing mercy. They also waste a lot of time. I mean, this tower is probably dead if they don't have to chase this Enchantress.
Yeah, he has already pulled it with the enchanted creep. Pulls the whole wave away.
I think it's probably dead anyway, though, because Kiritich made the rotation. Kateomi just does not stop in this game. He's just setting everything up.
And CML tries to help out Tino. Tino, he was just bait to lure in the easier support kills.
This is out of control, I think would be the correct definition for this game.
Yeah.
This is where you pray your Pango somehow finishes Diffusal here, because Your supports are a combined 1 in 10 right now, with 0 assists. As you only have the 1 kill. It's real bad, Austin.
Yeah. Yep. I'm beginning to think that the Execration are not built to play against BetBoom.
That's one interpretation, for sure. Oh, Bob gets the roll off.
Still needs another 200 at a bit to get to his diffusal blade. Palos working towards Desho.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Feels very similar to last game, where it's just, okay, Palos, carry us somehow. And the game state is just not good enough to see that happening. He almost did it with the Morphling. But that was a very different circumstance.
Good D ward. Shanks, though, pretty hard countered by the Hoodwink, who's ahead like this. Both the burst damage and the break. GPK, Dragon Form, diving in tier 2. No response from the rest of Execration. Rolling Thunder is on cooldowns, and that it really is their only way to threaten BetBoom at this point. And the Helm of Dom creeps are really just extra gold for BetBoom.
This is a absolute top to bottom shellacking right now. All right, at least kill this Bane, man. This guy has been doing way too many annoying things down here.
Yeah, he's playing solo on this side of the map. What the hell?
He's just been sleeping Palos off cooldown just to be annoying.
Radiant's top tower.
So that had to happen. All right, you have global, you have the Pango Diffusal.
I mean,
Time to kinda
Palos
smoke and
is
take a
farming pretty well. He has the highest CS by a mile. Unfortunately, despite that, he is not the highest net worth because of the vast number of kills and towers that BetBoom have claimed. But
The issue is the items are just coming out so fast for BetBoom. They're going to have this DK Orchid. They already have the Abaddon Radiance. The supports are mega high level. It's just going to be hard for this TA to enter the fight against the Radiance, against the Orchid, against all of the high level ultimates here. I pray for you, Palos. I send you my best tidings, sir.
it's funny that you said pray, because I was literally thinking, what does Execration need to win this game? Well, the answer is an act of God.
At least there's no hand of God.
That is true. That is true. Instead, they're playing against the devil himself.
Are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Talking about Doom, right? Just to clarify that for the viewers.
Yes. Talking about Doom.
Yeah, let's just clarify that. It's talking about the hero Doom, everybody.
Dire's top tower.
Katayomi really wants to grip this guy, man. He has been eyeing him up, but he's sitting on a TA trap, so at least Paulus is scouting out some of the threat here.
Yeah, there's no way he can get caught by this.
It's pretty difficult. That said, there's a lot of vision on Execration's side of the map right now that they have not dealt with. And this Bane is just playing so aggressive. I mean, you have to punish him for this. It's like ridiculous what he's doing.
It kind of is, yeah.
Especially when you have Silencer. You know, you should never be afraid to walk into this guy because grip is completely unreliable in this game.
Kataomi is just making his home close to the tier 2s of Execration. Fearless. And it's not even like he's got that many reinforcements, because both Miro and GPK are busy farming back on their side of the map. We have the Orchid done for GPK, and he's building into a BKB. Miro has his drums and is going to build out a full SNY, so he's going more of a right-click bully build for Doom.
They're trying to bait the play out bottom, which I don't mind, but you gotta be a little conscious of how much time you're committing for this, because BetBoom are just farming. Like, they're not even making this play right now.
Has been killed. Radiant's
Instant D-ward here as well for Kataomi. They're getting away with so much right now.
Yeah, they know about this high ground ward. They just can't get in there to do anything about it because they can't fight into the Abaddon. The Abaddon is just owning the area. They're not going to walk into Radiant's Abaddon at this point. It doesn't really take that much behind them either to secure the fight. They could probably take it with just 2 supports and Abaddon, come out even or ahead.
Need the Axe Blink and just smoke in here or something.
Yeah. The Axe Blink is almost here. Tino is almost done farming that. Him and Palos have been scrounging up some farm here on the left side of the map. Doom getting a bit aggressive here. Go after Shanks.
Rough Enchantress game. Very rough. Needed that lane to go better. I feel like Bob has been lingering down here for a long time.
Yeah, considering that the Abaddon is here, and the Bane, actually.
dire are
I kind of feel like you need to be elsewhere. You know what I mean?
Well, he does waste their time. Benefit of the TA trap vision, and this will allow them to make a play on the other side of the map.
Yeah,
Take a
yeah.
quick
Pull some
smoke
heroes
here.
down there, smoke up with the Blink Dagger on Tino, get a kill on the Doom or the Dragon Knight.
This looks pretty good if they can land it.
The Dragon Knight and the Bane are going to go through the gate here. Trying to meet up with Miro, which may just make this play even better. Somehow Miro blind stunned a bunch of heroes in smoke because
What
he was
the
killing
heck?
the Helma Dom creep. And now the Abaddon is joining it. Okay, things have not gone fast enough for Execration. The move has been read. BetBoom. They hide behind their tower. They make the initiation. They catch Bob. There goes the team fight.
Well, that did not work at all. The idea wasn't bad, but just a little slow. They didn't just go and jump the first guy they saw, so it becomes super delayed and awkward. And I think BetBoom were going to come up here for the Tormentor anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe you should have just gone to the Tormentor and set the bait there or something.
Sure.
Palos, I don't know if you want to just be showing like this.
Global Silence TPI.
Okay.
Bob has to use the Rolling Thunder defensively. And that'll be another tier 2 for BetBoom. While giving very little out from across the map. They took the Tormentor top, pushed in that lane. Mid and bottom are both pushed in, so Execration are really getting nothing but whatever farm Palos is hitting at the time in exchange for this.
Well, the good news is it can only go up from here.
I don't think that's true. I think it actually can get worse.
Well, it can go up meme-wise.
tower is under attack.
It can go to... It can be 2 to 23, Austin, and then the meme is alive.
Is under attack.
Mmm.
And
I
that's what the
see.
viewers want. That's what the real Dota viewers want. They just want... They're here for the memes.
Yes. Are we going to get 420 or are we going to get 223?
That's right. We're guaranteed one of those. Probably.
I don't know that we're not guaranteed
That's
that.
just math.
Don't promise that.
Because one of them has to go up, so...
That's true. One of them has to go up. It would be impressive if somehow the game just stalled here or the game ended here without anybody dying. try out Phase Boot Soul Ring. Really putting together all the pieces here for a little play. A good call on 2. Unfortunately, not much behind it. Need Bob. Bob is only just now arriving with his Rolling Thunder. He's hitting the supports, but Palos can't hit them at the same time as they're being stunned. In fact, Palos is just trying to get out of here, but Palos has now been doomed. Palos is going to be killed, as is most of Execration. Bomb, he'll get a swashbuckle back behind the tier 3. Doesn't really save him. Not against Kiritich. Kiritich, who has an Aegis and Borrowed Time and an Arcane Rune, has many, many lives.
Well, I usually don't call games, but that might be the game there. This lead is becoming insurmountable. Just got completely outplayed in this series. There's no way around it.
Yeah. No,
Just a way stronger team today. I don't think the draft would have made too much of a difference. I mean, you get your 2-man call, but nobody's here. There's too much follow-up and disable. Your TA is getting enfeebled. Somebody's going to get doomed. The Abaddon's just running down your supports. Don't have enough damage out of these cores. Pango's too far behind. There's an AC just to add some insult to misery here with this Abaddon becoming even tankier.
Katomi's working on an Axe. He didn't even get off a Fiend's Grip in that last team fight. He activated it for half a second on Palos before he got hit by a Rolling Thunder from behind.
We just need some coat of blood, some stacks for the Axe. Once he gets on the board, things start.
Oh my God, he has no stacks. You're right.
Yeah, he currently has 0, which is it's a little rough there. A little rough.
When I clicked on him, I thought it was 4 from Counter Helix.
No, he wishes. Yeah, we also have no Deso charge, so we need some armor stacks. We need some Deso stacks. We need some more brain drain.
They do have a lot of infinite scale. Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under
Goodbye, Bob. You had a good life down here.
Unfortunately for Execration, Infinity goes both ways.
Goodbye, Palos.
They seem to be in the negative. Palos
Show a replay
will
of this, really?
die
That's
to the
pretty
doom. We don't even want to watch Palos dying, frankly. More exciting that the Croakers are getting in on the action. There's the
Big
Blade
call.
Mail. Blink call with no other cores alive, so there's no damage behind it. And all you really have done is put yourself in striking distance. Yeah, that is this has to be one of the most pathetic series I've seen in a while.
That was a rough one, dude. That was a really rough one. At least they say good luck for them. Execration. These are chill, nice lads. They'll wish BetBoom the luck. I think they knew they're just getting outclassed today, but at least they're good spirits, good bros about it. And we'll see BetBoom later. I mean, this is a good warm-up series for them in some ways. Definitely outclass their opponents, but they get to wake up for the day. They get to not expend too much energy, and now they get to think about their matchup against Spirit later. That will be a lot closer than this one. So they will have to step it up if they want to win that series, but not a bad showing. They got to assert some of this Dragon Knight strat that is pretty interesting. GPK looks really, really good on this hero. Really confident in it. Nice, stable hero for them. They can get it in some of these games later on. So this could be a hero that we see from them again later today, for sure. But just not there for Execration. They got demolished.
They did. They did, and we are going to continue to follow the Eastern European teams. This B stream is really should be the E stream, because we are going to be casting Aurora Gaming versus Navi after
what a joke
this. You
right
like
there.
that? Thank you.
That was a top tier joke from Austin Walsh, everybody. I hope the viewers really appreciate the effort you put into that one, because that was chef's kiss right there.
Listen, man, I'm putting more effort into this than Execration is. All right, Aurora versus Navi will be next, and then we are going to have the aforementioned Team Spirit versus BetBoom matchup. So Eastern Europe all day long
On the E stream.
On the E stream.
That's right. The E for Eastern Europe doesn't even make sense, dude. It's not even a good. It's just, that was the worst joke I probably
What
ever
do you mean?
heard
It
you tell.
rhymes with B. So it fits the. It's an easy slide in, you know.
Just go to bracket or break or anything. I don't want to listen to this guy anymore with the E stream bullshit. So bad.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here for Navi versus Aurora, which I look forward to. I think this is going to be a pretty good matchup. It is, of course, an Eastern European matchup, interregional matchup. These always are a little bit fun, get a little bit weird. Plus, this Aurora lineup is just a little weird to begin with. Ever since they picked up Ollie and then picked up Makoto, the lineup and a lot of question marks about it. People have been talking about whether or not this can actually work, merging C and Eastern Europe together.
Don't think it's ever been done. So this is a first of its kind, unless you count, people bringing in like Mid One to Secret or something. If you considered that a Eastern European team at the time.
Sure,
Maybe
we
a
had
little
some
bit.
Eastern European players go to C, right, and like
That's also
single
true.
player go in and play in that region. But we've never had more than one C player go and join a full Eastern European team, and it also seems to set this trend of, I mean, it's probably due to Parivision, but like Eastern European teams perhaps getting away from their own roots and perhaps their own language.
It's an interesting trend. It worked for them. Could work for other people here. Aurora needed some kind of shakeup. This is definitely a shakeup. It will at least teach them a lot, right? Even if this iteration doesn't work, I think both parties are going to learn a lot from the experience of playing with people who think about the game very differently, approach the game very differently, communicate differently, prep differently, whatever it is. You're going to learn something. Maybe you learn a bunch of stuff you don't like, but that's still valuable. So
Sure.
I think if they look at it from that perspective, it's going to be useful no matter what. Might not end up being super successful, but sometimes that's what you need to push your career in the right way, is to take some risk and put yourself outside your comfort zone and not just play with what feels easiest all the time, right? So in that sense, I like it. This could be a close series. I think both these teams performed pretty similarly in the group stage. I think they both had some solid performances and also some games that just completely whiffed. So anything's possible between these two squads. I would give a slight edge to Navi because I think they were a little more consistent and they know a little bit more in terms of what they want to do every time and just, crank out their heroes, play their style, run you over. But I might say Aurora's ceiling has looked a little higher in some of the games. Like, they've looked really good, particularly the support duo, Mira and Ollie. So excited to see what they pull out in this draft in terms of what those two supports end up on and what they bring to the table.
All right, well, let's see what game number one's draft holds for us as we are ready to go. I would also say I favor Navi. Think that, consistency is definitely to their favor at this point in time. It also feels like a team that's just growing. I mean, I have a lot of faith in this squad. They've got a lot of talent. I think they will eventually put the pieces together that they will be a top 16.
That is a lot of faith. It's almost like you're paid and bought off by the org or something. Very strange. Big
Yeah.
Navi fanboy.
You're really on this trend of trying to advocate that I am being bought and paid for in some way.
You're just a very biased caster, Austin. That's the natural reaction whenever I hear such a strong bias coming out. This series, we will have the Chen and the Naga band. Thank God, because I want to watch these heroes. Instead, we have to watch a bad for the 100,000th time.
Yeah. Yes, sir. It is going to be. I mean, it is good to bad pickup with Mars pickup of Aurora. Means like you don't have to worry about the Undying matchup that we've been talking about, but also Abaddon is just great against Mars. It's fine in lane, even better going into the mid game. You can't really be threatened by the spear in any way. You can aphotic shield somebody else when they get pinned.
Oh yeah,
Good
good
stuff.
all around. I don't fault the pick at all. I just think we've seen a lot of games this series, or this tournament, with just first pick a bad. And this hero's not the most exciting hero to watch. That's my only fault with it,
It is the second most played hero of the tournament, tied with
Makes
Snapfire,
sense.
both who have a poor win rate, 45% for Abaddon, 33% for Snapfire. People need to stop picking Snapfire, apparently. This hero is trash.
Or pick it later in the draft, maybe. Sometimes these early picks get butchered a bit in their win rate because, you know, they get countered more. Somebody has to take the brunt of that. Starting to get some more Shadow Demon. I think we should have seen this hero more at TI. I think he's starting to come in a little bit more as people remember, oh yeah, this hero exists and he's still pretty good, and maybe he's a little slow, but it's not like a lot of these games are crazy tempos. I'd say it's like medium tempo, which I think SD can do fine in. And so now you have double save. Pretty scary for this Mars to go in against double save, or I should say pretty difficult. Yeah, you can blood sport it up and stuff, but even then, you can get vision in the arena if you really need to, and even if you save someone after the combo, that can sometimes be good enough to turn the fight around. Demonic Purge is annoying for this hero, so pretty strong opener here for Navi, as Aurora go back to the tried and true, the Jackaro of all trades.
You give me shit for the jokes and puns that I make.
I mean, I've called him Jackaro forever though, and I'm surprised that that term has not made it into the mainstream Dota lexicon.
Why? Because it's just so good, so clever.
No, it's just funny. It's just fun to say.
Okay. It does mean that the Abaddon becomes even more effective in some ways with the Aphotic Shield saves. It also means that Shadow Demon's Demonic Cleanse becomes a whole lot more value. I mean, it's synergistic with Mars, no doubt, and is nice to have Ice Path against Disruption, but I can't say that I love it.
I assume they're taking Hoodwink here as well. Then I think it's a little more bounced out, but nope, they're gonna take the Tusk. You're a Tuskar.
Why did you assume Hoodwink? Just because popular hero?
Because in my mind, if you don't take Hoodwink, I would have just gone Hoodwink instead of Jakiro. I think he's just a better hero.
I would agree with that, especially since it gives you certain things like a break mechanic against Abaddon, has similar setup against Disruption.
I also think it's better against Shadow Demon. It's a harder hero for SD to interact with at all, and it's a hero that can find and burst him in the middle of the fights. Whereas Jakiro's not really threatening this hero at all. And there's your low win rate Snapfire coming back in with the Abaddon low win rate. So Navi just picking all the garbage cans, putting them in one draft and saying we're going to beat your ass with the worst heroes of the event. What do you think about that? Aurora, they do not like that. They do not like it one bit, but that's how Navi play. They pick what they like, they pick what they're good at, and you can't do anything about it.
Storm is one game down on 50% win rate, 44% win rate for him. I'm just trying to follow this story you've built up, because if Shadow Demon also has a bad win rate, he is exactly 50-50.
Oh, yes.
So they have 0 winning heroes so far.
Yes.
It's pretty hype. Imagine they win this game.
It's funny because I like their drafts.
Yeah, it looks fine, and they have a bunch of stuns, and Aurora have very little lockdown for the Storm, especially with double save behind him. So triple save if you count Cookie, which is kind of an okay save this game against the Ice Path / Shards. It's not bad to have some repositioning here. I feel like Aurora needed another Stormancer there, and Quap is not a Stormancer, so this does free up that Storm Spirit to do some damage in the mid game. If he gets rolling, he gets some power runes, gets some galvanized stacks, he's kind of going to be a menace. The carry pick is not going to bail you out against this hero. There's very few carries that shut Storm down. There are some, but they are few and far between.
Anti-mage time. Let's go.
They got banned.
Oh no.
Yeah, unlucky here. Unlucky. I mean, that's one of the few, right? I think that's the biggest one in the meta. The other one I would say is a Lone Druid, but
not in the meta.
we're not going to see it, and Nightfall does not play it, so
Phantom Lancer.
No, but good try. You got to think about Nightfall heroes too.
What do you mean? Nightfall's the
No, I know that's what I'm saying, but I'm
perfect
saying
carry.
you have to think about
Manufactured
what would
in
help
a
you
lab.
here, and what does Nightfall play?
He plays everything because he's
He does
the
not
perfect
play
carry.
everything. That is just an incorrect statement, and I will hold you accountable.
So you're saying he's not the perfect carry?
No, I don't think he is. There's only one perfect carry. It's ZMSJ, and that was proven a long time ago.
Oh, that got me good. Sven, not a Storm Spirit answer. But who
Did you get
needs
a stun?
answers when you pose questions?
Okay, what's the question?
The question is, how do you stop this Sven?
Oh, it's a good question.
I'm just saying, you don't need answers when you are the problem, you know? You force them to answer you.
You know what hero we've seen them play? We've seen them play Veno a couple times against
Oh, yeah.
some of these, stupid melee carries that you think you're just going to free farm the lane, they just get Venoed, but they don't have the melee support with it, which I think makes it a lot more awkward. Still could be a possibility, though. It's a decent Veno game. Really annoying for Tusk, really annoying for Mars, really annoying for Sven. The co-op kind of kills you, but how easily can co-op go in the fight, especially when you have 2 saves behind it? I think the Veno looks interesting. Other heroes that dunk on Sven are pretty much anything that goes through BKB. Spearbreaker owns this hero. Faceless Void. Tusk, but they took the Tusk.
Well, you're
Those are
talking
like
about
the weird
offlaners.
picks.
Enigma.
It's not the best Enigma game, though.
You could shake her, take the initiation. They could use some initiation. They have way too much backline here. Oh, they take the Undying. So not initiation. Big team fight, though.
And an Undying game that's against Mars, Sven, Tusk. Owns 3 of these heroes, for sure. Doesn't give you the BKB control against the Sven, though. So if Nightfall does get to BKB, he's kind of a god in the fights. I guess you have Demonic Purge. That's something. So it's not totally free. Okay, yeah. I think with the Shadow Demon, this pick is balanced out a lot. It's a really strong lane. You have the scale with the SD to make up for if the Undying starts to fall off control-wise. So I actually like it here. I think it makes a lot of sense. Gives you a lot of speed, tempo, team fight against the Mars. The team fights look really difficult for Aurora now. I actually give the upper hand to Na'Vi a little bit here. I like what they got going on. I think the Storm looks pretty solid. I think the Undying pick was kind of nasty. I think the Sven was, let's just get generic cleave carry and hope I can carry the game. And I think it got dealt with enough here in terms of Undying shutting down his lane and then throw a Demonic Purge on him in the fight. You have double save to bail out him jumping somebody. It looks pretty solid to me.
I will say that Aurora's like 4-man still looks pretty intimidating. Like they are able to fight without the Sven early on. And there is pressure on Na'Vi to up the tempo on this game, right? They cannot afford to sit back and just let this Sven get to 35-40 minutes. Otherwise, I think he takes this game over.
There's a definite risk of the Queen plus Sven outscaling you here. However, Navi always put the pressure on. They always play a little fast, right? So I'm not too worried about that. I think they always have that in their mind. Just a question of executing that tempo and playing on Aurora's side of the map, taking farm away from the Sven, hunting heroes, and getting this Undying involved in fights. And making sure that lane goes well. You want this Undying to take some early CS away from that man right there, Nightfall, and make sure he doesn't have a complete free farm session up there.
And I think on Aurora's side, the best thing that they can do is make rotations on mid, right? It's a pretty decent Storm Spirit game, but then they are also reliant on that Storm Spirit to set up their team fights in the first place, right? Because they have a bunch of team fight potential between Tombstone and what Undying brings, Abaddon being in the fight with Radiance, and then Kisses. But do you have a way to start that team fight on good grounds in the first place? And that is almost entirely the sole responsibility of Niku. So if they can shut down Niku's game early on with some Tusk rotations, I think that could set them off in a very good way. Stall out Navi's aggression, let Aurora get better footing in the mid game.
I like the Tusk going mid here. You have a double melee lane top anyway, and it's going to be a rough one. So why not sack the Mars a little bit to get more momentum off the mid, shut down the Storm, get the Tusk snowballing, so to say. And yeah, I like that idea. I think even double rotation to mid could be interesting in this game. Like, we rotate the Tusk, you can, if you need the extra damage, just TP in the Jakiro. Just shard the Storm off. It's a guaranteed kill if the Jakiro comes. And then you're really forcing Navi supports to have to choose what they're doing early on in this game.
Go win ready. I am also ready. Navi's ready. I'm ready. Are you ready, Avery?
Yes. I had to think about that, but yes.
Okay. Well, apparently, Aurora is not ready. Because Makoto is not connected to the game. Which is advised when playing Dota 2. Did you know Yakult Brothers isn't in Europe for this tournament?
Well, that explains a decent amount.
Yeah, somebody told me they're playing with like 160 ping.
Hmm.
What?
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yeah,
Unlucky.
I mean, I guess for them, like, Dream League is still a ways away. And so, in that situation, if they were to qualify, they would just be going to Europe for Blast and then going back. Or going then down to Singapore.
Pretty rough travel-wise. I mean, it's understandable. They are not the largest org out there. Expenses add up. But maybe explains a little bit of why they were more experimental or just loose with the event, right?
Sure. What do you think PMA stands for?
Perfectly molded aperture.
Okay. What do you think SVG stands for?
Stop very dumb questions.
Questions.
Stop the very dumb questions. That's what it stands for. So why don't you think about that next time you ask that? Goddamn animal. We're back in the game, everybody. We don't have to listen to
We're
Austin
back.
come up with terrible questions or ideas anymore. Here on the E stream, E for Eastern Europe, everybody, as we get this interregional game on its way. That still might be the worst joke I've ever heard you tell. I'm not even exaggerating. That was so freaking bad. It was good. That's how bad it was. It became good. It circled around.
That's right. The stream is rated E for everyone.
Holy crap, what is that sticker, dude? That is a
No, gracious.
based ass sticker.
They made Toronto Tokyo way more muscly than he is in real life.
Yeah, that is
That is not what Toronto Tokyo looks
a
like.
little bit of an exaggeration.
But maybe that's what he looks like in game.
That's the side by side right there.
It's actually too good. Oh my god.
It's a really good sticker.
Unexpected outcome.
Oh, it is good. Not quite as good as that boxy sticker.
That one's just creepy.
As seen from the, well, I mean, that's what makes a good sticker.
That's like something out of a horror movie, like Sinister or something. You just wake up and Boxy's face is just staring at you from the ceiling. A literal jump. That's a heart attack in the making.
30 seconds to
Yeah, that's what makes a A good sticker is a
Yeah,
potential
cardiac arrest.
death on the line.
Okay, I got you. I've been making the wrong type of content for Dota then.
If you had a sticker, what would you put? Like if they gave us instead, they're like, voice lines are getting old. We're gonna give you guys stickers for talent.
I mean, I know what I'm putting there, but it's not getting in the game. I'll tell you that much.
Okay.
Smoke A coming up top,
I
trying
think
to
that's
ambush got the juice, but he's not biting the bait. He's disciplined. Will he make it to lane unscathed though? They're eyeing
Bait just
him up.
wasn't big enough.
Man, that river move speed it's like cheating
Tad-
sometimes.
Yeah, tad bit broken. They'll get some tag team damage on him.
Value tag team too, because double hits from Jakiro.
Yes, sir. Oh, and the spear. They will not kill him, or will they? They blood grenade. They actually really thought about it there for a second. Take some tower damage.
I like how he just goes to CS. He's like, I'm fine. This is exactly how I wanted to start the lane.
He's gonna have to be fed some tangos like a baby bird.
Not a bad start for Aurora. You get this Abaddon low, it gives a lot more space for Toronto Tokyo to farm this wave and not get pressured as hard. So a nice little victory for them.
Jakiro is also, I mean, he's in a matchup against Undying, which I think Jakiro as a support matches up pretty well. Deals with Tombstone a little bit better than most. Has better harassment potential against melee offlaners than most supports. So it's kind of ended up being a decent Jakiro game, all things considered.
Yep, here we go.
Even though-
Austin Jakiro propaganda Walsh, everybody.
Yeah,
just
yeah.
shoving it back down our throats yet again for another game at Blast Slam. Why don't they just call it Jakiro Slam with Austin Walsh? Episode 8. Here on the East
Hero
Stream.
Slam, really. It is kind of a shame that Earthshaker seems to have fallen off the meta despite being so popular at TI.
Yeah.
Did he get
No slams
nerfed really
here.
hard in the patch?
I mean, he got nerfed, but it wasn't. I didn't think it was that much, but it was enough, I guess.
Disruption. You got the level 2 timing on PMA, but PMA doesn't have any mana for Tombstone, so there's one thing to keep a lookout for: Tombstone disruption. Let the zombies build up. Makoto doing a good job of keeping Nico low on resources, even as Nico is doing a very good job in CS. 13-3, but is taking a lot of damage from the dagger spam.
Yeah, this will add up. Will create gank opportunity here. As we talked about, big openings for this Tusk to go in mid if that wave is ever on Makoto's hill. Even if it's not, you can just force the rotation into mid if Toronto Tokyo is confident up top, which with the start he's had double bracer already done. It's looking pretty likely. Tombstone drop does not snag a kill bottom either, so Aurora getting some small lane victories early on, which could add up over the next few minutes here. You can also just see a kill top between this Tusk Mars. It doesn't have to be the Tusk rotation in the mid. I mean, it's looking juicy here as low as Niku is.
You can see Riddy's prepared for it. He actually leveled up Cookie. He's going to use that Cookie to jump on Amira here with the blood grenade. They got him. Riddy's first blood. They try and get too aggressive on Got the Juice. And they set themselves up to get blasted.
Well, at least solo XP for Toronto Tokyo is mega farmed up here.
It's okay. This is just that's the death into the TP mid play. You know? A classic. Nightfall kills PMA while the Water Rune has to be taken by Zayat because Miro was going to take it otherwise. So they do manage to keep the Water Rune out of Nico's pocket. So again, the support death into, okay, well, screw you. I'm just going to help my mid win the mid lane even harder.
Really impactful move there. This Storm is in big trouble now. Cannot walk up without that water rune resource. Even got that Undying kill bottom. Aurora really showing up here early in this laning phase. Winning all 3 lanes effectively. And Niku just into the jungle. That simple water rune rotation really messed him up here.
Yeah, jungling pre-level 5 is pretty rough. Storm. Disruption going for the kill.
Needs 1 more poison.
Some decent damage. Certainly would have had the kill to get it off of the Shadow Poison. I was about to say, they still had Tombstone, which needed a few more seconds. Radiant's going to come through the gate. So they may go after Nightfall if he tries to farm this wave underneath the tower.
Could disrupt him into Cookie Stun with Tombstone drop. He would die.
Yeah, easy. I'm very surprised they're not going for it here. Got to get some punish, though. Rady's going to be down here. Go after got the juice. Isolated. Rady's trying to get here in time for the cookie. Now maybe the cookie turnaround, actually, with the Scatter Blast slowing down Mira. Mira doesn't have Snowball. Level 2 opted for the tag team and the shards, so no way to dodge any of this. Once again, this offlane duo of Aurora, I think Aurora's done pretty well in the laning phase, but you can definitely say this offlane duo is getting overly aggressive on Abaddon.
I think it's safe to say Mira missed his mark a little bit in this early game so far.
Yeah.
Definitely not faulting this guy. He's an absolute beast. Just, if he'd gotten that mid-game connection, would have been huge for him. If they'd gotten the kill top, would have been huge. Instead, he dies twice. Doesn't find that mid-game. Did take the water rune away, just slowed the Storm down, but the Storm is jungling and did get 6 here. So now you don't have the gank option on him. And you missed it by just a little XP.
Dire are scanning.
Think about contesting Wisdom Shrine, but this is not a contest into High Ground Tombstone. So you're just not, you don't have that option either. It can't help but feeling like the Tusk missed a little of these windows here. They weren't easy to find, but he will not have the benefit of some crazy early snowball, which is good for Na'Vi because they're just getting to farm the waves. The Storm is recovering in the jungle. Zayat's going to get beat up here.
Storm Spirit, easy pickup. Actually, the Snowball is going to delay a little bit, but Sonic Wave coming out. That's going to hit both of the supports. That's big damage. Do they actually win this one out, though, with that Sonic Wave? Niku still going to be able to get the kill on Ollie. And Makoto, he got that kill on Zayats, but that is all he will get.
Well, something for the Queen of Pain, but otherwise, the support troubles continue here. At least with the Tusk. Not finding anything in this early game. He's going to go back top now. Maybe try and get this Abaddon before 6. He's very close to it. He gets it off this creep, so now that option's kind of out of the window.
Yeah, that is a shame. Because, yeah, they're going to try. You've got 3 heroes here. You kind of have to do something anyway, but they gave him so much HP on the borrowed time, too. Hit him on the spear as he borrowed time. So definitely not going to be able to hold him here and kill him a second time. They have to just retreat. I mean, they got some rotations out. They force Zayats to TP, but yeah, it doesn't feel amazing for Aurora.
If they stay up here, they can at least threaten this Abaddon with ult on cooldown. They need to get something out of that. And Makoto's kind of lingering around here as well, so they might just try and force the dive on Got the Juice.
Which means that the Undying needs to be ready to make the rotation because Nightfall is already here with his God Strength. Good disruption. Cookie goes out. Decent stun, but the Abaddon's still stuck in all this. Very dead. And PMA is not coming to the fight.
Doesn't feel like he has enough resources to TP and take the fight, which is kind of the case. Like, he's just a little low on mana. Has Soul Ring Lotus if he really wanted to go up there and force it, but unless the Storm goes too, your lockdown to keep people in Tombstone is really limited. I can see Aurora just killing it or running away.
Well, I mean, Got the Juice has been pinging it. He wants to defend this tower. And he is right that they can keep this tower from dying. Nightfall is rotated back with the God Strength on cooldown. So they'll keep it up for a little while. I am very interested in those situations, what that conversation is like. Like, is PMA saying, like, guys, I can fight. You potentially are ruining my game if I make this rotation and we feed. We just give up the kills, maybe give up the tower.
That's the biggest thing. It's a very risky move for him. If he goes up there, drops Tomb, everybody runs away or kills it, and he gets nothing, it wastes so much of his time. He's giving up a free lane to do that.
Yeah. Undying is, like, kind of a fragile hero in that regard. One or two bad rotations sets you behind enough that you go from being, like, this super dominant, 12, 15-minute hero to, kind of lackluster.
This version of Undying also farms pretty fast in the early game. It's not as slow as it used to be. So he can clear waves, he can push waves in, he can do jungle, just keep spamming decay. It's not as if he's falling behind during this period. I mean, he's the most farmed hero, so
he is.
He's probably feeling very good just absorbing everything down here, getting super high level, setting his game up well. To risk that by going to an early fight is a big trade-off. That fight really has to go well to outweigh how much he's getting down here.
This play is pretty cool because Got the Juice, by playing in the safe lane continually, has disguised this movement from Na'Vi, right? Like, they would expect heroes to be playing behind this Abaddon. They've already killed him once, and they're going to kill him a second time. But I almost feel like that is worth it because this Sven being killed, I think, is more impactful than the Abaddon dying.
Oh, for sure. I would almost take this trade for the entire game. Sven's a way faster farmer than Abaddon early. He needs the ramp more. It's less useful in the fight without the raw net worth. So every time you kill Nightfall, it sets Aurora back considerably. Whereas Abaddon can always recover. And, it's a first pick Abaddon versus a last pick Sven too.
Yeah, that's a good point. It does mean this Undying needs to pay it forward, though. And after taking the safe lane tower, he is trying to put pressure on mid. They hope to secure a power rune for Niku, which they did, an arcane rune, very good. And now he's going to clear through his stacks with the tombstone. So we're going to see a fast blade mail and, do you think Blink Dagger for this game?
Blink could be pretty good. You could also go like the Echo Harpoon build. You could go Auras after this as well.
I feel like I haven't seen too much of the Harpoon anymore.
Nah, it's fallen off a bit, but those are kind of the routes. You're either going Echo Harpoon, you're going Blink into maybe faster BKB, you're going Pipe into Auras here.
Chasing after
This
PMA.
is aggressive.
Yeah, it's a kill they certainly can get, but he is just going to instantly revive, and it's a question of how much are you going to give up in return, especially with Niku having an arcane rune. Get a galvanized stack for him. And
That did not feel worth it.
no, and PMA is just back. I mean, it was support for core, but giving away galvanized stacks are always a bit dangerous. Now it's a question of what is Na'Vi going to do on this second life of the Undying. Because he TP's mid, smoke up from Niku Riddies. Now, this is not going to land. There is absolutely nobody from Aurora up here. They could take this further and go to the Wisdom Shrine, where you are sure to get some sort of action.
Not the worst play, because this Undying can join you. He's super strong right now with the early blade mail. Level 4 in the Tombstone.
Yeah, it is Radiant side Wisdom Shrine, so you don't have the high ground Tombstone that Dire does. There is this Ancient stack. PMA has spotted this. So no Wisdom Shrine, but maybe after taking the offlane tower, they might keep invading and take the Ancient stack with Tombstone instead.
Pretty tempting here. Yeah, he's thinking about dropping it. If you can farm it without dropping, that's even better, though.
That's true. And Aurora are not defending it, so it's free.
Oh, not too bad. Still have Tombstone up for a threat on the map. Took away their stacks. Sven's not happy about that one. Just pushing
He's going
towards
to be
your
the
radiance.
auras for PMA. He's going to go pipe.
Okay, I think that's... I was down for either Blink or Pipe, I think.
Yeah, same.
Very good Pipe game. My only issue with the Pipe is your ability to force the Roshan fight and make them fight your Pipe feels a little lackluster here. I mean, it's okay, but it's not super fast. It's not like you have TA or something.
Yeah. Niku, they're setting up on the Mars and then see an easier kill. Mira walks into their Watcher. Snowball to try and delay as long as possible.
Having a rough game. 6 deaths. Just did not find the openings early on this Tusk. It's kind of been food for everybody now. Storm owns him. The Undying owns him. He's up against 2 ranged supports. The Abaddon is the one melee hero you can fight, but you're not fighting Abaddon. He's going to have Radiance soon anyway. Tough Tuskar game. Very tough. I'm actually going to smoke here. I mean, what are you even smoking on at this point in the game? Navi farming up, man. Getting a lot off the map right now. There's your Radiance done. They can fight. They can absolutely fight if they want to. Maybe trying to finish Kaya Sanj on Storm first.
How do you force those objectives, though? I mean, you could just, like, take the 5-man into the mid tower. But as you said, the Roshan's very slow. You can't confidently push into, like, tier 2s.
I think smoke flank around mid or smoke into triangle, look for the Sven are probably your 2 options in this game. You don't do it with everybody though. The mid move you would do with everybody, the smoke into triangle or something, you do it 2 or 3. And you just keep farming with everybody else.
There's that Kaya Sanj. You can see Riddy's just shadowing Niku. Never see an opportunity. Zip pull into kisses. Demonic Purge on Ollie. Got the juice, instantly ridding himself of the Ice Path stun so he can chase down that Jakiro with his Radiance. He's recovering nicely.
Feels like Navi are getting more out of the map right now, which when you have a Sven lineup and you're losing out on the map, that feels real bad.
Radiant are scanning.
So Aurora have to do something here to switch things up a little bit. And maybe Blink on Nightfall is that something. It's kind of eyeing up the play mid. But did not feel it was there. Back to the jungle. Very, very passive game from Aurora.
I think they might have made a play if they got a better power rune for it. Invisibility, not ideal.
I mean, you can just straight smoke though. Their straight smokes to kill are a bit better with Sven plus the Mars. The Mars finished pipe too, so they really want to fight right now. Very early pipe from Toronto, Tokyo. Not something Navi would expect here.
I think the thing is that you have to know where the heroes are, though. Because if you make a jump and the saves go out, which the saves are already there, Photic Shield on PMA, he's going to get a chance to get off the Flash Golem. They're still going to try and burst him down, but he got off the Tombstone. With the kisses raining in, this is a little bit troublesome. They have to deal with this Tombstone, trying to attack it. Makoto's going to handle it. There goes the Tombstone, but the destruction that ensued from the kisses and the tomb and all the AoE that Navi brought to it. Aurora forced a fight behind the tower, and they ran right into Navi's trap.
Yeah, you take down the Undying, but he gets everything off, and this Radiance just burned everybody the whole time. Aurora just not expecting Navi to all be sitting on that tree line. They weren't prepared for that move. They read it really well. Instant saves go out on the jump. Very good disruption here from Zayat. Buys a lot of time. Demonic Purge on the Sven as well. The exact spell casting you want. This allows the Undying to get everything off. And this Snapfire did a lot of damage from that backline. Shot on 3. Kisses raining down to everybody. You don't have BKB on Sven, so he can't stand there and tank all this early spell damage. Yeah, you had a pipe on the bars, but that is not enough to take that kind of engagement. Again, I think Aurora just did not expect Na'Vi to be as ready as they were.
Yeah, I was saying into that, like they're literally only see one hero, and that's Undying. I feel like there's no way you should be going on Undying with that many heroes off map, that many saves off map, especially in Nightfall. He gets ganked in the top lane, so going bad to worse now, as they have now effectively lost all 5 of their heroes over the course of this last minute. Na'Vi are going to go back to doing the Tormentor. So 6,000 net worth lead, about to grow even further as one of these supports getting, oh, not a support, getting a shard.
Okay, that's a good one.
Riddy's already bought his, so Niku now has Overload early.
That's super nice here. That felt like a very strange death for Nightfall, in particular, as a player.
You mean he's usually pretty conservative, pretty good at dodging enemy movements?
I think it's pretty rare we see him get picked off like that. Just a casual pick off in a bad place that loses objectives, you know. He's just not the carry player that usually has deaths like that.
It was also, it's not just like where he got caught, but also the time he got caught, right? Like you just lost a team fight and 20-minute Tormentor is spawning. Like, chances are pretty high that Na'Vi is playing on that side of the map.
That's what I'm saying. It's just, that's a really weird death for him. I rarely see him give up that bad of a death in these games. And it's kind of his signature style. So if you are giving up those and now you're falling behind a net worth after a failed teamfight move mid, his game's really rough now. I mean, he has like nothing going for him.
Yeah, he is below all 3 cores in net worth. The only one who's doing okay is Makoto. And he's got BKB, Kaya Sanj. So he is pretty untouchable with that BKB. It does have to be said.
But does he do enough damage on his own to be a big threat?
No, probably not.
Especially with pipe done on Undying, plus extra sustain. I think they can tank the Quap.
Snapfire himself is 1900 HP. Shadow Demon, that's a hero you could probably kill at 1300 HP. But again, Soul Rip, Aphotic Shield, Pipe, there's so many options for sustain. You're right. There's just no way that he can actually go in and kill someone with ease.
And that means your Sven has to pull his own weight. He has to get in there and deal some damage, which from a behind position is very difficult. Oh, nice little courier snipe.
He almost has BKB, so he can pull that weight a lot more effectively. If they get a good initiation, Tombstone's not out, and they take out the Shadow Demon early, or at least control him in some way where he doesn't get off Demonic Purge, well, that becomes a whole lot harder to get the initiation, because Niku is going to feel free to do whatever he wants. We already said it's a good Storm Spirit game. He's got a pretty good farm. He's got 16 Galvanized stacks, and he now has the extra life.
And he rolled Mana Drought. Super nice for the Storm Spirit here. He is powering up. They're eyeing up Nightfall again. Another death for him.
Ooh,
before BKB is out. It's flying on the Courier.
Can the
Nightfall.
Courier get to him in time? It will not. Ooh, yeah. Courier dies too. The Courier died too. He's going to come back and not even have his BKB. 2.5 minutes delayed.
This is super bad for Aurora.
Oh,
They're just falling behind. They can't take these fights. They're bleeding out heroes all along the map. And the Na'Vi cores are just tanking up, man.
They are indeed. PMA did go back for that Blink Dagger. We'll see what item he gets next. I assume it's going to be the Octarine Ags build. Mira, nice dodge with the snowball. Of course, he can't get away from Storm Spirit.
Galvanized continues to grow. 17 stacks for Niku. Cleans up some ancients as well. These cores are getting jacked right now.
Yeah, Niku will very easily have BKB by the time his Aegis expires. And got the juice is feeling untouchable. Look where he's farming right now. Taking over the triangle, and because he has Radiance Manta, he's in a really good position to like pop the Manta, then use the 2 illusions to keep both mid and top lane pushed in, which just gives
Aurora have to be slain.
Gives his mid laner more opportunities to find kills.
They have to do something, but they don't have the Sven BKB that died on the courier, so it's mega awkward to try and aggressively go. Plasma done for the storm, man. Damage is starting to ramp now, as almost have an Orchid on the Baden as well.
Well, if you are waiting for BKB, you might as well wait for the Aegis to expire.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's a lot of waiting.
Radiant's middle tower
A lot
It
of
is.
waiting around with a Sven that's not getting ahead.
They are doing a decent job of dodging Navi's very aggressive smoke moves right now. Toronto Tokyo is going to cut the bottom wave. The rest of them stacked up on the high ground wards, actually, as Aurora double warded up this left lane.
Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's middle tower.
There's the BKB. Finally off the courier. So Aurora can fight with that. They can line something up. They're bleeding out a lot of buildings right now.
They might try for it once the Storm Spirit shows top, which Niku zips out after Ollie. Found him, and we'll be able to kill him here. Let's see what happens mid, though. Oh, disruption.
Oh, what a
Spear
blink.
slides right on past. They got off the tombstone. Really awkward for Nightfall now as he's inside this arena with the Tibetan who doesn't care. They do deal with the tombstone, but got the juice, hasn't even had to use his borrowed time. But Niku, off of killing Ollie, now rejoins his team in the mid lane to help bring down Makoto, whose Sonic Wave does not save him.
Sick plays by Zayat. Gets the blink out. Instant demonic purge on the Sven. That fight is just over at that point. Nightfall looking for Niku.
Oh,
He gets pulled.
man. Nightfall is ruined.
Yeah, this game is just toasted. Roasted, toasted, and done. I mean, that is a complete shutdown of the Sven pick at every level. These heroes are too tanky for him to go in and do anything. They did not build the lead they needed. And now every time you go in with the Sven, you're just going to get demonic purge, right? He doesn't have to purge anybody else in this game.
No.
23 galvanized stacks. That is significant here.
Yeah, Niku was so farmed that he finished out Parasma over
What
BKB.
in the world was that jump, dude?
He lost his Aegis. With the Aegis regeneration, he made the zip across the map.
Yeah, that was sick. Didn't end up doing anything, but that looked awesome.
It was pretty badass looking.
Yeah, that was badass. That's what that was.
What's the point of winning it unless you do it in style, you know?
That's what I've always said, man.
Did you see that? Got the juice, was hiding around the corner. He turned off his radiance just for the extra jump scare. Like, there's no way he's going to kill any of the cores that go up there to farm by himself, but he can scare the bejesus out of him.
Well, he has Basher now, so his solo kill threat went up considerably with Orchid plus Basher.
That
Really
is true.
annoying item for Nightfall. And Nightfall, you have been scanned, you have been found, and you will have to Nightfall your way out of there. The Basher's not here yet. And
So
so lucky, he almost died anyway. That was extremely close. Holy. We do get his signature move, though.
That's true. Do you think he powers up every single time he nightfalls?
I think he does the animation in real life at the same time.
Yeah, like the thing we did at
Yeah,
at
he raises his
that
arms,
Under attack.
and he just screams in the team room, "I am nightfalling. Witness me."
It's over for you bots.
Well, there goes your lane of racks. No BKB on the Sven, can't fight, have to concede more here. Very clunky game for Aurora.
Radiant are scaling.
You could just wait next Roche if you really want to. We have BKB on Storm, he's already level 20.
Radiant's courier.
These heroes are just... I don't know. Man, they lost another courier with some significant items on it. I'm not sure who you're supposed to jump at this point if you are Aurora, because you're not jumping Abaddon, you're not jumping the Storm, because Storm is never going to be the first point of contact. So your options are try and jump and burst the Undying, which is doable, but he does have Ceaseless Dirge, and you still have the tier 1 mid, for example, you can just TP back into, so he's also not the easiest or greatest target. You want the supports, you want the Shadow Demon. That's the best. If you could somehow find Zayats, take him out at the start, then you open up the fight for the Sven, you remove some of their saves. Maybe the Ags on Mira is another way to go around it. Tusk Ags, you go for some blink kickback plays and a base defense. Doesn't sound too bad. He's getting close, he'll have it here.
Shard for got the juice.
Dire are scanning.
Man, just 200 for this Tuskags. You just cannot find a camp, man. They're all farmed. Someone give him some creeps. Give him this midway, brother. Oh my.
He's going to the neutrals. I mean, they are super creeps. It's not the easiest.
Nightfall. Fuck off, man. What the heck? What is your problem? Dude just blinked in for that.
I mean, it's so much worse that it's the point booster for last too, because speed is of the essence here, because he needs to buy it from the secret shop. If the courier gets picked, then even if he gets the gold, he might not get the item. But it's finally here.
I can't believe Nightfall blinked to take that camp. Like, he just bought out Broach too. It's not like he needed the gold. Oh, okay. They get the Ags for the base defense. Let's see if we can get a good kick here.
Well, he's immediately going to kick the Abaddon. Did not hesitate on that one. Toronto Tokyo gets a pretty sick arena, but a better tombstone from PMA puts the Snapfire inside of it and got the juice in his position. I feel like maybe kicking in the Abaddon was not the best idea.
It's not who I would have picked, but I think they were screwed there no matter what, to be honest.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Unless you find the Shadow Demon, the instant Demonic Purge goes on your Sven, it feels like the fight's over. That was a big concern in this draft. Which is, I think, why this Undying worked out, because you always had that backup to debilitate Nightfall in the middle of the fight, which is normally something the Undying can struggle to do during that BKB duration. No problem for Navi. I mean, they just rolled this game. They had a slightly better draft, in my opinion. They had this last pick Undying that just seems to win every time people get it. They had a pretty free Storm game, 8-0 and 11 for Niku. I think if some of the early Tusk ganks and rotations for Mira work, this game could look very different, but he just didn't hit them, and they were very difficult to hit. They were not easy windows to take advantage of. They were really small, so when those go poorly, there's not a lot to fall back on. You don't really have low cooldown playmaking, especially with non-blink first on Sven and the Quaps game being not amazing. Like, it was okay, but it wasn't crazy, and it's just not a good matchup against the Storm. There's not much pressure Makoto can put on Niku outside of that laning phase, And they didn't capitalize on that. Storm went to jungle, he got 6, 0 deaths. You need at least 2 or 3 deaths on Niku to feel good in this game as Aurora.
Sure. All right. Well, that gets Na'Vi lead early on in this series. And we'll see whether or not they can close it out. We're going to take a break and come back with game number 2 of Na'Vi versus Aurora. Welcome back, everybody. It's game 2 of Na'Vi versus Aurora. Are you awake, Avery?
Yes.
Are you feeling good?
Yes.
Are you happy in your life?
Yes.
Good. All right. Then it sounds like we're prepared for game 2. Na'Vi, probably pretty happy with the way game 1 went. Aurora, not so much. What kind of adjustments are you looking for going into game 2 draft-wise? Because the draft is just about to be underway.
Man, I couldn't get in the lobby. It won't let me join. My game's all
Huh?
bugged. Just me complaining about my Dota client. It's okay.
Everybody else got in.
Yeah, I know. It like wouldn't let me join, so I was like restarting. It just won't let me join.
GG.
Probably some like Steam update or something I hit. But either way,
That's true.
that's no worries.
I had that yesterday. It was,
Yeah. It's rough.
it's rough out there. Update for the tournament.
Ooh.
Huskar, no longer 100% win rate. Unfortunately for Huskar, he had too good of a win rate, so you Colt brothers said we should play that. And unfortunately, most heroes that you Colt brothers have touched have lost win rate. So,
Well, that's a pretty brutal way to put it, but it did get countered pretty nicely in that game. So maybe we'll see a Huskar here. You never know. Some of these guys will play it. But it's Na'Vi back to their old ways. First pick Pangolier. So some teams would Huskar this. But Aurora will take the Abaddon. They say the Abaddon, that was the biggest issue. That was the biggest problem. We need to gobble it up this time around.
I don't believe that for a second, but okay.
That it was the biggest problem?
Yeah, I mean, they shut down the Abaddon in lane. They stalled out his timings. I think the Abaddon contributed. The fact that Abaddon was able to play as aggressively as he did created a lot of space for Na'Vi. Like, if that was some sort of hard carry, there's no way that Got the Juices playing the same way. But most of that game was being run through PMA, Niku, Riddies.
I kind of agree. The Abaddon probably felt very obnoxious to play against for the lineup, but it was not the biggest issue in that game. And so you can't overthink it here. But nonetheless, it can be a strong hero for Nightfall and how he likes to play. And this hero has been moderately successful. I mean, I don't think it's the best against the Pango with Diffusal, but I don't remember watching Pango win this event in general. It feels like every time we will get Pango games, the hero just loses.
No, you're right about that. And decent amount of time that Fogged and Owen have been casting, and it has to be losing too because it has a 37% win rate. So
yeah, it's pretty rough. This hero does not look inspiring. He doesn't ramp up that fast. The damage is very underwhelming now. There's a lot of sustained heroes in the meta. There's Bane in the meta. So like you gotta ban the Bane, which will come out here, but it just doesn't seem like the core matchups are good enough to justify this hero as a first pick. So I'm a bit concerned as to what Na'Vi are gonna do with it here and why they prioritized it so highly.
we'll say that Na'Vi and Aurora are two teams that have won with the hero. They've also lost with the hero. Aurora especially has lost with the hero, but you know, they've had some good times.
That's fair. I think Na'Vi are a bit more confident with their Pango than a lot of other teams. Even if the hero's not performing, they know what it can give them. They know the flex potential. Maybe they feel the Abaddon matchup is good enough to leave the Abaddon and take the Pango, and then if Aurora take Abaddon, that they're, you know, counterpicking themselves to some degree.
Well, maybe Na'Vi shouldn't be so confident with it. Looking back through it, they've lost. They lost to Team Spirit with Pango. They lost to Team Falcons with Pango. Two very tough teams. So, they'll, you know, kind of excuses it. But at the same time, their win with Pango was against Liquid. So, that also doesn't mean too much.
Not the best data to go off of. I just think based on our games, this hero's, again, not been inspiring. I want to see more either combos with it or better execution with the hero, better ganks to snowball him more. I don't think you just want Pango in a game where he's just even with other people and he's doing his stuff and other people are doing theirs, because it just doesn't seem as powerful.
Avery, Bat Rider is picked up. Would you still like to see Undying to counter the Abaddon?
Yeah, I don't care about that.
Okay. You don't think that that matchup is influential enough?
No, I think if you get a chance to play Undying against carry Abaddon, you take it every single time. Now,
Right, which
you don't know if it's a carry yet, so that's why you're still holding. Like, you don't take it here or something. But
we're talking about for fourth pickup, right? We should
Yep.
have it pretty locked down by these next two picks from Aurora.
oh yeah, I'm taking Undying here 1,000% if Aurora lock in this Abaddon. If they take some dumb offlaner here, plus it's another support, I'm insta picking Abaddon and I'm all chatting. That's what I'm doing.
Felt a little unnecessarily mean.
Nope, it's not about mean. It's just strategically the best move.
A dumb offlaner, really? You had to call him dumb?
Well, I'm just saying some body, you know, like if they just take some Doom or Mars or Tide or whatever that is irrelevant against Undying, right? Then I'm jamming it. And I think that's what will happen. I think they are just going to take Mars Jakiro here or something.
Yeah, because I also feel like Aurora thinks they have enough answers if it is Undying.
And I'm telling you, they don't.
And I'm telling you, they think they do.
Well,
I'm not
that's
saying
fine
they're
if they
right,
think
but-
they do. But you're wrong, Austin Walsh.
No, I'm not wrong. They are wrong.
You are correct about their being wrong, but that makes you wrong.
No, that makes me correct.
No, that makes you wrong. In the eyes of the Dota gods, you are equally responsible for encouraging them.
I'm just an analyst.
You're not even an analyst.
I'm just a play-by-play. I'm innocent. The Quap.
Oh, yes.
Quapparoony again.
Okay, I like that pick simply because it's a little harder to Undying into that hero, plus it could still be the offlane Abaddon, and then you don't get that matchup, so at least they got that going for them. Still could happen down the road, but it's a nice pick against the Pango too. And now this pick for Navi is pretty tough. You do not want to throw this Pango in the offlane and counterpick the Queen, because your Pango is just going to be miserable. At the same time, you put the Pango mid, he's going to be sad there. I think you're supposed to just take carry here, honestly. But what carry? I mean, the only one that stands out to me is Jug or something.
No. No. Jug against... Nah.
There's Slark, too. Play
Oh,
Slark.
there's a hero.
This team does play Slark. Invoker? What? Where the hell did this hero come from?
Well, this now locks in the Pango to be offline.
Which I hate, so I'm against this pick inherently. But I was against the first pick Pango anyway, so I guess you just gotta roll with it, you know? I don't know, I'm not sold on this Invoker pick. I don't think it looks amazing here. I think Queen is a fine matchup against that hero. It's a gap closer with strong scale BKB buyer. Bat Rider is good against this hero. Backline jump with BKB piercing stun. And Abaddon is honestly okay as well. I mean, that matchup goes both ways because he can get controlled, but he's also a cold snap remover.
Okay, but what if they Faceless Void? This is a sick time dilation game.
It is. Yeah, but time dilation is not what it used to be either. That spell is not the end-all be-all anymore the way it works in terms of how it used to work, so...
And well,
It
you're
is a
not
good
the same
Faceless Void
caster
game.
you used to be.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I'm a lot better. That's right. And we ended up on different trajectories. I went up as time dilation went down. So that tells you even more.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't mind the Void because I think it's a good game for it no matter what, but they still have an off-lane pick. Is like you could ban Axe, go Faceless Void, I guess. They could still cheese pick you with something, but Toronto Tokyo is not really known for that. Aurora can also play the offlane Undying here, which you have to think about with your carry pick, because that is a Toronto Tokyo classic.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Tough pick for Navi. They might just take Sven now because they don't know what to pick really. Terribly. Okay. So more of an Abaddon counter.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Less likely to get ruined. If they had overall last pick, I think they would have taken Faceless Void. But just considering the fact that you still are going to get counterpicked by some offlaner potentially.
Too susceptible here, so this is a lot more well-rounded. Harder to counterpick. I mean, Darkseer's there, but your lineup's not good with Darkseer. It's okay. Anything else you could cheese this Terrorblade with? There's still Axe, if you want the Axe. You could still core Undying into this hero. Bit of a mixed bag, though. And the rest of the game doesn't look amazing for it. I'm kind of on Axe or Darkseer here. There's also an Underlord, but I think you're... Oh, there's a Shaker.
The Shaker. The man's back.
Makes the comeback in the Twilight Hour. Perhaps the last game here for Auroras. They'll put it all on the line with an offlane Shaker. How good is it here? Good against the Terrorblade for sure. Can be good against Invoker if you catch him. Good follow-up in combinations with the supports. Bad against the Hoodwink Disruptor. I think that's the downside. But other than that, the pick is pretty solid. Kind of gave you what you want, which is some extra damage, some team fight, Terrorblade answer. At least a soft Terrorblade answer. I guess we'll see how strong this hero still is.
Certainly going to have big burst potential on any Batrider initiation. Lasso, the potential for Sonic Wave into Echo Slam. Pretty much trying to zero anybody on Navi at any time.
I also think being able to lead with Fissure into Lasso is an underrated combo.
Dude, is it just me or is that a bad mount? Make it look like the mount is more the hero than the hero. You know what I mean? It's got like more polygons than the hero does.
Well, it probably does because it was made 15 years after the hero was made.
It's kind of cool looking. Well, Abaddon looks like trash like he always does.
What the hell, man? Why are you hating?
I don't think there's a single set that makes Abaddon look that good. I think the best one is probably that old school like Alliance one where they made him look like the Lord of the Rings guys.
Where they made him look like the Lord of the Rings guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about, the
lore.
Nazgul.
Go read some lore.
What, just because I didn't have Nazgul in the front of my brain?
You fucking loser. As we get into this game 2 between Aurora and Navi.
I think
Pretty
that
hype
makes me
here.
the opposite of a loser.
We have some cool ass picks to finish out this lineup. Some stylish heroes, the Invoker, the Earthshaker. A lot of jump in this game, a lot of team fight in this game, a lot of all chat in this game, a lot of level 25 plus heroes in this game.
Oh yeah.
What else?
We got,
a lot of two-headed creatures in this game.
There's only one.
No, there's Disruptor Mount.
What?
The Disruptor Mount.
Oh, it
has
is.
2 heads.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's a two-headed creature. I don't know what the hell it is, but it's got 2 heads, man. So that's what I'm saying. That's a lot for one game. More than average. And Batrider's a 2-headed creature because he's physically connected to his bat.
That is no, you can't. You can't. They are not one creature.
That guy's on fire. Someone should help him out, man.
He's riding a dragon. What else would you expect?
It's not a dragon. It's a...
Don't say it's a wyvern. It's not a wyvern. You
No,
fucking
it's
loser.
It's a worm. That's chill, man. It's your problem. God damn. Savage. You're an animal sometimes. That's all I know.
Also, it's not a worm.
Well, that said, is it a worm?
No,
What is
it's
it?
not.
Well, then what is it?
It's a dragon.
How do you know that?
Because dragons have 4 legs. Wyverns only have 2. Worms have no legs.
Okay, that's pretty good, yeah. That sounds accurate. A lot of stuff has 4 legs, though. It could be a hippo or something. We don't really know what the actual lore is.
I would pay for that cosmetic. I would
Evil.
pay like 20
hippo
bucks
rider?
for an Abaddon
Oh my god,
hippo
imagine
cosmetic.
if somebody put Abaddon on Mudang. That thing would sell
Holy crap,
like
dude.
hot cakes. Holy, someone send that to Gabe Newell's email
You've had some
address.
good cosmetic ideas, honestly.
I'm telling you,
like
bro,
artists
they need to
you
hire my
just
yeah,
to-
they need to hire my
yeah,
ass.
conceptual.
Well, does it say?
Spectral shadow mount.
Yeah, it doesn't tell you what lore. It's definitely not Mudang. That's all we know, and it should be Mudang. Oh, well, you didn't get the last hit with the Sunstrike, but he got it anyway. Niku got performing in the clutch here. Early CS matters a lot for this Invoker lane. If you can get some Sunstrikes on the side lane, that could also be a way to help Navi's early game. Because they have some decent chase down. Like, they have Disruptor Hoodwink, so a lot of pretty solid early setup. And decent kill threat early on in this game. That is something that can help the TV Pango here. If you can find some extra kills with Sunstrike support and just boost these cores up, have a much better time in this game playing into some of the counters. Ooh, perfect CS for the juice.
He's getting the juice. Getting juiced up right now. 10-0. Who can stop this man?
Probably server lag like we've had most of the event. That would stop it.
I just can't believe they went for Invoker with and have no setup for it. Really. It's Rolling Thunder.
Pango Invoker is not it. That is not a very high synergy duo between the 2 and 3. Which was, again, my issue with first pick Pango is I feel like a lot of teams, they first pick it and then you slot it in off lane for some flex and then it just makes your lineup awkward. It's just not doing a lot for you unless he completely snowballs the lane. So I have my doubts here. But Navi did play pretty well in game 1. And this is a team that kind of just plays with whatever draft they have.
Brady's bounce back with the glimpse. Will push away Toronto Tokyo. Takes a little bit of damage from the Bat Rider, but Toronto Tokyo is low enough with the Sunstrike. They might be able to get the kill. Who needs setup when Niku is just that aware?
Who needs setup when you're an Invoker god?
It's true.
That's a huge snag for them. Again, any of the extra side lane kills they can pick up here are just massive for the lineup.
Now, Niku maybe needs to focus on his own lane here because it is in a bit of trouble. His courier flies out to him. Makoto trying not to draw tower aggro. Niku will die to the dagger spam.
Well played by Makoto. Punishing this guy looking on the other lanes. Putting in some early work here.
Yeah, Got the Juice is not going to die anytime soon. 20 Magic Wand charges and a Lotus Orb. Actually, ate the Lotus. For a glimpse back opportunity kill onto Mira. There goes that Magic Wand charges. Yeah, they're not killing him.
This lane's turning out to be really strong down here. Support Bat Rider is just giving him extra regen effectively. And you always have to think about that Sunstrike threat if you man up. Nice little safe lane for Navi here. As Nightfall is also free farming.
Oh, he lands it, but Makoto did have a Fairy Fire, and that was enough to keep him alive. Gets the bottle charges and gets a refill on the water rune.
I have to ask Austin, as a fellow hair enjoyer,
What?
what do you think about Niku's style?
It looks nice.
Got him.
He's got that kind of the
Look at
messy
that!
look.
Look at that mane, dude.
Yeah.
That thing is going.
No, I think it's a good look on it.
Yeah. That's a lot of work, though. You know, simpler to just have nothing. I mean, Zayas is always rocking the hat.
I mean, that is the ultimate style right there.
Oh,
Oh
that
God,
would've been-
imagine.
That would have just been like DC, never come back, uninstalled.
Oh yeah.
This bat is suffering. Dude, this has been a rough series for Mira, who I think had a pretty good event and was owning a lot of the games. Na'Vi have just debilitated him. And that is not good for Aurora, because I think he's one of their most stable playmakers.
Rides does not go for the glimpse back onto Toronto Tokyo. He is alone right now, as Mira is running back to mid lane, trying to get here in time for the 6-minute power rune. Niku under assault. Bushwhack lands. Here comes the Sunstrike, but a Sonic Wave may take out both of them here as Makoto with beautiful positioning. Zayas is somehow still alive and still trying to work his way through the trees. He will not die to Makoto, or at least not yet. Makoto does get a haste rune, though.
Nice pickup for Aurora. Snags
he's gonna
early
work.
invoker kills.
Goes through the trees. Zayas has vacated that little forest.
Makoto getting a lot here, and I like how Zayas tried to go for the deny there. That would have really shut that play down, but
True.
nonetheless, delaying the Midas here. He's getting Sunstrike kills, but he's dying at the same time. This is kind of evening it out. This Invoker's not just pulling ahead by a crazy margin.
Comes back. Toronto, Tokyo, they pop the meta for this. Couldn't get the illusions in front of him, but the Sunstrike is going to land. Oh, big heal. A lot of magic wand charges. Still had a Lotus as well. So this will be meta pop that does not result in a kill. They're actually going to go for him here. Mira's going to bump him back with a flame break. Here comes Makoto. And Rides only just now getting a glimpse. It's a bit too late for that. Terrorblade is dead and gone. If Rides can survive here, though, here comes Zayas. Zayas, if he lands the right kind of bushwhack here with a Sunstrike, they kill the Earthshaker. Now Mira.
Beautiful.
Very nice turnaround. Big plays. They're going to make a run for the Wisdom Shrine, saying, hey, all this fighting was going on. They weren't taking the Wisdom Shrine. Ollie's going to be sent back, and they will steal this Wisdom Shrine.
And they TP out of Makoto. Man, what a sequence. From the Na'Vi support duo plus that Sunstrike. This will push Niku to his Midas. They get the extra experience. Don't lose anybody else on the back of that exchange. It was a nice turn from Aurora to kill this Terrorblade off an overextension. But then they gave up everything they earned. Super nice rotation from Zayas. That was game salvaging, game winning, no matter how you put it. Now that Midas is done. Are you a Helm of Dom invoker or are you a Midas invoker? Which side of this war are you on?
Oh, why not both?
No, that's too much.
Well, I'm just saying, there is a third faction that goes both.
Yeah, that's emo. But outside of emo,
Listen, I am a anti-Helm of Dom
okay.
player all around. So,
Oh, look at this catch. He's
beautiful
gone.
setup.
And Nightfall TP'd. Trying to bail his buddy out, but late to the party. Now he's going to waste a bunch of his time. This game's not looking a lot better for Aurora. They're falling behind in this laning phase. The lead's being built. They lost the Wisdom Shrines. They're going to have to make some plays to come back here. Are Na'Vi just showing up today? Is that what we're seeing?
Yeah. I mean, I think Na'Vi was already kind of favored. I think they have... I mean, they obviously just have a better foundation. Aurora is a newer squad. Questions whether or not this sort of setup can even work in the first place. If we were talking about old Aurora, last year's Aurora. I think that's a different story. But this year's Aurora, Navi, you got to favor Navi until Aurora proves that this lineup can work.
That's fair. Right now, Navi's proven their lineup works. This Disruptor is decimating this lane.
Dire structures are falling.
Toronto Tokyo is trying to complete his Blink Dagger. Still a ways away. Fighting over Power Runes. It's bottom regen for Makoto. Makoto with an Arcane Rune and a Regen Rune. Would love to make some sort of play. Had all this backup of his 2 supports and his carry
Dire's
in his lane, yet there is nothing seemingly to hit. Glimpse back on an Ollie, and all of a sudden there is action, but it's just Navi getting a clean pick, nothing further.
Their long-range poke off these glimpses is insane. You cannot get caught in these little skirmishes out of position if you're Aurora, because Navi have to commit basically nothing to take you down. They're just going to throw a bushwhack on the glimpse. Sudden strike forward spirits, sharpshooter, and you're dead. And what can you do to turn that? There's no clump for the Shaker to go in and echo. There's no clump for Sonic Wave. You can just blink in as the queen, but blink in on what? You have to basically just go on the Invoker? And that's tough. Could mean you just get static stormed. You might just get rolled on. You need to blink on the bat in this game. And his game has been the worst of everybody, so it's going to be mega delayed here.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
Maybe Shaker Blink can bail you out of this a little bit. You blink on Toronto Tokyo, you smoke him up, you go look for Invoker or Terribly in the jungle. Build some momentum that way, it's possible. Will not lead to objectives, though. That's kind of the downside of that play. There it is. Flying out now. You can smoke him up and you can just burst the Stevie down. It's gonna feel real good. Navi making the first play, though. Line has
Smoke
been
him if you
drawn.
got him.
Is that a Snoop Dogg quote? What is that?
What? No. It's not a Snoop Dogg quote. What the hell are you talking about? Oh, Sunstrike, but the Echo Slam comes through. Still, the Sharpshooter does go off, and it kills Makoto alongside that Static Storm. Radia's going to send the Earthshaker back into that Static Storm. Got the juices kind of left chasing after heroes here. Not really what he wants to be doing.
That's the downside of going in with the Queen of Pain. Like, you just get out of position, you're going to get Static Storm, and you're just dead off that. There's nothing to bail you out. A Aphotic Shield will not matter. Really tough for Aurora to go into these fights. I mean, the Echo Slam is okay. You get a kill out of it, but you're not bringing a big core target down. The Midas Invoker stays up on the map. Kind of awkward space to fight for both teams. Not really what Zayats wanted. Definitely not what Makoto wanted. That Squirrel got rocked.
Nasty little pickup on the Bat Rider as well there by Niku.
Dire's top tower is under
He's styling this game. He is styling.
Nice
It only
landing.
gets better from here.
Some good sun strikes, and yeah, he's halfway to that Aghanim Scepter.
He's gonna have a really good timing on it. So sad I didn't get this Hoodwink Crimson, man.
It does look good, doesn't it?
Yeah, that was the only one I wanted. The only one I didn't get.
And it looks really nice with the this cosmetic as well. It has sort of an orange red glow to it.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah.
You know, then I sold one of my Crimsons to try and get the stupid Shaker Arcana, and I didn't get it.
Well, that's just embarrassing. Did you not
It's a
already have the
Frickin'
Earthshaker
scam, man.
Arcana?
No, it's the only one I didn't get. And
Why
I wanted
not?
it. Hold on.
I didn't buy
retired.
like half the Arcanas in the game, but you sure as hell I bought that Earthshaker Arcana the first time.
I think
around.
I was literally retired. I was like, I'm never going to play Dota again, so I just missed it. That was like 8 years ago.
Did you? Was there actually a moment that you were like, I'm not doing any Dota?
Yeah. Yeah, I quit for half a year completely.
And then you came back and played again. And then you became talent.
That's right. Such is life.
Right. I forgot that I was thinking about your second retirement. I was like, didn't you go retire and straight to talent? But then I forgot you had a Chinese retirement. So
Which is a classic. It is a Dota classic at this point. And some might say I was helping set the trend at that point.
no, you were. That was way after the first quote unquote retirements from Chinese players.
I will tell you though, the trend in this game, Mira dying.
Yeah, that's been a trend in the
Continues.
series.
It's rough. It is real rough. I don't know, his read of this game has just been off, or Navi have his number. But they are abusing this guy.
God, the Juice will finally take that off-lane tower. He's been working towards that for quite some time. 6,000 net worth lead for Navi. A smoke up the side of the map. Shadowing got the Juice as he pressures buildings, trying to get Aurora to bite. See if they can get a reaction out of them so they can punish with the Rolling Thunder that's ready to go.
They already have that Invoker Ags, so very confident pushing up with these supports that can set stuff up. They'll take any glimpse right now on the map. They were looking for the Queen on that power rune, but Makoto too scared to even go for it.
It's funny, Aurora has their own plays in mind. A deep lane ward at top. Expecting somebody to show, maybe they could have gotten a lasso kill. It's also part of the reason why they didn't react to any of the plays bottom or mid. Just not seeing anybody elsewhere on the map, so.
Zayats is just running with so much confidence here.
Dire's middle tower is under
A lot of heroes off the map, the man just don't care. And this is your Radiance timing for Aurora. Would like to fight, they just still don't have the Batrider blink. If he dies again, it's just mega delayed, man. Oh my. You just can't get anything in this game.
Nope.
There's nothing happening, it's just Mira dying. And this is the one guy who can make something happen for Aurora, and they're just not giving him the safe farm. Their game is so slow because of how much this Batrider's been abused, and this Hoodwink and Boker combo has been really nice. Just that's why he's running in with so much confidence. Single bushwhack, you just solo kill anybody with Sunstrike on top. So efficient. They're gonna smoke for the squirrel.
They will get him. That is for certain. Are they going to be able to get him fast enough to get away, though? Because here comes that Rolling Thunder. Chasing after Toronto Tokyo. Toronto Tokyo jukes it a little bit. Still needs 4 more seconds till his blink is up. And he gets tagged by some damage. Glimpse back into the Static Storm. He's dead. Rady's going to die for that positioning, though. As Makoto bolsters Nightfall's play here. 2 supports for a core. Better trade-off than Aurora has had in a while, frankly.
That's for sure. Probably take that, to be honest. At least something going their way in this game. And some gold for this Batrider to get the blink.
Look at Zayats. Oh my god, is he going to kill Mira again?
Well, he got his blink, so even if he dies here, it's not the
And he
worst
was-
anymore.
Zayats was spotted. There's a sentry here as well as a watcher, so they have vision of him. And it's going to be Zayats who likely dies here. Pulled back into the sentry. There he goes.
Revenge is a dish best served fried squirrel, Austin.
I thought you were going to say hot or on fire or something. You ever had squirrel?
I knew you were going to ask that. I actually knew you were. I was thinking about asking you, but I figured you might actually have eaten it, so. Which would explain a lot. Those things are riddled with parasites. Get that checked out also.
I don't think that's actually true, but no, I've never had squirrel. I think you're thinking of bear.
Tokyo. Oh, Sunstrike for the vision for the glimpse.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Too
You
good.
love to see some extra vision mechanics to help out your disruptor. Now the Rolling Thunder to chase after Makoto. Makoto should be fine here. But that'll be a tier 2.
Na'Vi just cooking. They're just cooking, man. Playing with confidence, looking for the aggressive plays, not letting up on the pressure. It's caught again.
While they
He
do not
almost
have
made it.
lasso
Oh my
up,
God.
they do have enough damage.
That would have been such a demoralizer if he gets out there. Just looking for the big Terrorblade items. There's Hurricane Pike. Invoker's always going to find farm, but if Got the Juice hits some big item timings, then you could force Roche or some team fight off that. You're really happy as Na'Vi and Aurora. They want to put a stop to this.
Yeah, big smoke. Riddy's is standing in the way. But Aurora, I mean, the tier 1 tower makes this really difficult. It's hard to get the angle on it. They do manage to get the lasso. Really big pickup. Static Storm, can it save him in time? It cannot. Too much burst.
Nice pickups. Exactly what you want out of that smoke. Smoke, find the Terrorblade, shut him down with the Shaker while you still can. Can you Roche off that? No, but you'll take it. Something going your way. That was a big kill too. A lot of gold. A lot of experience. But Na'Vi will have a window to strike back here. Oh, this is a bold Tormentor attempt.
Yeah, this is awkward. Cataclysm plus the Rolling Thunder. Makoto's going to get a bit low. Rolling Thunder hits, and PMA's not going to stick around. Despite all these heroes being low, he will teleport out of his Rolling Thunder.
I can't believe he did not cancel Nightfall Stevie there.
Radiant's middle tower is denied.
Well, that was a nice sneak from Aurora. Didn't think they were going to get any objective off that play, but they sneaked that one through. Barely in the
Imagine
nick
he
of time.
hits Ollie on the blink forward. That was definitely a kill there.
Oh, yeah. And look at this TP.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
That's so good. It's such a good little clip.
Riddy's looking for the glimpse range. They don't need it, I don't think. They're going to pop it anyway and make sure Ollie does indeed die.
This Disruptor has just owned Aurora in this game, man. From lane phase to mid game. Don't have good answers for it.
I think this is the most picked and banned support of Blast.
That would make sense. I mean, it's showing its merit here. When you play fast and you play on low cooldowns, this hero shines, especially when you have extra setup with the Hoodwink, and then you have extra damage with the Invoker. It makes all these glimpses super threatening and low committal. And you get a simple pick off like that, straight into the Roche pit. Put an Aegis on this Terrorblade. Toronto, Tokyo trying to do something here. He's thinking about it.
Oh, a bit too late. It was a good try. Fortunately, with the Fisher walking, he can get out of the pit, but unfortunately for him, he's up against a Disruptor, so it doesn't matter where he goes. He is caught.
That was close. I respect the attempt. About 2 seconds too late.
They're going to try and take away this Aegis right away, though. Got the juice. They've set a trap for him. Quick kill. Can he get off the Sunder, though? Oh, with the Tornado. That's going to be nasty. Got off the Sunder on Makoto, too. Makoto gets a blink off. 12 HP is what he survives on. A Cataclysm might have caught him if it wasn't for that haste rune.
Okay, well, I mean, at least your Queen of Pain gets out. You only lose one off that. Because that was a very botched kill attempt. The second Sunder goes off, you got to get the hell out of there. And that was a beautiful Tornado Meteor.
Nasty stuff. Right through the middle, giving Got the Juice the perfect opportunity. Hits, I think, Makoto with the Cold Snap, too, so we can't get a blink off, guaranteeing the Sunder hits.
I think if he doesn't have haste, he's dead. He's quite literally outrunning the right clicks. Just no lasso there from Mira. He got Manta on, and Couldn't get it off in time. His woes continue in this game.
Decent help around here.
This is a flank. It's a nice smoke you have. It'd be a shame if I just ran in on your ass.
Ghost Walk ruining Mira. Tornado slowed down. He's very dead.
He has had no game, dude. I feel like I can't repeat it enough. I mean, to
No,
me,
I think
been-
this is possibly the worst series that we have ever seen from Mira.
It might be, yeah, because this guy is one of the best fours of all time, and he's just been completely shut down. Absolute destruction. Now you get to go high ground off that pickoff. No bat, no lasso initiation threat. Send the TV in, juice him up, juice up the juice. Cook them buildings. Gotta respond.
Man, not even waiting for the butterfly, too. Strike while the iron's hot, or the Bat Rider's dead. They'll do a bit of damage, take the tier 3s back away.
Oh, very disciplined. No reason to give him a good base defense fight with the Bat Rider up. When you can just keep looking for the pickoffs, keep looking for the glimpses, the bushwhacks. And now Aurora stuck in their base while Invoker is farming everything. This is not a recipe for success. They're going to have to make some sort of move here very soon. Maybe you can wait out the Aegis. But every minute that passes is game becomes harder to pull back.
Yeah, but it's just a bad matchup through and through for Abaddon, right?
Yep. It can be okay in the Ultra Late if we're talking 5 or 6 slots. I think Abaddon can actually take the fight to him with like Bloodthorn plus attack speed territory. For the foreseeable future, though, it's gonna be rough. There's your butterfly.
Yeah, so the question is does Na'Vi respect the high ground enough of Aurora that they do not go high ground even with Aegis? They just continue to play the pickoff game, saying like eventually they will give us enough kills, especially with this combination.
Oh, he has a gem.
Cataclysm giving you the vision for the glimpse plays. And yeah, that's just not just a core kill, it is a gem pickup. That's
They're
nasty.
just
Oh,
bleeding
and you
out.
lost Ollie to the lasso initiation onto the hoodwink. Well, that's
Na'Vi
probably
dead.
not going to win you anything. Got the juice. Oh my god, he sundered his support. Are you insane?
Brother, that better pay off.
I mean, that's going to be one life gone already
died
with no
anyway.
meta on the second life. This is very awkward. Hit by the Rolling Thunder, hit by the Echo. Yeah, it's just, come on, man.
That was not worth.
Aurora gave it to you by lassoing the support in the first place. You didn't have to give him the kill anyway.
That is a fumble and a half right there. Oof. I mean, the big ults can still take this TB down. He doesn't have BKB. He doesn't have Satanic or anything.
Yeah.
Which also makes me question this butterfly purchase. Didn't really get time to talk about it before that fight, but is this the butterfly game?
Yeah, defensively, it does nothing for you, really.
It's irrelevant in this game other than just the offensive damage, right? And even then, you can just go with Daedalus and go like Scotty Daedalus or something. Yeah, I don't know about sundering the squirrel here, man. That's a... If he has Satanic, I think it's an okay play, but with this build-up, no BKB, no Satanic, you throw your first life away and you come back without any defensive item, you're just done. They can easily all in you on a high ground defense like this, so... That was a big fumble from Na'Vi.
Aurora, a chance at a comeback. They can get another little fight off of this that's successful for them. Smoke up, runs into the 3-man. Niku, he's got a shield rune, so tough to get the kill there. In fact, Toronto Tokyo freed by the 4 staff there, and now the lasso pull back onto this Invoker. Again, a tanky hero, though. He's got BKB. He cannot be brought down so easily. So they turn back to the Disruptor, get that kill. And Well, we'll just have to back out. Can't even really chase after the rest of Navi.
Invoker is pretty hard to chase into here. Terrorblade's waiting for you in the river, but it is Aurora dragging this game back a little bit here. 10 or 15%, not too bad. Keeping that lead static instead of growing. Getting through that Aegis period. Showing some signs of life, that's what's important.
Yeah, sure.
Run for your life, brother.
Again, the Cataclysm, man.
Yeah,
So
it'll
annoying. He's going to try and walk off the map. But he is a dead man walking.
His corpse will roll into the sewer. Never to be seen again. Did they change that? What the hell? When did they change that? They used to be like a...
It used to be like just a pipe.
Yeah, I swear.
Yeah, I remember.
Am I misremembering?
I think because I think those pipes are still around. They're on Radiant side, for example.
I swear that one used to be a pipe too.
Maybe.
Dude, I'm losing my mind after 20 years of this game. Living in an alternate reality. Wait, where's that one? What the hell?
They're on Radiant side.
That was a dire side.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. What are you smoking? It's clearly a dire side. I know there's one up here. Okay, so was that one? Well, that one I know, but the other one also used to be. Whatever, man. Goddamn observers really throwing me under the bus in this game. That's all I know.
I actually think you did lost your mind.
Yeah,
At some point.
Now they're just looking for all these pipes. Oh, is that one? Okay. Well, that's fair. Oh, this is just getting BKB on Terrorblade, right?
Yeah, now that he has beat KB, he has gone back to being unkillable to take Tormentor.
If next Aegis goes to Juice here, game might just end. I don't think Aurora can deal with him. 2 lives with BKB this time. Can't really echo him out of the second one or anything like that. If he gets to Satanic as well as Aegis, then that's way too much in my mind. We could still even get Ag Static Storm in this game. That's the scary part.
Rolling Thunder into the Sunstrike. Could not chain it up.
Oh my god.
It's actually had to pop his Lotus. That was a scary amount of damage.
That hero just does way too much damage.
Yes. Yes, it does.
It's a ridiculous hero. Nightfall getting some split push action. Working
Good
towards
for
that
him.
Bloodthorn.
What'd you say about getting Juice the Aegis?
I said if he has Aegis plus BKB, the game is very difficult. If he gets to that plus Satanic, it feels almost impossible. But this is the fight you can win as Aurora. With some clutch spellcasting, you bring this Terrorblade down. Fight opens up.
Do or die moment for Aurora. Ooh, that courier had a full out scythe on it. Flies it through the enemy with a shield on it. But here comes the smoke from Aurora. Get the right kind of initiation. Lasso back. Pull on the Disruptor. Quick kill there. And then they reset around the Rolling Thunder. Buyback. Disruptor's going to teleport right onto all of these heroes. He's going to get a glimpse back onto the Bat Rider. But they're focusing on the Bat right now. Nightfall blinks away. Mira, Sonic Wave, good hit. That's going to take out, oh, maybe Nico as well. Nico almost dying there. Got off his BKB or Tornado. Quick retreat from him, but that's still a dieback on the Disruptor. Aurora, a 4 versus 4. They will have to back away, though. Nightfall has already used his borrowed time. They do not want to keep this fight going. But does that mean that they're conceding Roshan?
They popped meta. They kind of used everything. I don't know. I think both teams have to concede it in a way. Neither team wins the fight hard enough to go do it. So you just have to wait for the next round of spells. By then it's going to go top. More awkward.
Switch over to the other side. Yeah.
Maybe a little more awkward for Navi with this meta cooldown. Tokyo trying to make some big
Tokyo
plays.
had a high ground ward set on the Wisdom Shrine, but the burst damage a little off there. Gale Guard making quite the difference, and now they know about that high ground ward. Still, though, Aurora, a chance to catch Nightfall. Trying to chase after Science here. Tornado runs interference, so they cannot get a pick off of this. Unfortunate.
I can't believe Niku survived that jump.
Oh, yeah,
That's
that was crazy.
absurd. What the hell, man? This guy's 3,000 HP. Just took it on the chin. That kind of fight's not that bad for Aurora, though. They get a good lasso at the start, and then you kind of disengage, you drag Navi in, and then you look for the Invoker after he overextends into the middle of the fight. That's pretty much perfect. If you can do that again, it can easily win you that kind of engagement, because this Invoker is the real carry as this game goes later and later. Like you see, like they collapse in, they're just trying to kill some bad hot 3-man Sonic Wave into that Echo. Massive damage. If you have a chain stun follow-up from the Shaker there, or just a little more damage from anybody else, that's a good team fight. That's a one-team fight.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Ooh, amp damage in the bottom river. Aurora, this is annoying. They have to contend with this constant push in from the Terrorblade and the Invoker.
It is obnoxious. And there's your Satanic, almost level 25 as well. So this is peak Terrorblade performance right here. If you can get the Refresher on Shaker, if you can make this game go long enough, he could still win that fight.
Yeah, you get a Refresher Quap or Refresher Shaker.
Oh, yeah.
It's so much
cooking.
burst.
Cooking with gas if you get to that point. Almost have an Axe Jakiro as well. I mean, there's big items on the horizon for Aurora. A lot of damage upgrade that can be really difficult for Terrorblade to deal with. Even as farmed as he is, he just dies to the overwhelming Refresher spell damage. So, if you're Navi, you got to continue to strike here while you have the advantage. Do not want to just sit back and say we're infinitely outscaling, because that is not true.
Navi have been leading this game too. Pretty much the whole thing, but the pressure is on to end it here. To secure this Roshan, and with this peak of power the Terrorblade will attain with an Aegis and a Satanic, 3 different lives for him in a fight. And Aurora will be conceding this Roshan. And somehow that amp damage is still there. It's about to go away in 10 seconds. Oh, Makoto spots it. Swaps in his bottle. Picks up an amp damage and still has a chance for another power rune. An arcane rune. Oh, he's good. Oh, okay. I'm going to pop the amp damage and keep an arcane rune. Man just had the pick of the litter.
Nice little river action for him.
Call it pick of the river.
That was very good, Austin. Very good, yes. Here on the E stream. God, that joke was so bad. It's like so unbelievably bad.
I want you to know I wouldn't have made that joke if you didn't make such a big deal out of E-Stream.
No, that's what I'm saying, the E stream joke. I'm still
Oh.
shocked at how bad that was.
I don't know. I kind of like it.
It was so... Whatever, man. I'm not even going to debate it. Let's see if Navi go for the push with this Aegis. Not the easiest push anymore. Especially if somebody gets lassoed. There's an uncontested lasso, which there's BKB on Mira. As rough a game as he's had, he has recovered it. And is in a position to guarantee get some lassos now. No interrupt for this BKB Batrider. He got him.
I don't know what Nightfall was looking at, but
Not a zero.
not a zero. It's probably microing his illusions for last hitting. What are we waiting for on Navi's side?
Ag's Disruptor and Refresher Invoker are really the only two big items left.
Okay, well, Refresher is still a ways away.
I would also say you kind of wanted some Lincolns and Lotus Spheres in this lineup to let you go high ground a bit easier, but they're just not going to be there.
Yeah, Pango really played for himself. Disperser,
Yes.
Refresher, like no utility whatsoever to help out with that high ground push, and it's not going to do him much good. He gets jumped like that.
Nice find.
Got the juice still battling it out with Nightfall. Nightfall forced to use the borrowed time. Blinks back inside the base. Ooh, Toronto Tokyo gets tied up a little bit there, but the sharpshooter miss makes things a little bit more awkward. Toronto Tokyo might have died if the sharpshooter had landed there. But instead, at
Awkward
BKB,
stuff.
he is able to walk it off. Now, he used a refresher for that fight. And used his second BKB. So they are lacking in some resources here for Aurora.
Navi know it. They kind of want to push. It's a risky push, though. No Pangolier, 5-on-4. Lasso's coming back up soon. You have Refresher on the Queen of Pain. I don't think you can force this. And now you're in a situation where...
That's it.
Are you getting outscaled in this game? Terrorblade can suffer in these types of games when it goes ultra late and he's against overwhelming refresher spell damage. Just hard to stay alive and have impact. Doesn't feel so bad for Aurora anymore. The high ground defense is really tough to break here for Navi.
Okay, so I think that Aurora is in a better position over time, but I am not convinced that they're favored. Like, Quap is scary, and she's scaling, but Navi also have an Invoker. It's not like that hero is any less fearsome in the late game.
I don't think they're necessarily worried about getting straight out scaled. I just think it's a question of how do you end the game.
Sure.
Ever. Like, what? You kind of have to push with Aegis against this bad. Got another 30 seconds to do that. This high ground is just so annoying.
I think he actually needs to swap at his BKB before he dies, because he could be instantly stunned on the second life. He's going to pop the Satanic trying to keep himself up, but the lasso initiation is found. Zayat's,
Yep.
He dies. That is the danger of this. You are right. Like, ending this game, Navi can be winning the game for as long as they want, but if they can't actually end it, then we start getting into some weird territory.
This game is already weird. I think it's very clear they do not know what to do in this position because they're technically stronger. They have Aegis, but you can't take buildings and you can't get the fight because Aurora just kind of sitting in their base, lassoing people with BKB Batrider that there's no answer to.
Do you think this is inexperience? Right, we've talked a lot about how this is a young squad. They need time. I feel like situations like this is where experience really shines, where you are met with a problem and you don't have a solution because you maybe haven't played into it so often.
Maybe. Could be affecting it. I mean, somebody just has to make a call here in terms of what is the game plan and start itemizing towards that. If you want to go the Lincoln's Lotus Sphere route, you can do that. If you want to go the, we need a Blink Abyssal or Wind Waker or land Hexes first or whatever. There are always ways you can itemize out of a situation. But you just have to have a game plan. Right now, that doesn't really exist. It's kind of just someone's getting lassoed and that's it. It's not good enough to end this game.
Good Cataclysm earlier from Niku. Spotted out the smoke move from Aurora. So nobody on Navi is going to be caught unaware by this.
refresher Dezun Quap. Refresher Shaker. There's your Ag Static. I mean, this Ag Static has got to do some work.
Hard to do that if Aurora is making the initiation every time. Like, what are you static storming if the initiators are popping their BKBs and getting the jump first and casting all their spells?
Nothing. They're static storming nothing.
Tormentor's going to the other side, but they get it in time. Niku will have his shard, so now the Cataclysm can spawn some Forge Spirits. Even more vision, even more Ghost Shove. And we're almost to level 25 Queen of Pain. 2 1,000 damage Sonic Waves.
Someone's gonna die. It's either him or you. There's no way around it. Can even just lasso or double Sonic Wave this Pango in the roll. Because he went Refresher. He also just doesn't have much defense against that kind of play. Like, there's no Lincolns here. There's no Basher to go in and stun people. It feels like Na'Vi have to get the jump. If they don't get the jump, I don't see them winning the fight.
Diets pushing forward. Aurora, really defensive use of BKBs. I mean, I feel like this fight, they should just back away purely for the fact they've used so many BKBs already. PMA is going to chase after them. See if this Rolling Thunder can be effective at killing anything. Mira's making a run for it with the rest of his BKB. Almost wearing out. Static Storm goes out. Doesn't really do too much here. Radi's whiffs entirely. Makoto with his Sonic Wave. Unable to finish off Radi's here. Refresh goes out from PMA. Chasing after Makoto with the Rolling Thunder. And he's got him locked in with the roll up. Stays on top of him. Now chases after more heroes from Aurora. Actually, they've called it quits. A buyback on Zayats. No buyback from Aurora. I'm very surprised PMA didn't keep it going.
He's probably worried about refreshers and reinforcements coming in if you overextend. They lost their supports early on. That's a buyback on the Hoodwink and Deny on the Disruptor. Just so much damage from these Sonic Waves. Really awkward fight for Na'Vi. Static Storm hits nothing. You hex this BKB bad.
Man?
It just doesn't really do anything. Juice does a lot of damage. He's sitting in the middle of them, but he can't stun anybody, so they all just run away from him. Zayat's got echoed.
It also started with 2 BKBs essentially being wasted to start the fight.
Yep.
They had no Echo Slams at the end of it.
Got him. Completely unnecessary, but for the memes.
Well, I guess part of the reason Na'Vi did not try and keep it going against Aurora is they were in the Roche on spawn timer, so they're going to take yet another Roche for themselves. This one will have the Refresher Shard for one of the heroes that does not have Refresher. And I don't even know who that is. Riddies, I guess, will take the Refresher Shard.
Yeah, it's got to go to Disruptor here.
He needs a Blink Dagger, man.
Yes. Blink Dagger on him would go a long way. Wind Waker on somebody in this Na'Vi lineup would also go a long way. Just to bail out heroes that get jumped by the Echo. Maybe dodge some of the Queen damage. You just need more ways to interrupt Aurora's jumps, and right now that's not happening. So again, you're going to try and siege this high ground, but what happens when somebody just gets lassoed here? You take the fight.
Well, there's that
You're about to
lasso.
find out.
You're not taking this part of the fight. Cataclysm comes down, double Cataclysm. Nightfall actually takes a good amount of damage here. PMA in the middle of all these heroes. You got off the Static Storm on Nightfall alongside the Glimpse, but he heals up to full off of the borrowed time, and he still has a Refresher.
I'll lasso on cooldown if you want to try and take the fight. Otherwise, nothing's happening here.
And if you don't take it soon, I mean, it's not a long cooldown on Lasso. It's a 60-second cooldown when you get to this point. So you've got one creep wave, essentially, to hit buildings. And clearly, Na'Vi does not feel like they're equipped enough to do so.
I once more post the question, how do you end this game if you are Na'Vi?
I do think that the response from Na'Vi on these initiations has not been the best either.
No.
Like, I don't think jumping in on the first life of the Terrorblade means too much.
I don't think they've had a good plan at going high ground, and I don't think they've responded to the constant lassos well at all. It's just banging your head against the brick wall. It's just like doing the same thing over and over. Someone gets lassoed, someone dies, and then you're sitting here wondering, what are we supposed to do?
Yeah,
At this point, just
where is
do
the
anything.
Lotus?
That's what I'm saying. Lotus, Lincolns.
Nobody is building Lotus still. I get it if you ended up in a situation where you're like, ah, crap, guys, we didn't really think about like how to go high ground against this. But like, you've been hitting this problem for 20 minutes. Like, surely you've had that discussion. Okay, Zayat's has queued up a Lotus Orb. That is the first Lotus Orb I've seen queued up.
Somebody needs it in this game. That at least gives you a chance of going high ground. It gives you a plan.
Forced to have Zayat's making a run for it. Nice rolling thunder with a Cataclysm over the top. Forces out the BKBs. Echo Slam from Toronto, Tokyo. Stops that squirrel in his place. Mirror will die.
That's an
So
opening.
trading out supports here. Static Storm. It latches onto Nightfall. Nightfall automatically using the borrowed time. Still has a refresher to work with. BKB, they're trying to beat him down. Double Scythe goes off, but he got off the refresher. Nightfall, he's going to be okay for now. He's got the borrowed time and now got the juice. Doesn't have his BKB. Nor does he have a Sunder to get it off. Too many disables here. PMA teleporting on his Rolling Thunder. He'll get out. But Na'Vi, bad clash for them. More buybacks being utilized by Aurora, but it's fine if they keep winning fights like this.
He had to refresh into another BKB there on the Terrorblade. Just couldn't get it all off. Doesn't have the item slots for everything. Pays a massive price. Honestly, this starts pretty well for Na'Vi. Like, yeah, you lose your Hoodwink, but you get the bat, and that's a bigger opening in the fight. You land a Static Storm on somebody. Not the best target, but you'll take it. And Juice, he's just got a refresher in the backpack. There's no way to refresh a second BKB. This lasso's super on point. Drag him in, chain stun him up, and the second those ults land, he's gone. There's no ability to survive that. He was trying to slot in the refresher. Could not get it in time.
Now PMA, bad time to get picked. Your supports were just coming back up. Another 30 seconds for the Terrorblade. There is no reason to try and kill this creep wave. You could just let it go.
Crumbling.
They are.
Are they crumbling? Lack of experience biting them here? Unsure how to end the game. Failed push after failed push. Not scaling up. Back to dead.
I won't even say lack of experience, because like some of these things are just, you know, coming up clutch, right? Like got the juice and it's a refresher play. That's not necessarily an experience play. You've played a billion pubs where you've had more items than you can work with.
Yeah, little stuff matters. And I mean, Aurora just getting way too many items now. Wind Wakers, Aeon Discs. The refreshers are already online. They're trying to get an Ags on the Bat Rider. I mean, these are overwhelming team fight supremacy-based items right now. TB does not enjoy this type of late game. He really does not.
Niku hit his level 25 during that deafening blast. For him. But it's been hard for him to get a whole lot done every single time it's rolling. We said you don't really have the setup for Cataclysm. So every single time it's a Rolling Thunder or Cataclysm, they activate BKBs, no problem. But then they refresh and more BKBs. So Invoker's spells are having a hard time finding purchase in these fights. especially
get
with how
Lincolns.
clean they've been. Navi smoked up on the low ground. Aurora all here. They pop the Static Storm on Toronto Tokyo. This is perfect, but he's got an Eon Disc. They've got to stop him from getting off a BKB, a Wind Waker just in time to stop the Sunstrike damage. And now a Scythe put on to Got the Juice. He's in trouble here. Needs some help. Got off the BKB. Toronto Tokyo with a refresh. Eon Disc will protect him. Got the Juice fighting out with Nightfall, but he can't really challenge him. Meanwhile, the lasso on the Invoker gets off a BKB and a Deafening Blast. He makes a run for it. Refresh on Got the Juice. Another round of the BKB. He needs to hit something that is not this abandoned, but everything is kiting him right now. He's got nowhere to run to. He's out of BKB charges. And now he's just going to be kited the whole way through unless Navi can do something for him, a Disperser to help him out. Niku back into play with the Tornado to also help. They kill the Jakiro and they help the Terrorblade get away. So both Niku and PMA do come back to bail out their carry there.
Makoto is just wrecking them. The damage is overwhelming. They don't have a good lockdown for this Queen of Pain. Sonic Wave cooldown is ridiculous.
And he's got
about
the AoE as well.
Good an initiation you're going to get to. Like, you land Static Storm on a big core target in that Shaker. He just has Aeon Disc. Bails him out long enough. He can get Wind Waker off. You can't all-in kill him. And this is part of the issue right now. You're having issues preventing Aurora from locking you down, and you're having issues locking them down. Starts out great, and then Aeon into Wind Waker, survives the Sunstrike. Now this fight's reset. You're losing your supports, it feels like, every time as the backline gets destroyed. Don't even think Toronto Tokyo played this mega well. As Juice gets the refresh off, he gets BKB off, survives both those Echo Slams. Didn't really do anything to him. But then
If Piku died there to Mira's lasso alongside Makoto,
oh yeah,
would have been a very different part of this fight. Probably could have committed to killing the Terrorblade.
just can't bring the control and the damage together here because Aurora have done a really nice job focusing the supports. And if the supports go down, you have very little control in this game. That said, we do have a Lotus finally. We have the Lincolns on the Invoker, so some itemization answers to the Batrider at least. Maybe Navi can prevent this lasso going off for once.
Yeah, and Rady's also finally got his Blink Dagger. So I feel like it's been like 15 minutes since we talked about how he needs that Blink. But they've just been losing so many fights, and obviously the supports have not been prioritizing farming up themselves. Forced out the BKB on Makoto there with the glimpse. And no refresher for another 30 seconds. He doesn't have an amp damage in the bottle. Very dangerous rune. They could get the jump on Makoto right now, though, with the sight.
Oh, what a find.
And they got him inside the Static Storm. He's nullified as well, so they can't even Wind Waker save her. What a pick.
Makoto.
Now Ollie. Force staff up to the high ground. PMA loses track of him. Fisher to keep him back with a buyback from Makoto. Navi reset.
Such a clutch
Played
pick
to their
off.
vision.
Such a clutch pick off that mid ward. The exact target they wanted to find with the BKB on cooldown. And yeah, new nullifier on that Pangolier helps you commit in on these targets versus the Wind Waker, the Aeon Disc. Your meta is running. You're actually gonna go high ground right now? This is crazy.
I mean, it's kind of funny because it's perfect timing as Aurora have smoked up, and now they have to TP back to deal with this push that they didn't see coming. Now they're out of position for taking Roshan. So if they have another smoke, they may need to use it. Because otherwise they're going to be walking into heavy vision territory. They know about the high ground ward. Do they know about the second ward? We got the high ground ward first.
There's a chance they're just forcing the Roche down, and it dies very quickly. You don't know if you're Aurora.
Now running into the second ward. And Navi neither forcing the Roshan around that because of that vision, nor are they taking the fight on their vision. It feels a bit wasted.
They got another jump.
Toronto Tokyo He's got an Aeon Disc. Can PMA get him with the nullifier? They got the nullifier on him. He's stuck inside. They give him a force staff to help him out. He got off the BKB, but the damage may still be there from PMA. Another Aeon Disc with the refresher, and he'll live. Wind Waker back. He's okay for now. Meanwhile, the Hexed up. PMA in some trouble. Lasso as well. Heavy commitment to finish off this Pango. Meteor goes out, hits Makoto. He pops his BKB and pursues. Refresh, blink forward again, catching Riddies this time. The Sonic Wave goes out, finish him off, pushing back the rest of Na'Vi. Aurora may have just won themselves the first Roshan of the game.
This lineup is so hard to break in the late game. Just not enough ability to burst these heroes down. I think we're at the point where we need like Swift Blink Ags on this Terrorblade, so we can go in with these Static Storm catches and actually deal the damage. They're lacking damage to bring these heroes down even when the control is there, which is hard enough to find. And there's a Divine Rapier on this Abaddon. Nightfall, he says, I'm invincible. I may as well deal the deeps.
They haven't forced him to use one borrowed time most of these team fights, let alone two. So he might as well min-max his damage.
A really scary kit. Double BKB, double borrow time. Run around strength blinking on people with Divine Rapier.
That being said, it is possible for them to kill him through all of it, right? Static Storm plus Break. They could kill him without any borrowed time usage.
Yes. Yes, if you can land Static Storm, that's the tough part.
Yeah, they have to hit him with Static Storm, then they have to break him with the Hoodwink, and just to make sure, probably Nullifier to stop any Wind Waker shenanigans. It's a lot, and they did not take the Aegis on the Divine Hero. So I feel like that plan is more and more and more the main plan for Na'Vi.
Just got a lot better for sure, I'll tell you that much. If you can somehow disable this Abaddon into Static Storm and just kill him. Definitely the best target. That or the Shaker with Static Storm Nullifier.
Sure.
60 minutes, looking towards those neutral items as well. Gotta get some good stuff up.
It is first going to be Spider Legs for the Terrorblade.
So Helm of Undying got nerfed, right?
Yeah. I don't remember, but sure.
Wait, did it get nerfed? Maybe it didn't.
It did not. I just checked.
What the hell? How did this item not get nerfed? Alright.
Well, you know, many of the neutral items that were OP still have not been nerfed, so.
That item is one of the stupidest conceptual items to ever be added to this game in fucking 30 years of Ice Frog patches. I do not understand how this existed for so long.
Book of the Dead plus Fleet for the Invoker, so he is zooming. Zayat's went for Fallen Sky plus the cooldown reduction. Helm of Undying for the Disruptor, and he took Wise, so he is trying to get to his 25 for the Static Storm radius. And then Stygian Desolator on the Pango. His damage amps up quite a bit, plus he took Titanic for another 20% base attack damage. Double
really
Divine
nice
Regalias for the magic damage dealers of Aurora, both for the Queen of Pain as well as the Earthshaker. Cooldown reduction for the Earthshaker and Feverish, and Audacious for Makoto, attack speed and magic attack damage.
Oh, pretty good stuff.
We have a Book of the Dead, because everybody needs at least one Book of the Dead on the Bat Rider. For extra cast range as well, the enchantment there. Jakiro, Fallen Sky, plus Spell Amp from Timeless. And then the Spider Legs for the Abaddon, which I feel better about the Spider Legs on him than I do the TB.
The one thing for the TB is that maybe lets him aggressively use this break silence himself.
That's true. Nightfall put himself on the front lines here. Borrowed time, blinks backwards. PMA hits the nullifier on Ollie, but he's got to get back. In fact, he's going to be psyched. Makoto, not shy. He's got the Aegis after all. Roll up, couldn't get out the Rolling Thunder. Actually doesn't even refresh. Maybe he's saving it for the second life. Because he just dies the Echo Slam.
Dire's top barracks
That Sonic Wave does so much freaking damage. It's insane.
Yeah.
I don't really know what you're supposed to do against that, other than just kill him first. These
So I
Divine
assume-
Regalias are nasty.
Yeah, I assume the outgoing damage, the 20% buff, is not included in the tab. So it's doing 980 damage with Spell Lamp, and then you add another 20% on top of that. So just 1,200 pure damage from one Sonic Wave.
No, it's included. It's just he dies so fast.
Is it? No, I'm saying when you alt hover over the ability, and it tells you how much.
Oh, you're saying the
tooltip,
in-game.
yeah.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
We'll see how Aurora fares in their setup. I mean, it already is feeling way more decisive for Aurora in their high ground push. And they got the initiation onto Riddies. Now, Riddies has that Helm of Undying, so he can still get off a good Static Storm here. He catches Nightfall. The rest of the team is not in position to take advantage of this, though. So it's him dead. No Static Storm. That ruins his buyback, too.
Yeah, that was pretty lackluster from Na'Vi in terms of a base defense here.
The Book of the Dead is taking the top lane of Barracks. They actually got to back out. Cataclysm showing these heroes that are teeping away, and PMA immediately pounces on this. He sees a massive opportunity here. Can he stop Toronto Tokyo from getting the blink away? Still spotted him with his Aghanim Scepter. He's pretty fast, though. Another Cataclysm goes out, spots him for a second. Got him a
God dang.
refresh. Holy.
That damage. The Stygian, dude. Holy moly. I mean, I think this was maybe the best item roll of all the neutrals anybody got.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Because this Pango, he was not really a big threat before, and then he got this Stygian, and now he's a massive damage threat, which is what they needed, because this Terrorblade is having issues killing people. And there goes your Divine Regalia, too. Extra value on that kill. What can Na'Vi do with this? Every time a team pushes base, it ends terribly. But somebody has to win this game.
We could be locked here forever. Science. Quick pick off of the lasso. That is Gem on the ground. Don't think they saw it, though.
Juice just going forward. He's like, well, that's nice.
Okay.
I guess this push is over.
More reason for the Swift Blink now that you have bought the Ag Synth on the Terrorblade, so he's got Terror Wave. I still think he should think about going back to that.
I would agree. I think it's a position you kind of have to end up on this hero in the ultra late, because there's no other way to deal damage on the limited control you have as quickly. Refresher shard on that Ag's Bat Rider as well, by the way. Keep that in mind. They have effectively quad refresh for the next fight.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Never mind. Penta refresh. With Jakiro picking up an Ags.
Bottom just got taken by the Book of the Dead, so
Got him.
I mean, Na'Vi are
They're struggling.
it just feels like mistake after mistake for the last like 35 minutes. Like some good plays, like that initiation from PMA was excellent, right? Seeing the opportunity, the teleport back, the panic teleport, Nightfall trying to make sure they don't lose any buildings, Cataclysm for the vision. But there's been a lot of bad with the good.
I bet they wish they'd closed this game out a long time ago.
Oh yeah.
They got stuck in Bat Rider hell.
I still think they should try and get more Lotuses.
At this point, it doesn't even matter anymore. Like, even if your argument is I can go high ground with better itemization against the Bat Rider, the issue is winning the fight now. With the overwhelming just AoE ultimates from this Quab Shaker.
Okay, not Lotus's then, Lincoln's.
I mean, I'm okay with more Lincolns, but I think your game plan has to just be kill this Abaddon on the front line, because I think he's giving too much information and space for everybody else to operate.
Right now,
another
it
lasso.
is Mira getting way too many lasso kills.
This game is
Na'Vi just
simpler.
not grouped up at all,
Simpler for Aurora to play right now.
for sure. Another push is going to come in. Another Book of the Dead push. Threatening take
Yeah.
the melee barracks. Toronto Tokyo. He'll try and defend. This is an opportunity, perhaps. Niku
go
can
kill him.
try and catch him with the scythe, or at least force out Aeon Disc, BKB, that sort of thing, and then rejoin his team, perhaps. As his team is making a smoke play. They spot Makoto. They're pushing forward. They think it's Static Stormman? What happened? Okay, he's still got the Helm of Dying. He'd still go for the Static Storm later on to the fight. He drops it now. It's going to be the Abaddon. They go fight. They're taking him out. They finish him off. An immediate buyback. Divine Rapier is on the ground, though, and Got the Juice is protecting it. He's got the Terror Wave pushing back these heroes. The buybacks from Aurora. They resettle. Tornado long range clips the Quap, but Na'Vi do not keep the chase up.
Helm of Undying, man. This item is so freaking stupid. It's so stupid. You got to feel for Aurora there. Like, they played that fight correctly, but it doesn't matter because this item bails out your Disruptor and you can just drop an ult on the Abaddon from death. It's like, okay, that's balanced in all things.
3 buybacks for Na'Vi. Does the
Early
Divine...
ult pop, say, from Nightfall here, they never got the refresher off because he gets Static Storm, so he didn't get broken. He just had his ult wear out. We'll trade buybacks now. Nightfall's buyback committed. Ollie's buyback committed. This is an opening for Na'Vi. That was the first death in the game for this Abaddon.
Roshan's up. They're trying to force heroes to show at the top part of the map with the wave pushing in. Cataclysm goes out, get some idea of where they're at. Toronto Tokyo's going to teleport back to the team. Got the juice. He got sight. And now we got Echo Slam. Can they bail him out? No.
Oh
they
my.
cannot. Na'Vi do not save their
He
carry in
buys.
time. And the Divine Rapier is back in the hands of Nightfall. Got a lasso on a PMA. Big pickup. Nightfall blinks on it. Lasso, Sonic Wave, everything they have. That's going to be a dieback. 3 up. Get another kill on the Earthshaker. He does have buyback. Niku needs to get out of here. Numbers advantage for Aurora on this.
Very clutch. Very clutch from Aurora, finding that Terror Blade. They have just enough detection now. They're able to get the stuns and the damage on him.
What
No
is this? A
BKB.
Gleipnir? A late Gleipnir from Niku?
Wants the bigger meatballs here.
The bigger meatballs? Does he want more setup? Like, better chance that his Cataclysm actually lands?
Just an item to sub in when your refresher's on cooldown, I guess. But then you're not ticking that refresher, which feels pretty bad.
Aurora, free Roshan for them. And they still have a minute after taking this Roshan to take advantage of the fact that Na'Vi are in a 3 versus 5. So I don't even know what you do with a refresher because you have 5 refreshers. So does
kill
anybody even want this shard? Yeah.
Give it to the bat, because he doesn't have a actual one, though he's finishing his.
Oh, okay.
Oh, pre-meta pop.
Oh,
Did
jump.
you
Nightfall. Okay, got off the borrowed time. He's going to be okay for now. And the lasso on got the juice. He's dead. Cataclysm goes out. It does not do enough for you.
That's it.
No carry. It is GG's. Riddies will call it. Aurora with the comeback at 73 minutes. They hold and they hold and they hold, and eventually they get the advantage in the super late game.
Okay. I mean, that's a game of Dota right there. Aurora with some insane base defense and ridiculous Queen of Pain damage in the late game. They are very happy they ended up with that hero for Makoto because they needed all the scale in the tank. That said, can they be super happy about that win? They stave off, elimination, so to say here, but that was not the prettiest victory we've ever seen. I mean, that game was really rough. There's an argument that they should lose that game at a certain point if Na'Vi itemized for the high ground a little bit better and play it a little bit better. But that said, the picks got the job done. I mean, we see the power of this draft in terms of dealing with the Terrorblade in the late game. He's just a non-factor, and there was no clear answer hero-wise to Batrider. Another loss for Pango. I'm telling you, this Pango hero is cursed or something, man. He is just not winning games.
Yeah.
Some stuff to think about for Game 3 here if you're Na'Vi, because I think the lack of experience in that situation showed a little bit. And ultimately, they will get pushed to the test here, and there's some momentum for Aurora going into this Game 3.
There absolutely is. Crazy Game 2. Aurora have evened the score out, and we are going to go to a Game 3. We need a break, but then when we come back, we will close out this series. One of these teams will be eliminated, and one of them is going to Singapore. Will it be Aurora, or will it be Na'Vi? Welcome back. It is game 3 time for Na'Vi versus Aurora. Again, the stakes here, one of these teams will be eliminated out of Blast 4. The other will be going on to Singapore at the beginning of November. We hope to see all of you guys there. But meantime, Avery, closing out this series, it does feel like Na'Vi have the advantage when it comes to the draft in this game 3. Maybe mentally they aren't in the best place, but they should have won that game 2.
I think that's fair to say. I don't know if they'll go back for the Pango. That's the one element of I didn't like. I just don't think we ever see the impact from this hero we're used to seeing. I think people are getting baited by it a little bit. This flex is nice, but the flex isn't really real because you end up with offlane Pango and you just rather have almost any other offlaner. So that's kind of the only thing I hope they change. But otherwise, they're playing the early games better than Aurora. They're pulling out leads and they're snowballing the game. That one, they just could not close it out.
All right. Well, our draft is about to be underway, and we'll see. Aurora will do Na'Vi the favor here. They'll ban the Panko. They actually feel like it was a bigger problem than we thought it was.
That's a value ban for Na'Vi right there, in my opinion. Maybe they don't feel that way, but
Clearly not.
take that Makoto Puck out. Storm ban into instant Shadow. Okay.
Shadow Demon, I think I strongly disagree with Shadow Demon as a first pick. I'm okay with the hero being more valuable, but I think inherently Shadow Demon is such a reactive hero, right? It's like, is it a good game for Disruption as its save? Is it a good game for Demonic Purge to be used on the enemy carry to kite him around? Is it a good cleanse game? I feel like there's too many factors for this hero that this hero should never really be first pick.
It worsens him a little bit, but the hero does block pick a lot of stuff in the draft, so you get that value out of early picking him. Sometimes can make up for him not having the best game. What about the Pudge here, man? Just hit him with the Pudge. Syed's Pudge. What are you gonna do? Disrupt me? No, I'm the big man.
I could dig it.
Brood mother? What?
Really?
Where did this pick come from, man?
That is interesting. Okay.
I mean, that is a SD counter, that's for sure.
No doubt.
Can you first pick Brood like this while they have 3 core responses? That is a bit sus to me. I don't think that should be allowed, but maybe you'll get away with it. We've seen him first pick Huskar win.
That is a good point.
I mean, you can play Brood in different ways. You can play this hero across different roles. You can play him as a right-click carry. You can play him for the Spider Summons. You can play him for offlane Aura Buyer. You can play him mid for some counter matchup. So some of those options will be available for Na'Vi if the hero gets countered really hard. And you're definitely going to force a response out of Aurora. That's for sure.
The options are there theoretically. Are they there in reality? Can Niku play Broodmother?
Probably not.
Can PMA play
I think
Broodmother?
PMA can, as far as I am aware. Yeah, I think they can play on both the side lanes.
29 games of Broodmother. It is really interesting that they had such confidence in this because they drafted it against Heroic. One, they didn't have the confidence to pick it in the first phase. They drafted it 16th. But also, they lost that game. So...
Well, maybe it's something they have more success with Crimson, you know, that they are really confident to pull out in Game 3.
Sure. I mean, they did get meepoed. That happens.
Yeah,
they
that's
got
a
Yuma
bit.
meepoed.
What are you going to do, you know? I mean, that's a 100-0 matchup, basically. Well, that's a... I mean, I don't know if these two heroes have any synergy. I don't think they do. But at least it gives you some team fight behind the Brood, which is sometimes an issue with this hero. That said, No stuns, no control. Nothing to play off the bonds yet. If I'm Aurora, I'm thinking about any hero I can get for Makoto that has mobility. Maybe not on this slot, but on that 4th pick. Kind of gear it up for it.
So aiming for a Quap again?
Yeah, maybe. I think you're probably going Mars +1 here.
Yeah, Mars to lock down the Broodmother.
Mars or Disruptor +1 looks solid. Be very surprised if they don't take one of those plus something here. So I'm not sure what better catch and lockdown you're going to get for this guy outside of those heroes. Mars Hoodwink is fine here. They might also just take the Batrider again because it was so successful for them eventually in that game too. Like the early game was an issue, but that wasn't the hero's problem. And it did kind of win them that game. Nope. Just Jackaro.
I won't hate on it when you got a Shadow Demon.
I feel that Aurora maybe did not want to play the Shadow Demon 5, which is fair because it's a lot worse. But I do think Batrider would have been pretty solid there. It's another hero that can go and catch this Brood. It's a pseudo mobility hero that they don't have lockdown for, and Navi just did not respond well to that bat in game 2. They just did not play well around it. They did not itemize well for it. Yeah, you shut it down early, but that could have been any hero. Eventually, the fact it was bad proved to be a problem. There's even more team fight, still no lockdown.
Yeah, no
Gotta get a
lockdown,
stun.
and they're locking the Broodmother into the safe line, which I guess is kind of fine because you know what the off lane is from Aurora, but now it means the Undying may end up having a rough lane. Well, maybe this hero just doesn't have bad matchups. Maybe it's uncounterable. Also, where is Sand King?
It's dead.
I mean, that's another hero that counters Broodmother.
I mean, the funny thing is, I think all the top teams of the group were playing him. Like Tundra and Falcons were playing him a bit, and then nobody else was. So
Yeah.
I don't know what that says, but maybe they're just too good. Well, there's your one stun for the game, Cookie. Is that good enough?
I mean, it is very good with Broodmother and Undying, but no, as a lockdown, I do not like it, and it's going to be a Medusa to deal with the Undying.
You were asking for a carry that dealt with this hero, and that is one of them. Strength Steel Irrelevant. Good hero to just sit in the fight and chip away at the Tombstone with the split shot. It is a good matchup for Medusa. Does make your lineup a little slow, which could be a concern, and it's a really bad matchup against Brood in some ways. But as a carry versus carry, I think that's a little less severe.
I also think that there is times where Undying is good against it, which is that like core Undying where you're just hitting the Dusa with Flesh Golem. I think that can actually be bad sometimes for Dusa.
You just don't get benefit of the amp. You don't get benefit of the strength steal.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
There's a lot of things that don't go your way that normally would versus almost any carry.
I guess I see it like, you know how like Dawnbreaker used to be a good matchup against Dusa, where you just kind of like sit on her and swing over and over again?
Yeah.
I think Undying can get that similar point.
That's fair. I mean, you can go Crimson on this hero, and he's a very good Crimson buyer, perhaps the best in Dota.
Yeah, well, definitely the highest ceiling. I would say Centaur is probably on average better, but Flesh Golem, few decays, and all of a sudden you're sitting at 5,000 HP. That Crimson Guard to the moon.
Is there a mid hero with stuns that Navi can get here?
Well, there is a lot of mid heroes with stuns.
I mean, a good one.
Well, they'll know their matchup. There will be some spirits left. Storm and nope, not Storm. Ember. There is many of the melee heroes. Sand King, Pango is banned.
All right, I have two
Primal?
suggestions.
Okay.
I was gonna say Primal.
Yeah.
This Primal
yeah,
Beast is not a hero we've seen a lot, but it could be really good here with the Axe Break into the Mars. Just translate through these supports. But the Demonic Purge is a little annoying. The Ice Pass is a little annoying. And the Dusa matchup, I don't think is that great for Primal. It's like...
I actually thought it was better for Aurora. Outside of the fact
that?
you won't know your matchup. Yeah, because it's really
they
good
could
against
also
Brood,
take
right?
it. They can also take it. So Primal comes to mind in this last exchange. And I want to say Magnus. They do get the bat eventually. Okay.
Yeah, mid-Bat Rider instead.
Well, that's tough for Navi, because now I really don't know what you're going to put there. Yeah, they look a little lost. They're like, what the hell am I supposed to play mid now? 'Cause I think a lot of your mid options were melee heroes. Mid Beast,
You
very
expand
good with
the
your lineup.
wave later on, very good.
yeah, Beast is probably okay here. I don't know if there's anything better. You can play mid Slark, Pog.
Pog.
Yeah, that's kind of it. No Quap, no Storm. Primal's terrible. Ember is pickable. Oh yeah, this is Centaur, of course.
Okay, Niku is playing the Undying. Alrighty.
I don't know about this draft. I think this one got away from Navi a little too much. I mean, they do like this mid Undying, but is this the game for it? Into Batrider, Medusa, Jakiro, Shadow Demon? Like, this is not the mid Undying game. I refuse to believe this can work. I'm backing Aurora. That is my final answer.
I feel like this happens a fair number of times, more often than you would expect, where a team like wins the draft 2 games in a row, but they drop the ball on one of those games. And then they go into the 3rd game and they lose the draft.
Lack of experience is what I would point to.
How is that lack of experience? Like, you already had the foundation of better drafting. Like, what does losing a game you should have won, how can that affect game 3 besides you just being mentally so frazzled you can't think?
You take the wrong conclusions from that game, right? You look at it and you say you lost it for the wrong reasons, and you either overcompensate in a different direction that ends up being worse, or you ban out the wrong heroes for in terms of what actually caused you problems versus what didn't.
Okay.
Like, if I were to pick one hero from that game that caused them issues, it would have been the Batrider. Even though that, and the thing is, that's not easy to identify in my opinion, because that Batrider went, 1 in 10 or something, and they probably feel like they owned him. But to me, that was, they were owning Mira. They were owning him as a player / role in that game. They shut down the 4 position, right? It wouldn't have mattered what hero he was on. He probably would have been 1 in 10. But that bat did a lot of work at a certain point in that game, and they just seemed lost against it. And now they give the same hero here. It's on a different role, but I think it's another game where they have limited capability to stop the bat doing bad stuff, and they end up with a mid Undying against it. Like, hey, is this even laneable at a certain point? I don't know. I mean, mid Undying can lane against a lot of stuff, but against Batrider, that sounds rough.
Yeah, it is going to be weird because they both spam out their Q, and Undying is better at pushing out waves with Decay than it used to be, but early levels of Decay could leave you open to just getting every range creep denied, even if you're not dying in the lane. So
I mean, even if you farm the lane, what are you even doing as Undying in this game?
well, you get Blade Mail for 1.
Okay. And then what?
And then you get Blink Dagger. And then you punch people. And they try and punch you back.
I missed
and
that
you,
part. That's
and you
the
Blade
part I was
Mail
missing.
and you drop Tombstone and you're stampeding all over people, and then Broodmother kills everybody. Bada bing, bada boom.
Right, so you're useless and get carried. Got you.
Yeah.
I also
Everybody needs
just
to
don't-
get carried sometimes.
I'm also just not sold in the Centaur. I know they wanted some other stun in here, but Centaur into Mars is pretty bad. This is not a hero that pressures Medusa. You can build Crimson like we talked about. The one route I see Na'Vi having to win this game is if they can snowball super hard and just push. Let's say you get Crimson, Pipe, Centaur, you have Blade Mail, something Undying, and Brood just goes Orc and Manta. You get an Aegis, you just go high ground 25 minutes or 30 with like some Warlock sustain and a Solar Crest snap. Just drop Tombstone Bonds, Golem the second this bat goes in, and you take advantage of the fact that Aurora's damage takes longer to come online. I think that is the point at which you have to win this game.
The game went on too long that somebody's wireless mouse ended up running out of battery, and now they have to charge it up. Shout out to the admin, by the way. Too many admins let players get away with one word answers for their excuse of why they need a pause. So I appreciate the asking for additional information.
Austin Walsh, admin enjoyer. Heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen.
Can you play with it wired? No. Then maybe you shouldn't be using a wireless mouse. We had this problem in Counter-Strike recently, where it's a little bit more egregious to be using a wireless mouse in the first place. But also but they had a chart. They had a wire for it. They had a pause, and somebody had to plug in their wireless mouse to charge up.
I mean, there's no way it charges that fast, does it?
I was also thinking that, like, you only need
2 to
3 minutes for a full hour-long game. It sounds like to me we're going to get a pause in 30 minutes for another charge, another hit.
That's what I think. He's going to have to keep juicing it up.
I think this falls on the... You're a professional player. You give me your opinion. I think this falls on the territory of being unprepared, and you should not... I'm not going to say you shouldn't be able to pause for it, but it should cost you, like, time and stuff. Like, this is your equipment, and this wasn't like a catastrophic failure of, like, you know, somebody's PC died or whatever. Like, you know, that shit happens. We can't expect you to have, you know, a new PC on standby. But, like, charging your mouse?
I kind of agree. At the same time, most tournaments have a certain allotted amount of pause time you're allowed. And if you have a valid reason to use that, and you want to use up all your pause time and not have it for anything else later, I mean, that's okay, because I think that's a terrible use of it.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. Like, if you want to use
like
your
whatever,
5 minutes to charge up your mouse, then I'm good with that. And I do think we did have who said it? Radies said, you know, let's go. 5 minutes have passed. So
Yep, I mean, that's it. You have your pause time. So if it's not a catastrophic thing where they need to adjust, then you're going to use all your pause time for your mouse, and you might need it later, and then you don't have it, so it ends up costing you. That's life.
Imagine he doesn't die.
Mouse.
Whoever it is, they don't die in this game, and so they don't have time to, like, charge up their mouse at all.
I mean, there's no way you're charging it while you're dead, and that's ridiculous.
I mean, if you need the hit, if you feel like it's not going to keep going, the best time to do it is while you're dead.
That is an insane mental distraction to be thinking about. Every time you die, I'm going to plug in my mouse to charge it, and I'm not going to be looking at anything or doing anything.
Well,
what is that, dude?
They have a dead mouse in the first place.
That is the worst idea
of course,
ever
it's
heard.
a terrible idea, but you know, what else options do they have? They're in this position now.
It's like a hockey player taking his skates off every time he leaves the rink so he can, like, cool his feet off or something.
Got them hot feet.
Makes no sense.
Don't tell me it makes no sense. Tell them. I'll chat them right now.
Unless you're Wayne Gretzky, he was a beast. Fight for the bounty rinse. Ooh. 2-2 split.
2-2 split. Mira is going to deny his own ward here.
They're
We
looking
got
at
the
his
juice.
own
Finds
juice.
the path is blocked. The way is blocked, traveler. They're
It's the way
bandits
is
on the
shut.
road.
Oh, I thought you were doing a Lord of the Rings reference.
I did vaguely
forgot
have an
you're a
idea
loser.
that was a reference, but I knew that there was no way I was going to get the wording right on it. So
Yeah, that's understandable. It's because you're not good at this
okay,
in general.
don't talk to me when you don't know the difference between a wyvern and a dragon.
Nobody knows that. It's arbitrary.
No, it's not.
It is. Who decides species rules for fantasy species?
It's
arbitrary.
an author similar to Tolkien.
Right, but every author could come up with their own, and who decides whose is the best?
No, it's collaborated.
Zayat's dead.
Ollie gets the kill onto Zayat. Already starting off with a awkward situation for Na'Vi. They need to be able to win lanes, and their forward position has already died against the matchup, which I think Dusa is going to be free farming here anyway. So free farm plus.
Is that like Dota Plus?
Yeah.
You have to pay a subscription for free.
Yeah, you
Farm Plus?
subscribe to Farm Plus, and you get somebody who queues at the same time as you queue, and they end up on the enemy team, and they feed you.
Oh, that's what that is. Okay. there's
Yeah,
been a lot of
it's
that
a
lately.
subscription that you can buy, just like
Right,
Dota
okay,
Plus.
Yeah. Cool.
I encounter
I'll
it
look
a
into
lot in my NA games. I'll say that.
Ah,
much.
yes, that's classic.
Yeah. A lot of Farm Plus subscribers here in North America.
Well, Undyne's doing okay on the early waves. He got a decent amount of denies, CSing, getting his stick charges, rushed the boots. Super nice in this matchup. Means you'll lack a little extra regen off not having the bottle here for the first water rune, but again, you got the stick charges, so it kind of works out in the end. Lane will work out for Nico. I'm just more concerned about the game overall, him finding his impact. We'll have to wait to see how that works.
It is pretty funny how they swerved and said, yeah, this Bat Rider, who's really good against very tanky strength heroes, let's go ahead and pick up another really tanky strength hero.
That's what I'm saying. I just don't understand. They doubled down into what was kind of rough for them in this game with this Centaur pick, so not the biggest fan. What was this?
Oh, there's a bit of lag. There's just so happens to be a bit of lag. You need to restart. Nothing to do, of course, with somebody's dead mouse right now.
Yeah, go to that player camp. If that guy's plugging that shit in, call his ass out. That's all I know.
I mean, it was Mira saying that, so I actually do believe him. But, it is funny. All right, away we go.
Who's going to die
15
next?
seconds to Lotus's.
What's your prediction, Austin? I would ask who's going to get first blood, but we already saw first blood. Who's going to get second blood?
Ollie on a Lotus fight. Except PMA got hurricaned away from the Lotus, so it's kind of awkward now.
No, Ollie doesn't die casually. This guy's a professional.
Are you saying some players in this game are not professional?
No, I'm just saying a lot of 5 players are kind of sus, but he's a real 5,
A real 5. Not like Riddies, is what you're saying.
I didn't say anything about Riddies. You know what, Austin? Just because you talk someone up doesn't mean you have to talk someone else down.
No,
You
that's
of all
not what I've
people-
learned from Reddit.
As a Dota talent, should know that.
No, I've learned the opposite. I think the only way to ever put somebody up is the equivalent exchange. You have to put somebody else down first.
If If it's a zero-sum game, yes.
If anything, there's a bit of loss. So you actually have to put down multiple people in order to bring one person up.
That explains a lot. This camp has been blocked the whole game, by the way, so if you want that, you're going to have to deward it, Mira. Which, that is value against the Shadow Demon.
Oh, yeah.
Try and get pulls up here if you're Ridis. This lane is so far up. Gotta get that small camp pull. Oh, he got disrupted. Yeah, they're mad now.
It blood grenades him, but he just
Nice
TP's
play.
away.
Nice play from Mira.
Oh,
Just buying
Niku has
so
to
much
TP
time.
away. It's a close call. He will not burn out to the flames, but he was doing very well for himself in CS, but finally Makoto found an opening to threaten him. Would have gotten the kill if Niku didn't instantly TP.
Would you say that he made it through the fire and the flames there, Alston?
No, I wouldn't really say that.
Okay. Thanks for hanging me out there. Appreciate it, buddy.
I would say
Toronto.
that if he ran through the fire and the flames, then the through part really works, you know. But I feel like just teleporting away. Stop pauses. I agree. Stop DDoS. I also agree.
Sad
What a
face.
waste.
Go, DC. Yeah, I'm going to say this Mars is having the time of his life. He's so much solo experience. He's almost level 5.
It's the GPK incident all over again.
It really is. These CIS players, they don't care, man. They just go. Solid laning start for Aurora. It feels like they lost the laning phase in the previous 2 games, and this one, stepping it up. That's that momentum from a victory. And they are cruising. Who's going to be the next kill, Austin? You still haven't answered my question.
I said it was Ollie.
Oh, that's right.
Also, you didn't answer your own question.
It's the benefit of asking questions. I don't have to answer them. I think it's going to be Got the Juice.
Well, you'd be wrong about that.
That's right. That was the troll answer. I think Makoto is going to solo kill Niku. That's what I actually think will be the next kill in this game.
Yeah, because now Makoto is level 6, so Niku can't just TP out like he did last time. Solo kill. See if that part actually happens. Power Rune, it spawns. Arcane Rune is grabbed by Mira. Zayats is sitting behind Niku, ready to go from the play from Makoto. Ready to give Undying that cookie he needs to get out.
Oh, they know this play is... It's coming. Aurora won it.
Disruption, spear back. Got the juice in some trouble here, but he activates his lifesteal, gets a little bit of heal. And now Zayats is going to come in here, and Got the Juice is out healing the damage being done. Aurora cannot burst down the Broodmother.
Exactly as predicted. Mira down in a top lane skirmish.
Right, that's why the troll answer was Got the Juice, because he wouldn't be the killed, he would be the killer.
That's right. That's right. Reverse psychology, ladies and gentlemen.
That's not what reverse psychology is.
Got him again. Wisdom Shrine split. But this one went to the Centaur. Which kind of sucks for Zayats out here, who is going to be level 3. That is rough. That's real rough, man. I go back to, again, I think these spellcasting forests do not want to lose the Wisdom Shrine XP. I think it hurts you so much.
Yeah, where's my kisses?
Just so much harder for him to find the difference than it is for the Centaur. And Centaur's Centaur, like... Maybe if you use Stampede right here to get a kill or something.
Stampede to save Niku his life here. Yeah, there
Where
it
was
goes.
the lasso? Just didn't want a lasso. No, Firefly didn't feel he could die, but...
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Zayats with the Rune Steel drive-by, easy.
Okay,
This
so
is a quiet game.
laning phase win pretty even. Do you feel like that favors Aurora since you said Navi need
Oh,
to
yeah.
steamroll?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you got Medusa and nothing's happening. Can't be sad about that. No one's ever been sad about that.
True.
You have ultimate blob hero, so just keep it a low kill game. You're going to be happy. That's a good old Goomba stomp right there.
It was. Gigantic Mario.
So you have Arena top, that is 1 point of attack for Aurora. You have the Lasso mid, that's another point of attack. And if you're Navi, your only point of attack is really this bottom lane, which they, you kick Medusa out of here. There's nobody down here. So if you want to go to the other two lanes and respond to these, you can do that, but you have to bring some numbers for it because you don't have supportlets yet. Feels a little sad.
Yeah. Bit of chip damage on this mid tower. Niku has to come back to defend it, but they've already given up the safe lane tower on Aurora.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
PMA is pretty farmed. Helmet Dom, and he's going to have a fast blink dagger.
He's doing well. They have not found a lot with this Batrider. I expected more.
Does he kill him here? Makoto, he's got a lot of spiders on him, and he can't do quite enough burst damage, not even with the flame break. Maybe if they landed a spear, they got the juice. Stampede goes off, and got him inside the arena. So Makoto is dead, but the Broodmother is traded out here, thanks to the arena, and Toronto, Tokyo, and Mira are in pretty deep here. They both TP out, no stuns. A problem that was identified pretty early on in this draft. Not a whole lot of stuns.
Until your Centaur's ready to join those fights. You got Cookie, and that is it. I guess you maybe have Golem here shortly, depending on when this Grimoire gets popped. Not as good a game for Makoto as I would have thought. I felt he would have gotten more farm out of this period or faster bots into 1 or 2 extra kills. The supports haven't played with him too much. I guess he doesn't have the best super early supports to give him extra damage, but still, his CS is pretty high. It's just not finding anything extra in this game.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Juice can rotate to mid on this Brood for the catapult. Kind of an interesting play from the Broodmother here. Should work out. You have Tombstone to drop to dissuade some sort of team fight. You have Golem as well. Nice little free pickup.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Oh my! What
Gracious.
was that?
I don't know. Well, Makoto's game just got a whole lot harder. Bursted down by the Soul Rip.
This game's just getting weird. Like, I don't really... Yeah, this game's just weird, man.
Scatterblast, Decay, a bit of Fatal Bonds, and a Soul Rip. That is funny, man. Kills out a couple of those imps on him because they killed out the creep wave.
Now we have Navi smoking top. They have all their ults now. Could be a massive team fight win for them, or maybe just another Makoto kill. Golem drop Cookie. They got him again. I mean, that's triple ult dropped, but they're going to try
Now
and
the kisses
boost
are
up top.
hitting Aurora in the top lane, which got the juice running at them. Aurora, they can't just TP out, but this is still a lot of damage being done. Ollie, Scatterblast, that's going to miss. Decay's not quite enough. Give him a cookie, hit him with another decay. And Ollie with a healing salve stays alive a little bit longer, though. He will finally be run down by Niku. And now Toronto, Tokyo, after TPing away from the fight, comes back in, hits the spear onto Niku. Tombstone dropped underneath this tier 2. I mean, they're in so deep at this point in time. Nightfall's there on the other side. Niku, I think he's going to be left for dead here.
Overextension. No way around it. A chase that shouldn't have happened if you'd hit that blast, and instead you end up losing your Undying. You lose your Warlock as well.
This is still taking forever. Makoto will get it eventually, but quite the chase.
I like that fight for Navi, but just bleeding out some kills at the end makes it not worth it, as this Dusa is mega fat now.
His middle tower is under attack.
And the other two cores don't need a lot in this game. I mean, as rough a time as Makoto's having, and Toronto Tokyo has been a little quiet. He will have his blink soon. This Dusa is so farmed that it kind of doesn't matter.
His top tower is
Like, he's just going to have such good timings on his items that you're going to be able to play through him and just use the other heroes as setup here. I don't think Aurora are in that bad a spot for being down right now, and there's a decent amount of pressure on PMA with this early Blink Centaur, as farmed as he is, to continue to find setups and bring his supports into the game. Which, if you look at this map, who do you want to try and smoke on and find right now? I don't think you kill the Dusa. The Mars is also very tanky. The Bat is always the best target, but it's a Bat Rider. Kind of just farming out sides of the map, cutting waves, whatever. So they will smoke bottom here. But this can be a tricky smoke to land, just based on the targets available on the map. Might just have to take a support.
radiant are scattered.
Centaur
Navi
tag team.
continuing to get these pickoffs. They get the pipe on PMA, and we're approaching the territory that you were talking about, where the game goes well enough for Navi that the tank is just hard for Aurora to get through, that the Bat Rider isn't enough of a threat, and Medusa takes a bit to get online in the first place.
That's their window.
Dire's top tower
Get the auras up, get the ball rolling, and just force the issue. Force the Roshan, force the early high ground in this game. That 25-30 minute mark is your time to strike before the Dusa gets out of control.
Stomp kisses again and again. These supports being picked apart, and Aurora have had very little rebuttal. It's only when it's been egregious where they're diving the tier 2 top have Aurora really been able to punish Navi. And even then, I would argue the punish really didn't hurt too badly. Tombstone laid out, and PMA is still going to hit a beautiful stomp. He hit a 3-man stomp, and with the Tombstone out,
Two-man
a cookie
cookie.
from behind from Science
What the
as
hell's
well.
happening?
They have 2 stuns, and they've hit 5 heroes. A scatter blast knocks them both over. What the... I mean, come on, man. Aurora just giving it to him.
That was completely unnecessary to clump like that. They got mega punished. You were right. 2 stuns in this lineup, and it hits half your team twice. Beautiful team fight from Navi. I don't know if that's how they expected that to go baiting the Centaur like this, but they will take it. He's way tankier than they expect. He just goes in, stuns them all. This Golem's off to the side. I don't know what he was dropping the Golem on, but nonetheless, they get the job done. Nasty team fight for Aurora to join.
I mean,
That felt like
I
a
know,
casual go, and then it just turned into, oh, wait a minute. That was the definition of, you're not locked in. What is the phrase? I don't remember.
I'm not locked in here with you.
Yeah,
you're locked in here with me.
It was literally that.
It's funny because Makoto had lasso too, but like it's kind of weird. You arena'd and speared. Like, are you really lassoing on top of that? It feels like overkill, but you kind of have to do it. You don't
He should have.
You don't have quick damage.
He should have. Their early damage follow-up is not that great with SD. Jakiro gets better over the course of the game, but right now, not that high. So you have to just commit a lot of your single target together. Do you have 4 points in Disseminate? That helps a bit. But until your Deuce has Butterfly, kind of got to just take what's in front of you, commit on that, take it out of the fight, and work your way that way. Quick smoke now, try and regain some momentum in this game. Still a fine position to look for plays. Toronto Tokyo leading the charge, level 12. Would love to find the Brood here. Oh, do you stick around long enough? You don't.
Yeah, he's got a man to push it out.
And meanwhile, on the other side of the map.
Yeah, they're also not running into anything here. The Dusa, not in this area, not in this neck of the woods, but they will find an amp damage rune for Niku. He doesn't have a bottle to conserve this, but if they can make the play right away, they run into Nightfall. Force out the Stone Case. They were still going to try and get this kill. He was low on mana to begin with.
Where happened to all his mana?
He used most of it pushing out the wave, I guess. Fortunately,
Is he actually just out?
they will run out of stuns because they used one of them, the one and only stun that they had initially. Now the Arena catching Riddies in the mid lane. TP coming in.
What is this though? What? What?
Wait, what? What did he lasso?
You lassoed a broodling.
A broodling?
I'm pretty
Guys,
sure.
I got the spider.
I mean, what is this play anyway? Like, there's no, you can't even solo kill him here.
No. He lassoed Riddies. It did the Omni Slash thing, I think.
Are you sure, dude?
I feel like I saw another stun bar come up on Riddies.
Let's get this again. I gotta enlarge this one.
There's no spider. There's nothing else there.
Oh yeah.
It's the Omni Slash
Cast it
thing.
on him. Oh, it's because of the arena?
Yeah, it's because the Arena, like
Oh,
how
no,
the Arena
no.
screws
It's
up the Omni
no,
Slash?
it's not that. It's not that. It's wait, can we play that one more time? I'll get it this time. I know what it is. I just want to confirm it.
Okay. One more time, everybody.
Yeah, I know what. I think I know what this is. Though. Yeah, I know what this is. So, the arena is a move spell, right? When he comes off the arena wall, if he's lassoed when he comes off the arena wall, which he is, it repositions his hero when the arena ends, which pulls him out of lasso, because it's a reposition, and most repositions pull you out of lasso by default, unless Valve specifically changed it so it doesn't, which they did for some, but not all.
Are you talking about the spear hit, or are you talking about the stun ending on
Yeah,
spear?
I'm saying he gets pinned to the arena, right? When the arena ends, or that like spear pin ends, and he falls off the arena wall, it is a reposition.
Okay, but you're not talking about the spear push out, like when you run into the wall.
No. I'm saying when he falls off the wall, either by the arena ending or him falling off the wall, it's a reposition. So if you lasso someone who's pinned to the wall, when that ends, they get pulled out of lasso because they're repositioned off the wall, which breaks lasso.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. But that's how it's been for a long time. That's why Valve had that patch where they changed certain reposition spells with lasso, if you remember that. Because there were some that were anti-synergy for a long time. I'm trying to think of what they were. I mean, I'm sure a bunch of people know, but...
Well, they clearly haven't gotten all of them.
No, it was more the ones that were like, you have them in your own team.
Right, like Mars Batrider.
Well, yeah.
All I know is that although what I've taken from this is that Makoto does not seem comfortable on the Batrider.
It's not his exact style of hero. He's probably wondering what the hell happened there. He basically got a free Lincoln Sphere. That's pretty nice. I mean, but again, going back to that play, like, that just felt forced and awkward to begin with, right? You're going in with a solo arena spear on a 1300 HP Warlock with heal. You're not going to kill him. And then you have to double commit ult. Even then, he might not have died. Just kind of, what is this play for? What is it achieving? It just feels awkward. This game just feels awkward for Aurora, other than Nightfall's farming on Medusa, which might bail them out when it comes down to it. But that's not going to feel
Last time Makoto
great.
played a professional match of Batrider was back in 2023.
Yeah, or we casted that game.
What?
Yeah, we casted that game.
What game was that?
It was Talon versus Liquid or something? Oh.
It was Extreme.
Talon Extreme?
Yeah, with the
That's
Berlin
close
Major.
enough. Whatever, same thing.
Same thing. Okay. Na'Vi are doing Roshan right now. Niku has the tombstone out. Good Arena catching them at a very awkward spot. Now, Niku still has the BKB, so he's going to charge forward with the Flesh Golem, but Got the Juice doesn't have BKB. He does have a Manta, though. He's trying to get away from Makoto. Makoto's trying to catch up to him, but he can't get to him. Meanwhile, Niku is just tearing him apart. Batrider couldn't catch up to the Broodmother, used an entirety of his BKB trying to chase him down. He can always teleport. That's always an option.
They got wrecked on that staircase. Holy moly. I think they got 4-man bonds.
Yeah, I got to see that one again because I was watching Got the Juice.
Yeah, you got to be watching the left where they just clump mega hard and then they're just decayed into that bonds that hit on everybody.
Oh,
and it was after the Deuce Manted, so he couldn't dispel it.
Yeah,
and all that
kisses,
damage soak.
Fatal bonds. That
Oh,
looked
my-
good.
That was brutal. They did not get in that pit for follow-up fast enough. Just punished hard on the clump, and now Na'Vi are taking this game over. I mean, they're just outplaying them in the fights, right? It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
This is a crumbling from Aurora. When the pressure's on, they went to the Nightfall Medusa, but the rest of the team not finding openings in the team fights. That was your double BKB timing. You got nothing out of it.
Yeah. And there was also the time where Makoto could have maybe punished Got the Juice, who didn't have a BKB, failed to get that kill, and Got the Juice now with an Aegis is going to have a BKB to replace that Aegis very soon. Cookie not quite far enough for Zayat.
I'm also just worried about Aurora's supports. Like, they are just not finding a lot of farm in this game. You know, there's no item between the two of them. It's just double arcane boots right now. So you don't have any extra utility to play with. You don't have, you know, Force Staff, Glimmer, Solar, Aether Lens, whatever you want to go. Whereas there's already Blink Shard on this Snapfire. There's already Solar Crest Shard on this Warlock going into Lotus. The utility's starting to come up. You already have the pipe on the Centaur. He's going Shivas. It's just going to be overwhelming teamfight timing. And this 25 to 30 minute mark is where Na'Vi can just end this game. They don't have to wait. They don't have to farm up. They're not going to give you time for the Dusa to hit maximum peak Dusa. They're going to go, and they're going to go
They're
fast.
going to keep running at you, and they're going to use their 2 stuns to chain lock Toronto Tokyo. Toronto Tokyo with the BKB turnaround. Arena on 3. Finishing off Got the Juice. Got him on the first life. They'll also take out Zayat. Now PMA, half HP, and Got the Juice on his second life is going to be lassoed here. BKB couldn't get to him in time. It was on the courier. PMA tries to go back in, but just doing it alone with the Fatal Bonds. Maybe they can't actually do this. Nico's hitting big decays. He's on top of these heroes with the Fatal Bonds. They're actually kind of clearing out house. Now, Nightfall doesn't care about the decay, doesn't care about the damage buildup. Niku has no TP, so
Yeah,
he's dead.
Well, that was an extremely forced engagement from Na'Vi, and that ice path completely ruined their day because they have to go in and commit with both stuns. And then all of a sudden, Toronto Tokyo's thinking, oh, wait a minute, now you guys are mega clumped on me. I'm just going to arena your whole freaking team. It's like a reverse of what we saw earlier. I think this Brood got nothing done in 2 lives, too.
Oh, yeah. Did absolutely nothing because he dies on the first life, and then his BKB is coming out to him, but he gets lassoed on revive.
Yeah, imagine he has BKB here. Maybe turn this a lot more than you were able to, because you were still able to turn this. And the Centaur also blinked into Ice Path on the second go-around. He might have gotten 3 or 4 on that stomp. Instead, he ends up having to just get the 2. The Bonds is still doing work here, but that is a fight Na'Vi can win and maybe just close this game. Instead, Aurora hold on. They get a lot of farm on their heroes. Is this starting to look like game 2 all over again, Austin?
It kind of is. Nico in some trouble here. They pin him up, deal with the tombstone. He activates his BKB, but he's gotten lasso.
No.
Pulled back in. Nightfall. He has been in such a beautiful situation. Heroes from Na'Vi are just running into his allies, and he's just getting to sit there and hit him. He's going to have a Scotty soon.
This game has been thrown. I mean, this is straight thrown. You had your window to get some racks and close this one out, and now you have pushed this Dusa so far up the chart. You have given so much extra gold to a Batrider in what is a free Batrider game. We cannot forget this. It's the same as game 2. The Bat Rider had a really rough time. We did not see it get a lot of momentum, but now he has items, and he is playing against 0 save. Until some, like, Ag Centaur comes out or something. Or you lasso the dude on the arena wall again. There is no save in this
Ag
game.
Centaur, Ag Snapfire, your 2 late game options, but
And those are a long way away. So he has a lot of time to work with. There's Scotty on the Dusa. I almost will say this is Aurora favorite right now.
I think it is. I think it is because you're left in a similar situation where you will not be able to end the game. And Dusa going late. Tough to beat that hero.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This is why I would have banned Batman. Ban the Batman. Do not let them have.
Don't let them
This
have the
hero.
Batman.
Do not have the Batman when the Batman did such work versus you in game 2. And it was deceptive because he went 1 in 10 and you're thinking, man, we own that guy. But you could just feel it watching it.
Dire's middle
There's something about this hero that's causing them big issues conceptually.
Not the hero that Aurora deserves, but the hero they need.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well put.
Scotty next for Got the Juice. And to Lotus for Riddies. He's like, I'm ready for this Bat Rider this time. We're going late. I'm ready for lassos.
The sad thing is it's not as effective this time because it's a core Bat Rider, so he's gonna scale up his right click a bit more. He can pick his lassos a bit more judiciously. So I think you can play around this a little bit more, but still, you should be itemizing for him, so the Lotus will be good here. Is Halberd a dead item? What happened to Halberd?
Yeah, it's a dead item.
Why is it dead?
Too expensive, combined with the fact that
Is it? I don't think this item's cheap as hell.
well, the build-up
What are you
is kind of
smoking?
bad. Like, at what point do you want Heaven's Halberd over Crimson Guard?
Well, I'm not on a core. I think you buy it on supports now.
Okay, what support buys Vanguard though?
It's not about the buildup. It's just for 2.5k gold, you can get a 4.5 second disarm on Medusa. Sounds pretty good.
Well, I wish the best of luck to whatever support wants to run up to Dusa to Heaven's Halberd.
This item is not that bad. It cannot be that bad against heroes like Medusa in these types of games where they're really dependent on his damage. And if you just go in and disarm him for 4.5 seconds, that's mega value. People just forget about these things. That's all I'm saying.
You might be right. But Aurora are feeling like they're in the right now. Have closed that net worth lead. Navi's still up by 2k. But it feels like Aurora have more momentum. They got a shard. It's for Makoto. Great shard for core Bat Rider.
Still a chance for Navi to scale here off the Brood. Like always a scary hero in the late game. And they do have capability to get the saves online, which would change this game a lot. If they can get to Centaur Ags, they have the Undying shard. Could eventually get a Snapped Fire Ags, which he already has Blink to use. So if they can get those up and bail the Brood out from the lasso or the single target focus, then I can see them winning late game fights. Because Aurora are so dependent on this lasso connection and the Dusa hitting people. But their timing is going to be insane right now with MKB done on Nightfall. He is dealing damage.
They're going to go for the Mars again. Save with the disruption. This will let the Mars get off the BKB in the arena. But this time around, the heroes are not so far forward. Nightfall can't immediately punish them. He starts getting some shots in now. But a lot of it is being blocked out. Cookie goes out. Makoto got off the BKB in time. Gets off the lasso, but he's going to die to the Broodmother. Too much. Lotus Orb bounce back of the lasso.
learn.
Kills Makoto. And now They're following Nightfall into his base. Nightfall is still strong, though, and they have to respect that. Niku clearly did not respect that.
They didn't learn.
They learned one thing, but lost another in the process.
They can only learn so much at one time, Austin. They've dealt with the Brood. They finally bought a Lotus Orb and Lotused him. They did not learn how to not overextend. Though, I guess the Undying insta-respawns, so...
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Thank you, Patrick, our lovely observer. I was doing the exact same thing. Heaven's Halberd is dispellable now. That's why it's garbage.
Right, but Deuce only has the one Manta.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that's probably a large reason why nobody picks it up.
Yeah, I know, because like
now.
the old one you used to throw it on the dude, and even if he BKB'd, it still stuck. That was insanely broken. But for 2,600, after this dude Mantas, you disarm him for 4.5. Come on, man! You're telling me that that's not worth the gold?
I think there are other items that are usually worth more.
You're just a hater, man. Just admit it. Admit it. Anti-Halberd propaganda. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen.
There is no need for it.
Anti-Halberd propaganda. This is why this item still sucks. Big talent shutting down Halberd. Just a working class item. That's what it is, Austin.
I will agree with that. That is a working
class item. It gets dirty, it's cheap, it gets the job done, and you got no respect for it.
It's just a blue collar item, you know?
That's right.
Working his 9 to 5.
That's right. You know, Heaven's Halberd pays the mortgage, Austin, okay? So we give some goddamn respect to that item.
I don't think it's paying much of a mortgage because nobody buys it. It's not making any money.
Yeah, times are tough.
It's a deadbeat item is what it is. It's got no job.
Man.
It's got no purpose.
He's already dead. You ain't got to kick him when he's down. Amp damage scouted into the river. Makoto going to go bottle that one up. That's juicy. Don't mind if I do.
What do you think the amp damage tastes like?
Probably tastes like...
Yeah?
I'm not finishing that, dude.
What were you gonna say?
I don't know. I was gonna say grapefruit. I don't know why.
Okay. What's wrong with that?
Because it has nothing to do with the color blue or...
Yeah, I mean, I would expect it blue
it's just
raspberry. I was gonna say one of those energy drinks. You know, I think it's got a real chemical taste to it.
Mountain Dew, Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah.
I'm down for that, dude.
Dire's bottom tower.
The real question is, do you think Dota heroes chug the bottle? Or do they sip it like a gentleman?
Well, they have to be sipping it because there's 3 charges. Otherwise, you would be drinking it one gulp.
But they could... But the last one, do they just shotgun the last one?
Yeah,
Like they're
for
at a
sure.
frat party?
You down it.
Alright, smoke coming in. There's a Bloodthorn on this Brood. He has his own Scotty. There's the
bought out a
Daedalus for
Daedalus.
Nightfall.
And the lasso initiation on got the juice, in big trouble. Got off BKB, he's fighting it up, but okay, he didn't use the BKB. He has BKB on a second life.
But there's a Stone Gaze.
There is a Stone Gaze. He's going to have to BKB, dodge the spear. The Stone Gaze is running out now. God, Nico speared, killed. Oh, no. This core Undying keeps on overextending himself, not respecting the immense amount of damage that the Deuce is able to put out now.
He's just not a real threat anyway. Bleeding more kills. Navi cannot get a foothold on this game, even with an Aegis. The double arena from Toronto Tokyo just annihilates him in that fight. And the beauty of that Daedalus pickup for Nightfall. He picks up Daedalus at his shop instantly in a fight with it. Cannot get better than that.
I think this is all fine. They've expended so many spells, but Niku, I mean, unfortunate that he blinks in on the tail end of Stone Gaze and gets stoned, but it's still not good. It's still not a good jump.
He's going to get arena there no matter what, and the Brood cannot get in there. That whole thing just felt awkward. I mean, this game is just awkward because you have very limited damage sources if you're Navi. You have 2 Bruisers in this Undying Centaur that aren't doing that much damage. No. It's really dependent on the Brood, and the Brood is having trouble dealing the damage. She can't stick on people. She's the one getting jumped and focused for good reason. And he's getting outpaced by the Medusa here, so a lot of problems for Navi to solve. Not a lot of time to do it in. If this Dusa gets an Aegis in the next 5 or so minutes when Roche spawns, that can be a game ender. Like, it's not something you're going to be able to deal with, no matter how much you get on this Brood.
Yeah, I feel like if you get to level 25 on Broodmother and Basher with Swiftblink, then maybe that matchup starts turning around a little bit, where the Broodmother feels more effective. But I think we're at this awkward point where, yeah, you feel like you're ahead and you want to be able to take fights, but I don't think you can until 25. Smoke up from Aurora. Nightfall. It's the one to break. Drawn to Tokyo. He gets up to the high ground. Time for the arena. Caught the Centaur. Spears him back into Nightfall. Got the Tombstone save here. But once the Centaur comes back out, he pops BKB. Stampede runs for it. He gets away. The slowdown here from Riddies is working. The people, this time, they're the ones kiting around Aurora.
Yeah, Tokyo just bailed. They're out. Limited stuns.
Was it really that bad?
They're all stuck in upheaval. The Bat Rider got his BKB forced by the Brood early and had to leave. It was kind of bad. They still had BKB on Brood, so you're going to see the start of this.
Oh,
got the
I
juice
see.
Mantas, and he forces BKB in. Like, you can try and last him there, but he's not going to die because you were so separated. So that's why that fight is awkward. It was Makoto trying to get a good angle on the fight, and instead he just walks in his Brood on the high grounds. Very different situation if you can lasso him and drag him to the team there. Is this enough time for Navi to get to the game-changing items? The Ags on the Centaur. Something on this snap. It's pretty close. 3,000 gold. Needs about another 1,000. Could sell HOD here.
It's funny, this
really wanted to up it.
mid Undying is more poor than most of the offlane Undyings that we've seen. Like,
Oh, yeah.
offlane Undyings are usually approaching Ags alongside Octarine. Niku's still trying to finish it as Octarine. Nope, PMA, Makoto, both running into each other here. BKB instantly from Niku. And trying to get the BKB out of Makoto. Stampede going to be used. BKB from Makoto now. And... Oh, no! Riddy's just a half a second too late on the Golem drop. What a win that could have been. An instant smoke up. Aurora may have used the BKB on Makoto, but Golem being dropped. Alongside Kisses, they know they have a big advantage. Navi backing away, except for Zayats, who meets the smoke head-on in the mid lane.
I guess that's a gank tanked. One way to look at it.
Yes.
But there's still lasso available. Did he not see him there? What? Oh, he has daytime vision on the bat. That's super awkward. Now he sees him.
Did he have Lotus? Oh, he Lotuses Orchid as well. Was Riddy's trying to kite that? Was he trying to get a Lotus play on the... Because he was sitting under a Ward Sentry.
I don't think so. It's just awkward. That's what that was. I mean, it's still Aurora in control technically. Like, you have the Hex Refresher on the Mars. You have this insanely fat Medusa. You have Disruption to bail him out if it really comes to it.
Wait, is
The
it
team fight
PMA?
still look in your favor.
PMA is not going Ags. He's going Lincolns.
I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, I think you need the Ags for your Brood here. So you can bail him out. It's about more than just the lasso, too. Like, I think he needs extra free time in the fight. Maybe not, though. Maybe you played the other two frontliners just creating chaos, and he's going to do his assassination like we saw. Just blink on somebody and kill him on the back and kind of play the outskirts. Could be their idea. He's still looking for the 25.
Radiant's top tower is under
That
attack.
BAT would be juicy. Some extra shard damage would be juicy. Not there yet, as they're trying to prioritize it before the next fight. Huge creep wave top. What the hell is this, man? It's like 8 range creeps.
Yeah, this is pretty big. Honestly, like Aurora will have to deal with this soon. Smoke's gonna break. Initiation sight. Immediately go for Got the Juice with the pin on him. They might have him. The Undying Tombstone can't bail him out here. PMA is also gonna be quite low. TP's away, not gonna make it out. Smooth execution for Aurora as the smokes clash, but Toronto Tokyo gets the best of it with his Blink Scythe and Arena.
Nice lasso from Makoto. He gets in there, lassos the Brood before BKB. No Lotus, no Lincolns to bail him out. It was that quick. And then that fight's just over. The second the Brood gets lassoed, you just run in him with Stone Gaze. You're going to chain stun him out of it. No hope of winning that fight. He showed for an instant and got punished. Hex into lasso, chain. Easy.
Yeah, the extra Arena to catch the 2 supports. Or, well, 2 supports. The Warlock and the Undying. Very nice follow-up from Toronto Tokyo. 50 seconds. Dusa with an Aegis. Pushed up to the high ground. A lot of buildings are going to fall in this window. It could just be the end of the game for Na'Vi.
They gave an Aegis to this Medusa. That was the last thing you wanted to do.
Yeah, they haven't killed Nightfall in quite some time. He's only died once in this game.
It was a little forced.
There is a tier 2 still up top lane with the revives coming in from Na'Vi. Aurora will just have to take 2 and call it quits here. Nightfall, they're going to try and stop him. Walking away, the upheaval slowing him down. PMA taking a lot of damage, got lassoed, pulled back in. Nightfall with the Stone Gaze as well. Niku dropped the Tombstone in from behind, though. Got the Juice has already taken out 1. He's going to go for Makoto as well. Almost got him. The lasso stalls it up a little bit. Got the Juice. He finishes off 1. He's trying to get away from Nightfall here. Nightfall running out of mana. He's going to be isolated. Mass buybacks. They want to make sure they can protect Nightfall on his second life. They don't want to let him die twice here, but they didn't really get anybody from Na'Vi. So this is going to be mass buybacks, but no way to push the advantage.
That is the exact fight Na'Vi were looking for. Finally, the Brood gets to hit people because that lasso gets thrown on the Centaur. Another big bonds comes through. The Brood just gets to go on the backline with the Swift Blink, clean some heroes up. Hits that 25 talent in the middle of that. Juicy fight for Juice right there, because all the attention is on this Centaur on the front line.
Yep.
That's exactly what they wanted. It doesn't even die. It's just wasted. And you do lasso the Brood at the end, but the damage is done. The Bonds is going through. He survives. Not enough DPS. The Mars falls.
Yeah, that was the refreshed lasso. You could definitely say that first one, going for the Centaur, I don't think Aurora are going to make that same initiation twice.
No. This is not the target you want.
Oh, Mira almost died there.
All right. You just want to save the lassos for the Brood and play with Dusa on the front line. Like, make Na'Vi go through the Medusa. When you go in like that, you're giving them an opening to just flank you and not have control of, or the jump for the Brood. So you really have to be careful about these blink lassos and arena committals. This Brood gets MKB, he can dice the Medusa. It's absolutely not a fair man fight. It's just Stone Gaze kind of prevents you going in and doing that automatically. But if a lot of the spells from Aurora get used and Juice is healthy and he can go in, he out-man fights the Medusa 100%. I mean, this hero out-man fights basically anything.
Yeah.
Outside of like Troll Ursa or some shit. And now there's Lincolns and Lotus on Riddies. Lincolns on Snap. Lincolns on Centaur. Austin, I think they had some takeaways from that game too.
I think so too. I think so as well. Blink Dagger for Ollie alongside the shard he recently got from the Tormentor. Refresher is going to be the next choice for Nightfall. Toronto Tokyo got to level 25. So he's got the Arena of Blood 180 HP regen. Obviously doesn't really do anything for Dusa, sadly. Level
I wonder if
25.
Niku wants to just drop double Tombstone off this refresher. It's pretty toxic for them to deal with.
I guess.
Because he drops.
He
another
doesn't
one
even
of
have
death.
the zombie damage though. From the
No, but it's
15
just
talent.
nobody wants to sit there and hit him. Like if you go in and you just ult, do some decays, drop a Tombstone. You die, you drop another Tombstone. I guess you refresh when you come back, and then you drop another Tombstone, and then if you die again, you drop a fourth Tombstone.
I think it is more likely for double BKB, double Flesh Golem on a death, you know. Because you really need more, like you already have upheaval, for example. You already have ways to keep heroes locked in this muck.
Well,
I don't
agree.
think
Like,
it
you go
adds
in,
that
you
much
die.
damage.
I'm just, I'm theory crafting here. Like, is there any world in which you just insta drop two? Probably not in this game, but I think if they don't have buys, it becomes more interesting. Which they don't right now. There's still 3 minutes on the clock for 3 of these buybacks.
It also becomes more interesting if Navi is the one assaulting Aurora's base. I don't anticipate them to be the one doing that.
Probably have
they're probably going
PTSD
to play
from game
for
2.
Yeah, exactly. Play for Roshan first. Still don't have Ags on Iku. There is still growth for this hero. I mean, they do have the on death combo, Warlock and Undying.
That's true. Wait, how do those work with the Helm of Undying?
I mean, they get only activates after you after your ghost dies, because you don't die until your ghost dies, right?
Guess that's true, but technically you have to die for Helm to proc.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the same interaction with Wraith King, right? Nobody dies until the Wraith King
Yeah, I guess so.
ghost dies, or he doesn't die until the ghost dies. Amp damage. That is a juicy, juicy room. Think anybody's ever shotgunned a bottle before?
Are you serious, man? Are you just going to ask me what the questions I asked 30 minutes ago and hope the audience forgot?
What? No, you didn't say shotgun.
I literally said, you think they're going to you think heroes shotgun the last sip or they sip it? I specifically said chug, and then I said sip, and then I said maybe they shotgun
No,
it.
I'm pretty sure.
Like
you
a
said-
like a frat boy beer.
pretty sure you said
Go watch the
down.
recording.
I'm pretty
Go
sure
watch
you
the
said
recording.
down.
I would bet $100 gazillion on this.
Also,
I said that exact phrase.
I'm pretty sure you said down.
No, I'm actually mad now. This guy just doesn't listen to anything I say.
roll the clip. Get
There
our
is the
replay
clip.
ready.
I know the clip. I said it like 10 minutes ago. Just can't ever admit you're wrong, man. That's your problem. Spoke from Aurora.
It says a lot coming from you.
Who are they trying to? Oh, shit, my mouse is dying. I forgot to charge it.
Oh my God,
Oh,
we're
man.
51 minutes into this game. When is the mouse gonna die?
It's gonna die in this next fight. You gotta win fast.
Smoke
the bounce.
coming. Toronto Tokyo leading the charge. Gets the arena. Spear
Oh, that
back
stomp!
into the ice path. Beautiful stomp. Stomp comes in from PMA. Really helps out. Nico's still going to die here. Pop the Flesh Golem 2 at the end. Not good. Still has a refresher to work with the TPN on the second life. Toronto Tokyo is being diced up by Got the Juice, but he walks into the macro pyre, and the Scotty gets slowed down, so he can't finish off the Mars.
Wait, so what happened?
They killed the Undying. That is all.
Nothing happened.
Chasing after Makoto. Give him a cookie. Makoto still had BKB. Miku takes his own BKB, but Doomstone, he gets inside of that. What are Rabies? Did he do anything about this? Oh, God. PMA tries to come in and bail him out, but now the Undying is died his second time. Now Lasso. Lana Got the Juice. Nightfall. He can focus him down here. Got the Juice. Pops a Mantis. Starts life stealing up. Can he out life steal the damage? He is out life stealing the damage. He's already killed Makoto. Now he turns on to Toronto Tokyo. No, the ice path. It catches him in the end. It stops the damage, and he falls. Buybacks have to be used, but the Broodmother doesn't have the buyback here. They're going to have to do this without the Broodmother. I don't think it's possible. Nico on his third life is trying, though. He's already killed 2, and he's gotten the buyback on the Broodmother now. Double Tombstone's going to be dropped. Na'Vi not using their buybacks. Got the Juice, got his buyback off of some sort of tick gold or assist gold in that fight.
They don't want to pull the trigger, Austin. Not for Roche. And now another Divine Rapier for Nightfall into Aegis. I've seen this before. Feel like I'm watching the same game. This team fight's so awkward, man.
Yeah,
Like,
why
the
are they
way it
chasing
happens.
so badly?
They're just
like-
jumping into stuns. The cart doesn't do anything. The save doesn't do anything. None of the cores are all alive at the same time. The Brood almost bails him out. But he just runs out of BKB duration, runs out of time, and runs out of life.
Yeah, they have too many ways to kite the Broodmother. Even towards the end there, Ollie with the Outworld staff. Kind of hard to see that in the fight because they just, they still exist. They just freeze up for a second. But he Outworld staffs. And that leaves the Broodmother with nothing to hit. He has to turn and hit Mars. He doesn't want to do that against the Bulwark. Can't really hit the Dusa very well.
Nightfall
And now
Dota.
we're looking at potentially the end of the game. They held on to their buyback on the Broodmother. So we'll have 2 lives of the Broodmother for this fight, but no Undying. Jump forward from PMA, trying to stall things out with the kisses, leaning in. Half mana for Nightfall. But he's taken all the tier 4s out of the equation. They've dealt with a banner. And Stonegaze does go off. They can reset around this. It's not too bad. Their throne is exposed, but kind of gives them an advantage here in the upcoming fight. Unless Aurora just want to reset entirely, wait for Stonegaze to come back up, and that's what they're doing.
Go check the runes. Might get some really good ones here. Illusion rune could be really nice for Dusa.
Oh, yeah, certainly.
He's got to regen some mana. You still have to respect the buybacks on Navi. That's the issue here. You don't want to go in there and throw a fight with Divine. Just give it the other way.
Yeah, who has buyback, who doesn't? Makoto used his buyback on that one fight. And Nightfall doesn't have buyback because obviously he all-ined with the Divine and the Aegis. So he doesn't have it for gold.
Okay, but there's no way you don't push with this Aegis, right?
Yes. You still push, you just wait for cooldowns. Which everything is back up once Stonegaze is up.
Here we go. Refresher Centaur, keep that in mind.
Refresher
A lot
Centaur.
of spells to get through.
His Bat Rider is builds up damage pretty quickly with all the attack speed he's got. Combined with the level 25. And they really gonna go back for that last lane. The throne is exposed. There is no glyph right now for the dire side either, though it's gonna be up soon. Arena. It goes out Zayats. He'll be the first one down. He does have buyback. Navi trying to back away from the Stonegaze. ready to go back in. Got the juice, tries, deals with the banner real quickly. Makoto does not see his opportunity for a lasso. Hard to get through these Lincolns. If he ends up getting a lasso on a Lincoln's or even worse, a Lotus Orb, he might just throw this team fight. So he's going to let Nightfall lead the charge for the most part here. And Niku, his flesh golem about to expire. Still, he has a refresher. He doesn't have his extra life yet. The Ceaseless Surge still on cooldown for 45 seconds. They're going to smoke up the side here. They snuck through this.
Oh, look at this.
Aurora.
Look at this
They
play.
did not see this coming. The Shiva's going to spawn Mira. Mira, Aeon Disc. They don't have a nullifier to deal with it. They got the spear. Still, though, the pickup from the Aghanim Scepter from PMA. And now that lifesteal is going to work. PMA still in trouble, though, inside of the arena. But got the juice. Didn't manage to get the lifesteal. Another spear onto PMA. No BKB whatsoever from the Broodmother. He's going to save it for the extra life, I guess. Break on Riddies. Nightfall blinking forward. Riddies is already dead. Niku, refresh. He's got a golem. He's going to die. He refresh. No golem. Does not stay alive.
This dude's way too strong, man.
Got the juice. Is one last play for him, but he's been lassoed. There's just no way out of this one. He calls it before the death occurs, and Aurora are going to Singapore. Na'Vi failed to clutch 2 times in a row.
That's such a disappointing result for them, as much as a relief for Aurora. From probably feeling as though they were just going to get 2-0 to insert defeat to 2 Batrider games where the lassos clutch it out for them against no saves. They pull out a dub in this series. A rabbit from a hat. Nightfall does it again. He just BKB TP'd his way to Singapore, Austin. Nobody can stop him. 10-1 and 18. He asks for the Medusa in game 3. He says, we can weather the storm. We can win that one base fight we need to push this late game. And that's what they did. The second that bottom push goes bad for Na'Vi, this game becomes really difficult. Got a feel for this team, man. They were so close. But just a lot of executional errors added up.
And this is going to build a lot of confidence for Aurora. Obviously, you know, them being on the brink of losing both games is not the best, but the fact that they can work together and clutch out games in these sort of situations, it's got to feel good. It's going to be something they can build upon when going to LAN, when going to Singapore.
Oh, for sure. This is some confidence for this team. And in a way where, hey, if we go to the brink, if we're not even maybe playing well, if we're not drafting well, we can still pull out wins just based off skill, team fighting, some synergy. It's not all there yet, but you got to get to LAN so you can build this stuff. It's not going to be there 100% for any of these teams at the start of the season. So the more you can go to LAN, the more reps you get in, the better your team's going to be overall. This is a good start for them, honestly. I mean, I think there's a lot of people who are looking at them going, this team doesn't look great. And that's true, but this is a mix of players that have never played together, trying to get some foundation built, and this is how you do it. So props to them, and to all the best in Singapore. It's a long flight. Hope they're prepared.
That's true. We will see them there, but we have yet another team that needs to get that slot to Singapore. It's either going to be Spirit or BetBoom. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll commence that series. It's elimination or Singapore on the line. Welcome back, everybody. It is the final series of the day for the E-Stream. It is BetBoom versus Team Spirit, yet another Eastern European matchup, Avery. And let's just start with the expectations. Who do you think is going to be going to Singapore between these two teams?
I'm always a Spirit fan, so I think, but I also think Spirit have looked stronger this event. They haven't looked like prime Spirit, top tier, gonna destroy everybody, you win TI type level, but they've still looked really good. And BetBoom has looked shaky. Let's be honest.
Yes.
They beat Execration earlier. That was a roll of a series. Execration put up almost no fight, but BetBoom still have not looked crisp at all. And so I think there's a huge favorite advantage for Spirit coming into the series just based on gameplay so far in the event, depth of strategy, drafting, laning, all of the above. So this is a really tough matchup for BetBoom. They're going to have to step it up.
Yeah, I completely agree because after all, the reminder that these final two matches, we also have Mao's versus Liquid, I believe is going on in the A-Stream.
Heroic Liquid.
Or excuse me, Heroic Liquid. But either way, these matchups are effectively, well, that one is the 3rd place team against the 9th place team. And this matchup is the 4th place team against the 10th place team. So, these matchups are expected to be, favoring Heroic and Team Spirit, unless the lower place team somehow managed through that first series to build something that people have a lot of confidence in. And I think we can both agree that BetBoom, their series early, it did not inspire a ton of confidence, even if they won.
No, it was a very one-sided affair, but we didn't really see the drafts out of BetBoom become that scary, I want to say. Like, they went to this Dragon Knight twice. They're playing with their usual Abaddon. It just feels like more of the same stuff they've been using throughout the entire event, which has been more miss than hit for them. So I'm hoping they bring something a little different out here, but I would also not be surprised to see them just first pick Abaddon into later pick Sand King or Dragon Knight and run it back. So see what they do here in game 1.
Okay, well, let's get into it. Draft for game 1 is underway. Naga Siren Mars, Gyrocopter, Timbersaw all banned away. Marcy Lycan. Marcy continues to be perma-banned. No hope of that hero. What does that leave us for the first picks? Because it feels like the first pick, second pick area has not every team agrees with what the first pick should be. You go back through the drafts of Blast. Sometimes it's a support duo that gets 1 and the response is 2. Sometimes we're drafting like core straight up, like we saw with the Mars just earlier, or say even certain heroes like Broodmother or Huskar.
I would normally say Chen here, but Spirit are not the biggest Chen team. Neither are BetBoom. So I'm thinking the Abaddon goes up. And there's the NP as well, which is a way... Actually, it's not... Both these teams are pretty big on the hero. I was about to say it's a bigger hero for Spirit, but because they have Yatoro and Laurel, who both play it pretty successfully. But BetBoom, they will play it on GPK. Maybe they don't have the same flex potential to the degree, but this could also be a very contested hero in the series. And again, if you want to do this Fury on Abaddon trade, I don't think it's that good for Abaddon. So they'll opt for the Hoodwink. Nice support against the Furion. Doesn't prevent the Furion going ham. You're going to want a little more oomph here, but it's a fine pick for now. And get some more bans, get some more information, and then see what you want to commit to down the road.
What do you think about Laurel's Nature's Prophet? Because I feel like GPK's Nature's Prophet is actually better than Laurel's.
I would agree with that. I just think Spirit's Prophet overall is a little scarier because they have Yatoro, who is a beast on this hero. Very good with it, fits their style. And I don't think Kiritich is going to play it to the same degree, if at all.
Okay, fair enough.
I think the 2 mids you're looking at here to enable this Hoodwink are the Sand King and the Dragon Knight. I don't think you have to ban the Dragon Knight. It's just a hero to keep in mind a little bit at least. And the Mars is already out. So if you're looking for easy setup with this Hoodwink, might not be too many options left for BetBoom down the stretch, particularly with the puck going early. There could be a Storm. There could be that Centaur for Miro that we've seen a couple times could be an okay hero against Furion sometimes. And Axe, I want to say. But we haven't seen Miro play a lot of Axe either, so I'm kind of thinking about the jump stuns that they will want to get down the road. I'll take the Slardar out. Not a bad one here.
Yeah, the Slardar has become rather spooky here at Blast Slam. And we've seen this exact duo for GBK and Save pop off.
Kind of a tough pick for BetBoom. You want to show a core, but if you don't just take an offlaner here, it's not that guaranteed. Even if you do, this Furion flexes around. Ursa into... I mean, if they just take a Baden, that's the one core I would always expect this team to just pick kind of no matter what.
I just do not like Abaddon against Furion.
I also don't. I don't want to see it here. I just think if they don't know what to pick, they're going to pick that or the Centaur maybe. Okay, they will not take a core. So they're going to hold off. They really want to see more information in this draft before they commit in any sort of direction. Which is fair with this Furion first pick. It just means like Spirit could take another core here if there's something they feel is really premier value right now. They're not pressured to, but they can and really limit BetBoom's options. And also just take their support duo. What's left in the pool? There's that Enchantress. Pantos played it a couple times. There's the Tusk. Pretty reliable hero.
Yeah, good pickup with Nature's Prophet. Pretty decent at getting on top of and killing the squirrel or the disruptor at the start of a fight. Initiation is very useful tools against both these supports. Don't let them establish the tempo. Is there a problem with picking up both supports at the start? Well, like we very rarely see it, I feel like, nowadays. It's so often that it's core support pairings going into this this middle of the stretch draft.
Because usually you're only getting one ban from that second pick to secure your second phase anyway. So usually there's a core that you value high enough that you're going to take it early. You know, if you wanted Sand King, you would have had to take it there. If you wanted the Slaughter against the Furion or the Timber or something, you would have had to take it there. So that's usually why we just don't see two supports to lead off like this. And that's what I'm saying. Sometimes it puts you in a position where a lot of the high priority cores get taken out. You go into this later second phase and, okay, yeah, you have freedom to counterpick, but you don't necessarily see that much more. You're still just looking at the Furion core, right? It's not like you gained anything for your core counterpicks, only now there's less stuff in the pool. So maybe you could say the supports counter him a little less, but most teams just take kind of generic supports anyway.
Interesting that Team Spirit opted for the Ringmaster. Tusk, I think, pretty expected, especially with the Nature's Prophet. Ringmaster is interesting. I wonder if they prioritize being able to have double saves. I always feel kind of good about the Tusk plus another support that saves, where it feels like they have both sides of the equation. They have a lot of damage, but they also can react to being initiated on if necessary.
Escape Act is also good against both these supports because they're ultis that get committed. So you can just escape act someone who's static stormed, escape act someone who's about to get shot under the bushwhack. And it's really reliable here. I don't mind it. BetBoom insta back to the Dragon Knight. Third game in a row. GPK, this is your hero. You're going to play it until we lose. Good luck.
Oh, and I was thinking about the Night Stalker because of the Disruptor pickup.
Really nice synergy here. You got your stun out of mid, so you didn't need it from this offlaner, and now you get a hero that is really disruptive in the fight against these supports, and is something that can kind of chase down the Furion before he gets completely out of control.
Yeah. It's also a potential nullifier offlaner, which is nice to have, that you don't have to force your carry to go nullifier.
for sure. I mean, this draft looks strong from BetBoom team. Maybe the laning is a little exploitable with kind of some slow laners, but outside of that, pretty well rounded. And there is Yatoro Terrorblade. Okay, I mean, this draft got a little slower, but a lot more wave clear, and a hero that can fight these cores. Very good matchup against the Night Stalker and the Dragon Knight here. Pretty good Terrorblade game on paper. If he gets fat, he's going to do some serious damage here, particularly with like a Butterfly Scotty timing or something. And that is a very intimidating player cam, I must say.
Especially with his recently dyed hair. Black. Black on black on black. I'm a little bit concerned for wave clear for BetBoom because their supports don't have the best. Night Stalker doesn't do it for you. Dragon Knight is pretty lackluster compared to most. And you did match up against a Furion very early on. So while I like BetBoom's lineup in every other context, I think, the Nature's Prophet and now the Terrorblade makes me concerned that they may be stronger at 20 minutes, at 30 minutes, taking fights into Team Spirit, but they may not get those fights because the waves are pushed in constantly.
So can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
To deal with that and also completely destroy Team Spirit's entire lineup if they do not address it?
Tinker? You gonna say Tinker?
Carry Tinker was one of them. I'm impressed you got that.
Nice.
I think Carry Tinker or Mid Tinker with the Carry DK are both really scary for Spirit's lineup.
Yeah,
and there's another cheese hero that ruins them right now.
Naga Siren carry?
It's banned. Otherwise, I'd say yes. It's the replacement with the Phantom Lancer.
Phantom Lancer. Ooh.
You might, but this is a Omega free Phantom Lancer game. Like Omega.
It does look pretty free.
I mean, there is nothing that prevents PL 1v5 in this game. And I think it's also a hero that's going to just clear waves and be elusive on the map. You can't really catch up with this lineup. So, yeah, you can always snowball a game out of control with Furion, but you can kind of do that versus anything. If Spirit don't take a strong AoE offlaner here, that PL becomes spooky if you think you have enough tempo for the Furion. So, those are two heroes I would look at in terms of just getting cheesed out here on the last pick. Also, an amazing Meepo game, but I do not think BetBoom team play Meepo, so what can you do?
Yeah.
The thing, though, is when a lot of times you get in the end of these drafts and like 4 or 5 different cheese picks all seem viable, it usually means the enemy draft is very exploitable and not well-rounded in some way. So, like, even if you don't get the cheese pick, it's still kind of faulted.
You know what Nightfall's win rate is on Phantom Lancer?
Well, Nightfall's not in this game, so I don't know how that's relevant.
That's true. I was thinking of old BetBoom. But just a random tidbit. Do you want to know his win rate on Phantom Lancer?
No, I do not know Nightfall's win rate on Phantom Lancer. I'm sure it's very high.
83%.
Yeah, he's a beast. He's the only guy who was winning with that hero at TI or EWC, and then everyone was trying to copy him, and everybody lost with it. So
does Kiritich play Phantom Lancer?
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you something. Every Eastern European carry plays Phantom Lancer.
Okay.
Just 100%.
He doesn't
Even
play
if they
it very
don't,
well,
they do.
apparently. He's sub 50% win rate on it.
There's Centaur. Kind of annoying for the PL lane-wise, but it does not prevent him doing PL things in the game.
I think there's just no way. Maybe Kiritich is a boss, but when I was thinking of Nightfall, I could see Nightfall. Pick me, Phantom Lancer. I carry this game.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any way the new guy to the team says, give me Phantom Lancer. Give me, like, one of the worst heroes in Dota 2. Right now.
Every hero is bad until you get the right game for it, you know?
I agree. Like, I think it would be a good pick. I just don't think there's any way that guy in that position makes that suggestion.
Well, I'll go over something more reliable here. More consistent lane matchup against the Centaur. That's the biggest thing here. Can be a weird hero against Terrorblade. Like, Terrorblade is another kind of good matchup against you with the high armor, the Sunder, Scotty Buyer, all this good stuff. but he's pretty good against everything else this game. There's little lockdown for the Bristle if he gets to his later items. He can kind of just run through the fight and be really annoying. And a very tanky Tricore. A lot of HP to get through here. Tough hero for the Furion to TP on as well in the laning phase when he has good lane matchups like this season. You know, he's against a Centaur Ringmaster, which is a very tough lane, but if he can maintain HP levels and get to the 3 to 5, then it can be a difficult hero for Furion to go in and gank with all the quill stacks building up, and there's a glimpse to maybe glimpse the Furion out anyway. So it's a strong pick for the laning phase more than I'm going to 1v5 the game, which I think is fair. Just comes down to can BetBoom team play a better early game than what we've seen from them, because so far they just get in the hole very quickly, and then it's a comeback game, and more than half the time in this event they've not been able to make that comeback. So worried if they fall behind against Furion in general.
Alrighty. BetBoom coming into this, definitely not the favorites. Team Spirit, they have had a much more successful run here at Blast Slam. BetBoom had to play through that last chance playoff. They did win that, but it was not necessarily the most inspiring victory playing up against Execration. I mean, you face who you face, but still. But BetBoom, if they can close out this series, knock out Team Spirit, they would take the spot to Singapore. Starting off on the right foot here, do think that their draft is pretty good. We talked about some really sick last picks that could have been there, but I don't hate the Bristleback.
No, I think it's a fine pick. Just a different direction than I would have gone trying to cheese him, But totally fine pick here. It has some good merit against what Spirit have if it can get rolling. It's more of a, we want to scale with all three of our cores, then I'm going to play some Ultra Carry. Just different style. Depends on the team and player. But totally valid here. It's a solid Bristleback game. And it's going to slow the Centaur down, which is valuable. Whenever you have this Furion mid, being able to slow side lanes down makes it more difficult for him to find those early kills to propel himself into the faster vessel.
Really interesting. BetBoom with this late smoke, but Spirit are in a way matching them here. I assume BetBoom did not want to get into a first blood fight, considering they have Night Stalker during daytime. They will manage to maneuver themselves to get the 2-2 bounty rune split still.
Not bad for BetBoom. They definitely did not want to fight that level 1. Their level 1 is pretty dog, and the enemy has Tusk, so you can just run in skill tag team or shards and guaranteed first blood.
Tusk, Reflection. Yeah, there's some rough matchups there.
Will be this double melee lane top for Spirit. I mean, it's Terrorblade, so kind of range, but I think Mira will get farm up here. I think mid lane's going to be pretty much a wash. I don't think either of these heroes pressures the other one, and if Laurel TP's out, then maybe GPK gets more free time and he can pressure the tower. I would still like DK. I like DK in this lane as a concept. I think it's one of the heroes that can punish Furion if he leaves lane. You get a lot of value out of that, where some just kind of sit there and do nothing. And then you scale fine against him, right? If you ever get the Black Dragon later and you're just cliff walking around and being a nuisance, kind of obnoxious hero for Furion to go on. And this bottom should be favorable for Bristleback, so I can see BetBoom having a very strong laning phase here. I think all three of their cores look primed to just CS wall in lane and not give up too bad of kills. You're in a good spot.
I always find Ringmaster a hard hero to play that level 1 timing. Because you have Dagger, but the Dagger is pretty long cooldown. You only got one of them to start. You miss that Dagger, feels really bad. You get into this situation where you get the 1v1 fights in the jungle area, which is what Rue, he does. He bullies out Kataomi and secures the Sentry win, so they'll have the hard camp that is spawning, and the easy camp will not.
Spirit just want to get the lane back here. That's the biggest thing. Block small, secure big, pull big, get the lane back, force Bristle up the wave. Then you have kill threat on him, as well as on Kataomi. Save.
Easy first blood.
Down. Okay. Rough kill to give up to that meta. Panto finds the connection. A nice little gold bump for Yatoro up here.
BetBoom can still strike back, and they should look to. And the meta ends up going down. In fact, they might even go before the meta falls. Panto does rejoin him, so never mind. He got a pull, but still managed to keep the Terrorblade out of danger. And Kiritage bursted down.
Yeah, lane's far enough up to get that chase down. This is a deadly combo for the Bristle early. That's what I was saying. He has to keep his HP high because you chip him down a little, and he can just get all in super easily.
And that means Lotus for Spirit on both sides.
Little outplays adding up here.
They really are.
Got a Carney Classic, too. Though he got the worst one.
What'd he get? Oh, yeah, Funhouse Mirror. You can get rid of Thunderstrike.
That's true. That's true. Could dodge Glimpse with it.
That's true.
Could dodge Zeus ult. If you're really skilled. Earn done for Laurel, so if he wants to rotate, the options are open to him.
Laurel's done a really good job last hitting. His Dragonite should be favored in this. But he's kept it close.
And against GPK. Maybe the best laning mid in the world right now, question mark?
Nice bushwhack grab. Yutoro pulled back in. Did a little bit of damage with the Void as well. They're keeping Yutoro low, but he's got a lot of regen still. 2 tangos and 12 magic wand charges.
Do you think GPK is the best laning mid in the world since Quinn retired? Who else would it be?
Yeah, I would probably say he's like the first name that comes to mind.
Or would you give it to Maureen simply because that guy's... You can't beat him in lane.
Yeah, it's a immovable object, unstoppable force sort of deal. I do think no one is in that category as well.
No one?
Laning has been... Yeah.
Hell no! Get that name out of here. Bro.
What?
This is not even...
What do you mean? There's no
Hell
way you're
no.
saying that.
I'll give no one credit on a lot of things, but to say he's the best laner in Dota 2 right now? I don't even think no one would say that. He's very humble.
Well, yeah, he wouldn't say it. He is very humble. That's why he wouldn't say it. Miro blocked out by the ice shards. Very awkward, especially during daytime. Bushwhack, will that save him? Teleport coming in from the Furion, though, is still trouble. He is going to be sprouted, though the sprout doesn't latch around him, and because of his armor, I mean, Helm of Iron Will on a hero that has a pretty good base armor as is, Miro was able to kind of walk it off.
That was an incredibly awkward gank. I feel like the Furion TP didn't kind of late to the party. The Sprout didn't really land. The combo got broken up by the Bushwhack, and because you TP'd out, GPK is going to hit your tower. This is the punish you're looking for. And there's the
and
glimpse
he's
punish
been
too.
glimpsed away. Oh, that is even worse.
Oh, what a play. That's massive. It might just be the death of this tower if they're willing to tank it, because he has to walk all the way back. He has no teleport scroll either. Big misplay from Laurel here. It's just going to straight up cost the mid tower.
Doesn't take much, Miro, so they decide to punish Miro further. This time they will get him on that rotation. So finally got some earn charges, and it will also get them a tower. So yeah, you might have gotten the mid tower, but the offlane tower is down. Team Spirit, are they going to go for the Wisdom Shrine? It's Panto going kind of alone. The 2 cores are now following him in. Glimpse away, Panto's going to snowball, dodge it. He still has a chance to get this Wisdom Shrine. BetBoom late to the party. I mean, it's a daytime Night Stalker. He can't really add too much to this. It would have required the other cores to help out. Kiritage tried to go for the steal, but he couldn't get that either. Collapse was ahead of him there, too. So double Wisdom Shrine for Spirit.
What a big win for them. That was a very awkward sequence that turned into a great sequence with the TP straight back into top. Get the kill, get the tower, fend them off the shrine. Yeah, mid tower's more valuable than this offlane one, but you're shutting down the Night Stalker, you're delaying his helm, and you're taking a lot of experience away from BetBoom supports who are stuck at level 3 each. Oof. This is not good for them.
No. Very bad, especially since they want to be hunting with the Night Stalker as soon as 10 minutes hits. But they may not have that threatening power that you want out of them. May not have the glimpse to be able to catch these heroes, the cast range. May not have the damage to the Hoodwink to be able to burst down these heroes.
Nice little deny from GPK. But cannot get the punish, doesn't have the Blink Dagger yet, so his chase potential mobility is a little limited, and he likely has to just give mid lane to save here. I don't think you can afford to have 2 level 3 supports nearing that, 9-10 minute mark. Somebody has to get some priority here, which means go jungle. Do anything.
Naomi blocked in. Whip doesn't land from Rue, but it's not needed thanks to the Nature's Wrath, Kiritich. Try and get both supports out of this. Stampede's going to be used. Rue also had the whoopee cushion for a little bit of extra distance, so there goes that.
I cannot believe that Bushwhack missed. That looked like for sure it was going to latch. And then that's experience for save. He needed it. No such luck. At least Kiritich is standing strong on this lane. This is the strength of the pick. He can sit down here against Centaur. You do not have a lot of threat on him. You got that earlier kill, but at this point he is a beast down here.
GPK is not bothering to make his move yet. He's looking for Blink Dagger, I assume, before he goes for the assault on the side lanes. When he gets that Blink Dagger, where do you anticipate he'll move to? Do you think he goes to that Centaur lane?
The Centaur's the easier hero to go on, but top is the bigger priority. If you can go up there and kill Terrorblade, especially if you can kill him and pressure that tower is the one you want.
Radiant are scanning.
Team Spirit smoke behind him. Miro, he's going to pop his darkness immediately and try and run. Laurel will help, but it's not quite enough damage. If they had Wrath of Nature, if they had Spirit Vessel charges, then they kill Miro, but he lives, and it is now nighttime. The timing of that was so important. Miro got his 6, and now it's nighttime, so he's not going to feel that bad that Dark Ascension got used.
Big little window to slow down the Furion. Not so great for the Night Stalker, but the fact you slow down the Furion doesn't feel too bad here. Laurel just not finding much in this early game, which is exactly what you want if you're BetBoom team. And now you get to
I thought this was a
stack.
Bristleback stack, but apparently it's a GPK amp damage stack.
I mean, why not? It's just too efficient, right?
Sure.
This also get him to his blink. Extra experience for Katayomi. Again, these supports need XP right now. They're giving save bottom lane. Katayomi's got to find it somewhere. Can't really use this DK blink though because your supports are so low level. They're your damage follow-up. I think you just have to keep farming. Should have gone Midas.
It does seem like they agree with that because they're giving the space for supports on both lanes. Mid is being taken by the Disruptor, who may die for it. Try to block out with a kinetic field, still hit by the punch. The wheel doesn't get in front of him, but the dagger slowing him down with the blood grenade. He will die. But Steve is also getting soul experience at bottom because the Bristleback is taking the chance to hit some neutrals. So BetBoom is clearly trying to help their supports get into the game after losing Wisdom Shrines. And Save makes his rotation, but he's not level 6 yet. Miro, ooh, that's a little awkward. Has to teleport out because the Quelling Blade did not cut down the right tree for him to get away.
Are we getting to the point where Laurel should just go die so he gets Vessel charges to start the ball? I mean, this is not shaping up for him right now. Has he gotten a single charge his entire emailing? Yes, including.
No, well, he had the urn charges. Yeah.
Yeah, so
but he hasn't had a
those.
Vessel charge.
Right.
Which means he used 2 urn charges and didn't get a kill. That's pretty crazy. Smoke through the gate here. Yutoro wants to make use of his meta. Going after the bristleback. This is a hard
10
target to
bristle.
go after. If he can keep his back turned, but hit from the side, Kiritich does end up going down. They do have enough burst.
There, you get some vessel charges plus some money bags.
Yeah, sure.
Finally, some momentum for Laurel in this game. Yatoro will give it to him. And get some tower pressure as well. Miro going to try and even it out top with the Helmet Dom. But this is not a tower BetBoom want to give up with the early DK blink.
You already made your...
Radiant's bottom
Yeah, I guess. Maybe BetBoom will come save this safe lane tower?
Dire's top tower
Yep, Dark Ascension. Shame to give it up like this. Just
Yeah.
not in position to do anything about it. DK form on cooldown.
I mean, GBK seems pretty chill about this game overall. He's not moving too much. Maybe he feels like his timing is in Blink Dagger, but more so how effective the Orchid's going to be pre-BKB. Like, if he makes sure that that timing is still solid. May get a kill on Yatoro before the Manta, but can definitely hunt down Laurel.
For sure. I don't think it's as a blink that he had to go try and force something with, and he couldn't because the supports were too low level.
Lotus Orb first for Kiritich. You like that? Is it really that good of a Lotus game?
Just see it a lot on this. We saw Crystallis do a similar build. He built Crimson first, but I think he wanted Lotus at some point in that game too. A lot of these carry bristles are going more utility nowadays. Just like help fight early. It is an item that gives you some farming with the mana regen, the armor, HP regen.
4 mana regen, 250 mana. It's pretty nice on this hero.
So I kind of view it almost as a farming item on this hero that also pays off in small ways. Good against the Sunder, good against the Vessel. I think that's enough to justify it.
Okay.
You're going to get early Crimson on the Night Stalker, so they're really gearing up to fight early in this game. Orchid going to be done on the Dragonite, who's mega farmed. And I think Spirit are... I think in their minds they're kind of happy because they're like, haha, we're farming Fury on Terrorblade. So what do you do about it? But BetBoom are just gearing up for the mid game. They're not forcing anything dumb. They're not taking bad fights.
Radiant are
And they have their Orchid DK now. They're trying to make something happen on the tail end of this dragon form. Scan on the hill and they run away. They don't want none of that.
Let Miro's Wild Wing Ripper get some information. Going after Miro here. Did not get him inside the Sprout.
Another swing and another miss for Laurel, man. Just not connected in this one. Blade Mail for the Bristle. This is really mid-game centric for BetBoom. I know we haven't had too much action, but all these items point towards them fighting consistently and constantly in the next 10 minutes or so.
Teleport on GPK. GPK, static sword for Kataomi, though. A lot of physical damage. GPK is still overwhelmed by Kiritich. It's a good spot to punish. He gets one kill. The wheel, though. Really good wheel. Yatoro tries to get in front of him here, but the quills are adding up. Yatoro can't finish off the bristleback, and they're going to get glimpsed back. So he's going to be forced to fight here. He's going to be silenced on the way in. Snowball. It goes out, and the silence is going to wear thin a little bit here. He's up onto the high ground. Got off the Sunder. Big play. Yatoro just in cast range of that one. Otherwise, they might have been kited back. Instead, it's a full retreat from BetBoom. Kiritich actually caught in these ice shards. That's really awkward. They have a chance to go back in with Collapse hitting Stomp afterwards. They got him.
Damn, Centaur on Centaur tag team right there.
And now save, an extra cleanup. Good bushwhack, but does not have a scurry to get out of there. 4,000 net worth lead for Team Spirit. Its first move from Team Spirit as we approach the mid game. It hits, and it eventually works out pretty nicely.
That was not the prettiest gank we've ever seen them make, but it got the job done. Nice snowball save from Panto. Really turned the tail end of that around with the glimpse of the Terrorblade. Just GPK going down first, getting chunked by the Terrorblade Tusk tag team. Not what you want to see if you're BetBoom. He's supposed to be your most farmed core, your big damage dealer, stay alive in these fights. He goes down first. It's not the Bristle who's that point of contact. And then you threw the Lotus on the DK to try and save him, and he dies anyway, so then you don't have Lotus for yourself. Just a mega awkward engagement.
Yeah, but we haven't seen this carry Bristleback really take over a team fight. It's been the Terrorblade who seems to be the bigger threat. Glimpse back for the deny on the ward. Cute play.
Got him. This map could become tough to play. This Fury on Terrorblade start pushing the waves in more. The rest of the team can post up aggressively with the Centaur Stampede to bail you out. Could really start to suffer on the lanes.
Stomp on GBK. Feared him into the wheel. Very nicely done. A lot of magic damage between this duo.
This double Centaur Stomp is doing some work, man.
It is.
Really good Helmet Dom usage from Collapse. You get a little extra control. You perfectly chain stun this DK. And he has pushed down the chart even more.
At this rate, it's Team Spirit are just going to have too large of a net worth lead by the time BetBoom gets to their timings. They've almost got Crimson, and they've almost got another nighttime.
I agree. They're going for the mid-game teamfight itemization, but they're bleeding too much out right now. And these items are getting delayed, and then by the time you get there, how are you even going to force that fight? You've missed like 3 fights that came to you, and you're going to go looking for one, Spirit can just dodge you. You don't have the damage to force the Roshan super reliably. It might not even be there. Spirit.
Oh, yeah. Spirit's going to do Roshan before it switches over. Oh, this. I mean, I love this play from Team Spirit. Making that play bottom, taking that tier 2, now linking up into Roshan. I mean, this is one of those mid-game destroyers. Like,
look at the scramble from BetBoom. They know there's a contest. They all TP mid. They smoke. They cannot get here in time. They get scanned out anyway. Spirit are gone. Highway
now I feel
robbery.
like Team Spirit are just going to play very defensively, and at some point in time, BetBoom are going to force it anyway. You know, because it's like, we've hit our timing. We have to take a move here. For now, they are going to use this smoke to get to Tormentor position, which is fine.
Something to grab. Oh, Night Stalker Shard. Probably the better one they could have gotten here.
Very nice.
Maybe
especially
Boomerang,
on a fresh nighttime. I mean, can you go for Spirit's Wisdom Shrine here? You gotta adjust lanes though.
Anything. You gotta go for anything you think you're gonna get a fight out of, because you're designed and built to fight right now, especially during the nighttime. Do not want to be turning down potential engagements while Spirit are just farming up the map.
Well, Spirit says you can have it. They're going to play the other side of the map. As he said, they can dodge.
I would have tried to go for both here. It's a little difficult against the Furion, but I think you have to be aggressive during this period. If this entire nighttime goes by without you taking a fight, it's not going to feel good for you.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Towers are falling fast, man. And Team Spirit at this point, they're the one who seems like they're forcing
high
things.
ground? What the hell's happening in this game?
Get him to come back. It is crazy that they're making that kind of play just because, I mean, they've got Disruptor and Nighttime. Like, you are so far forward that the opportunity should be there for pickoffs.
That's the crazy thing. It's a Disruptor plus Night Stalker lineup. And
I mean,
we just
You
haven't
had
seen
to
them.
try for it, right? Like there's
haven't
no
seen
way
them
you're
take
just gonna
any.
let them hold on to this Aegis.
It just feels too passive. I mean, if you didn't want to fight him head on, you even could have just said, okay, let's try and smoke and kill the Furion, or get deep wards that will scout him to set up for later. And they have a couple of those wards.
Yeah, the Furion dies pretty easy. For now, it doesn't have BKB. Jump forward onto Katomi. Collapse finds edge opening. Static Storm on Yatoro. So Yatoro on his meta is still not dead. He still gets off on Sunder. He's going to kill Miro off of that. What a beautiful wheel from Rue. Showcasing quite the Ringmaster gameplay here as he hits another whip on a GPK. They don't even take out the Aegis once. I mean, Avery, this is looking like if Laurel lives here. Ah, Laurel does live. Bushwhack. Oh my God, he's healed up. He
Lotus.
survives. Give him the Lotus. He stays up. That was a team wipe?
I don't like how they
Almost.
approach that fight. Why are you trying to all in this Terrorblade who has Aegis and an eventual Sunder anyway? I know he's like the big damage dealer, but it felt like because you have Crimson on the Night Stalker that you have time in this fight. He's not going to chunk you. I would be going for supports. I would be going for the Ring. I would be going for the Tuskar. I would be trying to assassinate the backline and make Yatoro have to make a tough call while he's trying to fight through the Crimson. Instead, you just give Spirit the fight they want. You run headlong into this Aegis Terrorblade. Collapses on your backline. The Wheel of Wonder's perfect. The saves come through. Of all the fights to take and the way to take it, how did that end up being the engagement for BetBoom team?
I don't know, but nasty stuff for a Night Stalker lineup. Lost pretty much full control of this nighttime. We only have another 45 seconds. Miro, it seems like BetBoom are going to try and farm their way to a next round of items. He's going Blink Dagger into the Nullifier that we talked about. So Blink Dagger will help him get on top of the Ringmaster. Nullifier to deal with the Ringmaster's box.
Makes sense. I mean, all the items make sense this game. I just don't think they've gotten to use them as much as they wanted. And Spirit, they're building the scale, man. Everything they've built is just scale, scale, scale on the Furion, Terrorblade, Centaur support. It's going to continue to pay off here because he already has Crimson done. He has Lotus Orb done. He's going into Shivas. This guy is big and bad. His Crimson's better because he's about 1,000 HP tank here.
It's the Stomp. Do they really want to go on this Bristleback? I think they've done a very good job of ignoring the Bristleback, frankly. I think Kiritich, I don't know if he did Blade Mail twice in that team fight or only once, but either way, the Blade Mail was like 0 impact in the fight.
He got killed last. Ignored him completely. Quick little look for Laurel. Doesn't find anybody, though. BetBoom splitting the map. Trying to keep up in farm. But that is a tall order against Fury on Terrorblade. You're almost inevitably going to fall behind. Do have BKB on GPK, though. So that's something you can rally behind a little bit. You pop Crimson. This guy pops BKB. He's tanky. Should not go down super fast unless you get some big Sunder off or something. They'll smoke with it. They have Ascension. They have Blink on Night Stalker too. The course can get in there quickly.
If they could go to the Furion right now,
Would be the perfect target to start on.
it would be very good. They will be fighting underneath Vision. There is this defensive ward. Run to the Tusk instead. It's a good kill, but Furion would have felt a whole lot better. Sadly, they do not get that. And Team Spirit back away, play underneath their tier 2 tower. They just have to wait out Dark Ascension. There will be the soccer period of time. They need to get more. They got the glimpse onto Rue. Meanwhile,
what a
though,
wheel.
another wheel that
What a
catches
wheel.
out 3 inside. Oh, it's just devastation. Laurel teleports behind them and starts going to work with that Mjolnir. Taking out 2. Leave the bristleback for last, as is their ammo. And there you have it.
That was such a perfectly placed wheel wonder in so many ways. They're on a choke point. It catches the Night Stalker they went on, but it also completely separated the Bristle, who was north of it, and had to basically run into it. And the team that was south, just look at that placement, man. That's just a nasty wheel, even if it doesn't end up catching extra heroes, because the Furion's on one side, so Save runs up into it. The Bristle runs down trying to get to the fight, ends up catching 3. The fight's perfectly split, and then you have Stampede to run him down. Man, Rue. This guy's good.
He is very good on this Ringmaster. Been pretty sick to watch him play it, just because I feel like this hero can be incredibly hit or miss, particularly on the Wheel of Wonder. But he's just min-max this ability.
It can be a tough spell to land and competitive when people are better at positioning and like pop BKBs early and jump and stuff like that. So whenever you get these multi-hero wheels off, it's all skill, baby.
And again, another fight that's won essentially during nighttime or during a Dark Ascension period. So there's this lull afterwards where BetBoom, they're obviously not going to do anything. And Team Spirit probably get the better of the map for it. Grow a bit of that net worth lead even further after the team fight. And again, the timing's become more and more obvious. They know Dark Ascension's coming off cooldown soon, so very likely BetBoom are going to make a play, and the smoke gets ruined immediately. Collapse ruins it. They have to go for the Centaur. They have to try and kill him, but he is so danky once he pops that Crimson Guard. No chance. He goes back in on them with the stomp. Another great wheel off of that stomp as well. Kiritich is even going to die. GG is called. GPK's done. He's out of this game. He doesn't want any more of this, and I think it's pretty clear. BetBoom, nothing in this game really went well for them.
3 kills. I mean, it's just too slow of a game for the lineup they have. They need to find more action in that game. They need to be playing aggressively on the side lanes, especially during the nighttime in Dark Ascension. The Night Stalker basically ended up getting sacked and just abused. That's where all the attention went. With the Furion rotations, the Wisdom Shrine contest, he falls behind, you lose action on that lane. If you're TPing the Disruptor and Bristling and finding glimpse kills in return and stuff like that, this game can be faster, but Spirit gave up very little here. They have the better Crimson, they have the better scale. They're putting the pressure on you to make some moves in the mid game after you lose the Roshan. And a couple of good wheels, a couple of good ice shards, you get the control you need for Yatoro to put in the damage. I think the scariest point in this game was if this Terrorblade gets to Scotty Butterfly. He never even got there because he won the game too fast. So, Spirit in a really good position in this game 1. Gave up nothing. We'll go into game 2 very confident with a Furion that you're going to have to think about potentially ban. Tough spot for BetBoom.
Very tough indeed. BetBoom are now just 1 game away from elimination. Team Spirit 1 game away from going to Singapore. We're going to take a break. When we come back, game 2, Spirit versus BetBoom. What could be the last game of the day? Spirit versus BetBoom at game 2 with Spirit up 1-0. Avery, I don't think we really saw anything out of BetBoom that surprised us, and that is the disappointing part, right?
Same strats we saw earlier today, same play style, little passive, little inactive, and just not a clear idea of how are you going to win this game that they execute on. You know, I can see a way that draft wins that game, but they did not execute on that idea. They're just kind of passively farming until the game slips away from them. So if you're going to play that style, at least pick Medusa or something, and you know, maybe you have a chance of just clutching it out later on. That's the disconnect for me. So we need to see more from them. We need to see their playmaker step up. And it's just been a little off, man. Like, Save isn't playing the lane as well as he normally does. GPK isn't making some big comeback play to salvage the game. Kiritich has been a little off this tournament as well. Just kind of sloppy gameplay all around, and it's not going to cut it in this series if you want to go to Singapore.
No, certainly not. Against a team Spirit that, I mean, I thought they played very well last game. A Spirit who I think at this tournament, I remember Quinn specifically saying that Spirit isn't at their, you know, godly level of execution where you look at them and you're like, I don't know how to beat them. They weren't at that level for this tournament, though I do think they've gotten better over the course of this group stage.
They've become a bit more consistent. That's how I would put it.
Sure.
I still think they're not at their like top ceiling peak yet, but they were a lot more shaky at the start, and now they're looking a lot more solid. And then once you get that consistency, you can start to raise that ceiling. So they're in a good spot. They're looking good. One game away. If they close it out here, nice and clean from them. See if they can do it here in game 2.
And it's two teams that are looking at folding in one new player to a pre-existing roster, but so far, very different outcomes. Let's get into the draft of game number 2, where the Nature's Prophet will be banned by BetBoom. You identified that hero as a problem for BetBoom, and they agree with you.
It's a hero you always have to respond to, and it just forces such a large response, and then if you lose to it, then you just feel as if there's nothing you can do. So very unsurprised to see it out here in game 2. Just going to go against something else. Make Spirit show another first pick, as they will be first pick again. And Chen is in the pool. Sand King's in the pool. Abaddon's in the pool. These are some of the BetBoom big heroes. That Mars could get gobbled up as well, because you gotta remember with this Timber and Naga ban, you just gobble up the Mars. Yeah, this I think was the risk for BetBoom team with these kind of bans. Like, you ban Naga, you ban Timber. If they just ban Abaddon, why not just take the Mars? What are you really afraid of here? We know Collapse is one of, if not the best Mars player ever played in anything, but this looks like a really good spot for it, because you get a premier offlaner, you take it away from BetBoom on a response pick, and the counter pick is not so easy here with the bans that have been put in place. You can just jam the Ursa. We've seen a couple people do that. They'll go back.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that question, but it does feel like a little suspect, because it's not nearly the same counter as Timber saw or Abaddon is, right?
I think the other hero you could have taken there is the Sand King. You still have confidence in it, because they will play it on 2 roles. It's a counter team fighter to the Mars. It can be annoying to go in an arena this guy in the Sandstorm if he's really having a good game. I think that could have been an interesting pick. And again, I don't really like taking the Hoodwink here, just because it's going to give 2 more bans to Team Spirit before you pick a core. And you get in the same spot you did last game, where you're still only going to see the Mars plus 2 supports. So you're going to have to take a core anyway, only you have less options. And I think that's why a lot of teams prefer to just take a core here, because otherwise you're giving up 2 more bans for that hero you have to show anyway. So take the Ember and they'll take the Sand King. So now you don't have the Sand King response. So now it's, you know, what are you getting to team fight this guy? And you ban the Ursa. I mean, now I'm just like, I'm lost, man. Like, I don't know what's going on, because sure, the DK is a flex hero. We've seen them play time and time again. They have a lot of confidence in this, but I think this Mars is just going to have a game no matter what now. And what are you going to get down the road that gives you the team fight confidence to go in against this guy? It's a bunch of single target right now.
Yeah, just the fact that they go back to the Dragonite yet again already feels discouraging. It feels very one note from BetBoom.
Yes. We just have not seen them pick anything else other than this Dragonite the entire day. Ride or die, I guess. I think Spirit are just going to Tusk +1 here.
Snowstorms are coming.
I would like to see Phoenix. I've been calling for this hero. We have not seen it.
You have.
I think it looks so good here. It owns what BetBoom are proposing right now. Just dumpsters Dragonite, great synergy with the Mars, great synergy with the Tusk. Give me that Phoenix pick, clutch it up.
No. Come
on.
I'm sorry, but until you see the other support, you can't pick Phoenix. It's just the way it is. Snapfire's too meta.
That's fine. No, I don't believe in that counter. You can play around that one. Especially with Arena. Like, you have so much AoE control to put around this egg. It's not even about the egg. It's about Fire Spirit, Sunray, just super good damage follow-up. Ruins this DK's life. I think there's a lot of... I think you can play it into the Snap here. And I don't even think Snap is something BetBoom necessarily want, because then you have Snap and Hoodwink. And I think they're kind of doing similar things. I would pick Phoenix here. I'd just jam it.
I think that is insane. Listen, I agree with you that that Phoenix is not all about the egg, but if you cannot use the egg, the hero is significantly worse. And why not take other heroes that can dump damage into Mars, like Snapfire, like Skywrath
more
Mage,
reliable, blah blah blah. Not badass, Austin. That's what matters when you're trying to style on kids, you know.
I don't think anybody's seen Phoenix and been like, "That's badass."
It's a badass hero, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, not the trees.
Oh, Bane. Okay, I like that. This is a hero that's winning a lot. Gives you some BKB Pierce. Solid hero against the Mars sometimes because he just jumps in. Sometimes you get that clutch grip on him, and even if it doesn't last forever, it can ruin his day. Just been a really strong hero this event, so I do not mind seeing it here. More single target is the downside, so you really need that team fighter here. And what is left for Miro might just be the Centaur for them, but you're picking Centaur into Tusk, Mars. That's a rough one. The Tide looks a little rough. I don't think they're going to Night Stalker again. Need some wave clear too. Underlord looks good, but you just don't see the carry here. They might take the carry, honestly, but that kills your DK flex.
Well, I
Is this
can't
the
think of any
Lycan?
heroes, so.
Lycan's banned.
Yeah,
I think they're...
Lycan's perma-ban alongside the Marcy.
Yeah, they're going to hold the offlane pick. That's risky here, man. You kill your DK... Well, I guess you can still play offlane DK, but nobody's doing that. You kill your DK flex to get this Terrorblade against the Mars, which is good. It's a good Terrorblade game. And that gives you your lane shove, which was really important here. These three killers need the lanes in. They do not want to be sitting there showing. What is Team Spirit's response to Terrorblade? Is it the Yatoro Tinker? Is it time to bust it out?
Yatoro Meepo. Let's go.
Brood Mother? Nah.
Gyrocopter's banned. They have a lot of armor. What are the magic damage dealing carries that feel
Wind
good that
Ranger.
are not Gyrocopter? Wind Ranger?
It's a classic TB answer, but I don't think we're going to see it. I could see them just take Sven. It's like the one melee physical hero. Sometimes you just don't care. The Yatoro Drow. Oh, this is the game for it, I think. It looks pretty good.
I mean, it's a good, great counter to TB. It's not
Against the
amazing
DK
against
too.
Dragonite. Is it?
Yeah, with the
He's got
hypothermia and all
bonus
that.
armor.
Oh, your regen reduction. It's good.
Yes.
You can just outrange him. Could still come out. There's Monkey King, so probably Laurel's hero here. Just mid-game team fighter. I still want to see the Yatoro Drow. I think it could be spicy.
I mean, it does look like they're setting up for some sort of backline damage dealer with Mars Monkey.
Oh yeah, that's the type of hero you want. There's not a lot of them left. I mean, there's Dusa, but it doesn't look like it's not a good Dusa game.
No. I mean,
Troll.
it's also Carry Muerta.
Yeah, Muerta does have good core matchups here. Not too bad.
Yeah, that hero's just so bad.
And the Faceless Void is fair. I think Troll would be the other one here. Clinks is the other kind of ranged go-to for Yatoro.
Definitely doesn't feel nearly as good as, I think, Drow in this situation. Again, just
Yeah,
so
I
much
agree.
armor.
Just heroes we see more often and are more reliable. I would ban the Troll here, though. I think Troll is the best pick for Spirit.
Yeah, Gilwa,
Well, maybe it's not the best. but
Mjolnir Troll.
the most likely, I should say, because the Troll Tusk is kind of nasty. Troll with the Arena going in and Wukong. It gives you a hero to go do Roche with all this AoE Roche control. They banned the Drow. See, I told you, Austin. I told you. The Drow was coming. Now we're never going to get a chance to see it. Now we're just going to see Troll. And everyone's going to go, oh man, I wish I got to see a Toro Drow.
Well, you shouldn't have called it. BetBoom couldn't ignore you.
Okay, well, it's not Troll if they ban Slardar. Something else. To carry Tinker time, I'm telling you. He's been training.
Is it? Are they picking a different mid because they banned Slardar? And it's a Monkey King safe lane? Why did they ban Slardar?
It's for whatever carry pick they want. So it's some melee carry or something. Oh, it's just a Clinks matchup. Okay, it's like the one ranged hero who in theory cares about him. I mean,
I
the
can't
guy
believe
likes his Clinks.
I can't believe they're picking Clinks here.
What? Why? I said it was likely because they just want the ranged artillery Roche killer, and I mean that is what Clinks does. He's
Yeah,
not
it's just
great against these heroes, but
yeah.
gets the
I don't
job
think
done.
he's very good matchups.
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
I think it's bad against Dragonite. I don't think it's good against Terrorblade. And there's also no versatility in build for Clinks, right? There's no other way you can build this hero
You're locked in.
that gets away from that. You have to go Deso, you have to get the Shard, you go back for a later Orchid. Like if there was some build where you go faster Orchid, then I feel like that could be effective. But if you go fast Orchid, you kill your farm.
Yes.
That's an interesting pick. They swapped this DK to the offlane eventually, which is going to do fine against Clinks. And then you get the counter pick versus the Monkey. And it's a pretty nice co-op game. I'll be honest, I feel like BetBoom team kind of won this draft in the end. I don't know if they're going to win this game because they've been playing significantly worse, but I feel like they did win this draft. I don't think Spirit got the best two later core picks in this Monkey Clinks against high armor DK, high armor Terrorblade, and a last pick Quap with very little lockdown for the Queen of Pain.
Carrots is just so funny, man, of the on-camera antics. Like half the time we go to him, he's doing pull-ups. The other half, he's chugging out of his gigantic jug of water.
Well, he's got to share that water with the whale.
Oh yeah, I see that. That's cute.
Yeah, so you got to feed the whale, you know.
Also, I can't tell if that guy just doesn't have any like sheets on his bed, like he doesn't have a duvet or anything, or if he like very meticulously makes his bed every day and he just has like just a top sheet.
Why are you judging it, man? What's your problem? Have you seen your house?
I have. I don't make my bed.
Exactly.
So I'm curious if he is the extreme of not making his bed, or if he is very much a bed maker, because I know nothing about Kiritich. And I think that tells you something about a person. Do you make your bed?
No, nobody does. That's some psychopath level shit, man.
I'm actually a little surprised. You're a pretty neat person.
I do most of the time, but not all the time.
So you do make your bed?
Well, yeah, but not like
You psychopath.
not meticulously, you know.
Uh-huh.
That's what you're asking. Do I meticulously go in and no. You know.
No, just 80% of the time you make your bed.
Yeah, but not in a psychopathic way.
All right, let's get into the game, everybody. Game 2. Team Spirit versus Bibbidi Bobbidi. BetBoom.
This to me looks like the best chance for them to take a game today that wasn't against Execration.
So, in other words, they have a better chance in this game than they did in game 1, you think?
Yeah, I don't know why I said it like that, but I'm
I
just
agree.
saying, even in the Execration games, I like this draft better than those drafts that they won with, you know.
Ah, okay.
That's, I guess, what I meant to say. Not to throw Execration under the bus, but I think those drafts were a bit mixed and had some weaknesses. This, I think, is really well-rounded. They got some value out of the DK flex. They have some high armor heroes against a physical lineup. They have Bane that's just been winning. You know, they can absolutely lose this game because Spirit are playing better, but I think on paper they should be pretty happy with it and confident. Maybe the one weakness is this offlane Dragon Knight. We don't see this hero a lot in the offlane. He could be a bit slow in that role, or at least a little underwhelming. Like, you get Blink, but then your Blink fight is I Blink Dragon Tail someone, and then I stand there. Whereas Mars is, you know, I Blink Arena, spear two people, refresh re-arena, blah, 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 and it's like massive team fight scaling control.
Yeah.
Whereas DK's
But
just
I
there.
also don't think the lane is free just because he's an armor hero, right? It's
Oh,
not
no,
just
for sure.
Clink's, right? It's Clink's Tusk. That is a lot of tag team damage potentially.
For sure. For sure. I'm just thinking if you go in with armor, you insta-pull aggro, you have Bushwhack to bail out the early all-in. Clinks is not that strong level 1. He's honestly not that strong level 2 either.
Yes.
I think you can get to level 3 here, and then you're kind of invincible with Bracers level 2 regen, and then if they ever try and go on you, you just Bushwhack them, right? I think you're kind of chilling.
Yeah, I do think you are always, even when you hit level 3 double bracer, though, you are still susceptible to the Snapfire rotation, right? Because then you'll have tag team and little shredder and physical damage from Clinks.
Okay,
Like,
well-
that all comes together, and that is
But come on,
really
man, that's
dangerous.
unfair. You can't
I don't think that no. I don't think that's unfair, and I'll explain why. Because I think Dragon Knight is an offlaner that he's rather slow. He plays pretty far forward in lane. Like, I think he is exactly the hero you can abuse with tri-lane rotations.
Yes, but I think there's also a lot of offlaners that you can just try lane and mess up if you really want to, you know. I guess for me, I think about it more in terms of, is it going to ruin his game entirely? And that's where I do agree with you. DK's a great hero to do that too, because if you mess him up in the lane phase, he's kind of just going to be useless for the whole game.
Yeah, I think every
Whereas-
other offlaner in the pool has better defense mechanisms against the tri-lane rotation, right? They have AoE stun, or they have a
True.
better range stun to put heroes away, whereas Dragon Knight, you literally get up to melee form before you can get stunned by him.
Not
And-
Necrophos.
No, okay, that hero still has better defense mechanisms because he has Ghost Shroud.
But he never gets
So-
there because you just try lane in level 1, and then he's level 1 forever.
Okay, maybe. And the incentive to tri-lane him is the fact that, yeah, like, as you said, like, he has a worse recovery mechanism than all the other offlaners.
Except Necrophos.
30 seconds to battle.
That is probably true, yeah.
Did you remember the Liquid with Zai? He used to play offlane Necro on that team. Do you remember
Yeah.
some of those games? I remember some
yeah.
game he went up there and he got like zoned level 1. He was just level 1 in 6 minutes. He just kept going up there and insta dying. And I think they still won that game. But that was one of the saddest Zai games I've ever seen. And I know it was it was a Necro issue.
Yeah, probably not his eye issue. That guy's pretty good.
Yeah, he is good, but he's he's retired now. So
Were you gonna say he's dead now? I swear to God, I thought you were gonna say he's dead now.
I just
we
heavily
don't
implied.
speak of him.
he has gone from this Dota world
He's passed on.
to a better life, which is true, probably.
I mean, it was kind of true. I mean, he hasn't come back to Dota, but he did show up at TI.
Anyway, why are we talking about Zai? He's not in this game. No one cares. GPK
That's
gets the first creep denied on him. Set the precedent for the lane. This range creep, it means everything. Laurel, he needs it.
If he can
He
get
has
the
no
range
strike.
creep too. Laurel is stuck in this situation. He has to
Oh,
give
no.
up the
Oh,
range
no.
creep. Oh, no. He took that much damage to
no.
not even get the range creep. Now Save is in trouble.
Dear
All
God.
this talk about Dragonite, and we almost saw the squirrel die in this lane.
Yeah, I mean, Toro took a lot for that too, though.
That's true.
Just got smacked in the face. What?
How was
did
that?
he miss everybody?
Yeah, that he like enough trees got cut that he hit the one tree that was left that was in the middle between the two of them.
I think it was genuinely harder to miss that bushwhack than hit it.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's just unlucky. Unlucky.
Okay, so losing lane in mid for Laurel.
Yep.
Possibly losing the lane of Dragonite versus Clinks.
They're not. They're
seeing
winning.
with-
They're winning it right now.
Well, I mean, you see what Yotoro's HP is at right now?
Oh, you're
I'm
talking
just
about
saying they
Yotoro
could lose
losing it,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think this lane
Team
is the
Spirit
lost
losing
lane.
that. So the one
is
lane
bad.
they will very likely win, I think, is the Snapfire Mars lane. That's a pretty tough kill lane to battle up against.
Strong lane phase for BetBoom. On paper and in what we're seeing, they are executing well right now. Really nice keeping Yotoro low up here because I think the most efficient play for them on that lane is going in with the tag team shards and just getting the right clicks in. But if you're so low you can't man up for that, then there's just no efficient trade for you on the lane. They're going to try for save.
Splitting the damage, very awkward. Toro didn't hit Miro or hit Nero at the start, then transferred over.
Got Naomi with the courier loss, but
Dire's top tower
trees are going to start to regrow up here. It's good for save. And the Lotuses will get split. What's happening mid? 15 and 7, 13 and 2. GPK continuing to take the lead. Has the level 2 dagger now. Laurel feeling the pain. Gotta pull waves or something. It's getting close to that point. Collapse doing very well bottom though. CS leader.
Let's grab onto Yotoro. Yotoro will die. That is first blood. Turn back around. Panto trying to kill Save. Save still has a Lotus, so he could bait in Panto if he wants to. Panto gives up. Not too surprising. Meanwhile, again, this offlane of Spirit needs to pop off. And they do manage to get the first kill onto Kiritich.
Well, this is Collapse's game to carry right now because Laurel cannot do much in this matchup.
No.
And top lane has backfired horribly on this Clinks pick. This DK is getting a lot out of the situation. Way more than I thought. So we're gonna have to go to base, man? Yeah, that's... Oof. Monkey to base while GPK picks up double water rune. That's a rough life. Nice little fire breath for some neutral action. This DK is going to be massive, dude. Holy moly. He is just clearing house up here. What?
Boy's getting large. Spear lands onto Bane. Pushes him a little bit too far away for the little Shredder to instantly be there. With a Brain Sap, Katomi's fine. And Collapse. They want to take some damage here. They'll pull the creep wave back, though. And they do have soul rings, so Collapse will have some resources to look for another kill. But yeah, net worth wise, Laurel and Yatoro are the two lowest net worth cores in the game right now.
Not looking like the fast start they wanted with this Klink's pick. And it's not going to get better against the Dragon Knight who's just chilling up here. Not really a good target to gank at this point. Even if you brought the snap, I do not think you're killing him. They're going to bring the monkey. I mean, this is unexpected, but I'm not even sure you kill him here if the bushwhack is around. Save is kind of leaving the lane.
Yeah, they're going to go for it on the 6-minute power rune. Like as Save goes through the 6-minute power rune. They're swapping lanes? They're swapping lanes.
Okay. That's an audible. Haste rune on GPK, though, a little scary for Yatoro to hang around here.
Yeah, Yatoro pinging that high ground. He's going to need this ward because I have a sneaking suspicion he's going to get ganked somewhere in here. He can't show on the lane for that long. So he's going to be back here farming some neutrals. And we've seen Save is kind of freed up to make rotations where he wants. And GPK is pushing the lane in over and over again. So he's going to go somewhere one of these times. And he's going to the triangle. Check that out.
Oh, he's going
Doesn't
Wisdom
find anything
Shrine.
Initially. Go for the Wisdom Shrine.
This should be
Kataomi,
guaranteed 2 Wisdom Shrines for
Kiritich.
BetBoom.
Yeah, Collapse. I mean, the Monkey King is moving across the map trying to match it here.
He has no Jingu, though. It's not that scary of a monkey.
No, it's not. He's still going to go. Oh, he did get it. Got his level 6. The Wukong's command. With the tag team. GPK is here. Can he push him off? GPK, he's got his Sonic Wave. He waits for the changing of the guard. Now thought about it. Still doesn't go for it. He brings it back with the snowball.
I missed him.
Missed Laurel, but he got the bushwhack on Laurel, and that'll finish him off. And Panto still dies. The damage there. So Shrine goes both ways. Goes Kataomi's way both ways. That's funny.
His Bane is giga smart right now. Just sucking all the knowledge off the map. I guess that kind of worked out for BetBoom in terms of Wisdom Shrines, but
yeah, certainly.
They did give up a decent amount of time. A couple lives for it. Yatoro got some good farm mid. He's going to get walked in here.
Yeah, and he doesn't have Death Pack to jump out of that tower range, nor does he have his level 6, but it felt like he was too tanky to go for the kill with no Sonic Wave.
Those are level 3 daggers. They hurt.
They hurt real bad. Jump onto Kiritich here. Time the spear right into the arena. Well played.
Bigger kill. There's all this nonsense happening mid, but they find the Terrorblade. And Collapse straight back to the top, man. As good of a lane this DK had, this Mars is matching him. And I have little confidence that Mars is going to do a bit more in the fight than the Dragon Knight if it really comes to who's going to have higher impact here.
Yeah, no doubt.
Couldn't get to sleep. Would have had XP for the grip off the wave, but of course there's Boundless Strike or Spear to bail somebody out here.
Yeah, Laurel will be fine. Yeah, I was going to say, you need a clarity right now. This Bane is level 6 so early. You would love to be able to get a Fiend's Grip kill somewhere around here. He just doesn't have the resources for it.
This lane swap was kind of interesting. It worked out for Spirit in some ways because they put this Klink's mid and he's a tanky target for GPK to pressure. Just sits here and defends the tower. I was about to say it frees up the monkey to do stuff, but Collapse will end up going down to that group anyway as the monkey left the lane.
Highest net worth hero of Team Spirit falls. Big pick off.
Oh, yeah.
And super sick that you're able to use the Fiend's Grip so early into the game. Start that cooldown for a second round coming in soon.
9-minute Fiend's Grip kill off double Wisdom Shrine. Slurp it up all day, as Bane literally says.
10-minute power rune. I mean, it feels so good when you're playing a quap and power runes are free. Amp
Especially
damage.
these ones. That's a juicy rune right there.
Come through the gate here, but defensive ward already laid out. So this move will not catch Kiritich unaware. In fact, he's going to bait it, I think. He's got his 2 supports rotating over, and GPK has the amp damage with the TP scroll, but they still give up this tower.
It's a tough fight. Unless you smoke there and kind of get the wrap set up, go on the Mars first, that's a tough fight. The Toro's being really annoying around this bit. Just stalling up tower damage, not a target GPK can harass. More annoying than I thought he would be off this lane swap. Last hit. Secured. That's a big committal of a smoke. You could just have the Mars farming his blink. There's an empty lane bottom right now. This feels a little telegraphed. And it's all to find a Dragon Knight of all heroes, if that's who you're going to run into here.
If they run into the quap, no guarantee they can get that kill. Get saved. Save does manage to get off his ultimate, so they'll have to use the arena. But yeah, did not.
Squirrel down.
Not going to feel amazing for that heavy a commitment of
You want more?
smoke. They can want
really
whatever
want
they
more.
want. Are they going to get it? Miro hits him with a breathe fire, stalling out some of this damage. Still, though, the pin from Collapse landing like that. Good stuff. And they still have kisses, in fact. Rue also has this, so...
Sometimes you just got to 5-man it up, you know? Look at that. Even Team Spirit just run the 5-man.
Yeah, I guess so. Good timing for that, too. It gets the Blink Dagger for the Mars. Instead of delaying it because of the successful fights that they got. Gets the Blink Dagger. At the same time, the Blink Dagger is being finished, or not Blink Dagger, Blade Mail done for GPK. And it is a pretty good Blade Mail game.
Solid here for sure. Initiation power is on the side of Collapse for now. If he can get this blink out, find a quick play with it. Definitely a nice way to use the kisses. Could even kill the Terrorblade if you just go in, combo him, and then kiss him down and run away with the Mars. No Sunder option.
There's a word on this side for both teams here. So this is not a free Fiend's Grip. Katomi, he goes to the Fiend's Grip now. Rue will stop it with the cookie. Collapse. Oh, a little bit more damage, and he got it from Miro. So we'll get both of them by bringing the numbers this time around. BetBoom. They say, you want a 5-man? We could do that too.
Super well played there. Like I'll tell you. Very patient. Pays off. Numbers pay off. And they get another kill. GPK regen rune will be full into a tower. BetBoom coming alive in this game too.
Into a Wisdom Shrine as well.
Oh yeah, that'd be... If they get the first 4 Wisdom Shrines... Collapse
Yeah, I
is
don't think
not winning this one.
Utoro can really invade. Collapse will push GPK off. Hits the arena. Here come the kisses. Can get Save. Save tries to get Collapse. Nice juke there from Collapse.
They get a Wisdom Shrine. It will not be a shutout.
And
In
Laurel
this
is
room.
still looking for more. He knows some of these BetBoom heroes hanging around. He's
This is
a bit
sneaky.
skittish because he doesn't know if there's a sentry, but he's good now.
Oh, it body blocked him.
Wukong's okay.
Was not the finest setup.
No, it wasn't.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And surely you go for the Bane there anyway.
He wanted the bigger prize, Austin. Why grab small fish when you can grab big fish?
Because like a carnival game, sometimes it's just rigged. It's impossible. can't do it.
See, but the thing is, it's a trick question anyway, because you're supposed to always grab small fish. Because if you grab small fish, then you can lure big fish with small fish, and then you get big fish anyway.
I see.
See ya.
Yatoro's progression. Dude, he's going Mjolnir on Clinks.
Yeah, he loves Mjolnir. He's got to go Mjolnir on anything.
No, him and Ame do not go Mjolnir on Clinks.
Yatoro will build Mjolnir on any hero. I stand by that till the end of time.
Okay, that is fine, but I'm just saying, over the last year and a half of their pubs and professional matches, they do not go Mjolnir on Clinks.
Well, he's against the armor heroes, right? So this is the hybrid
I am not
adjustment.
saying it's incorrect. I am saying that this is Yatoro. He does not have, like, first of all, I don't think it's... The hero may or may not be good with it at this point in time. And second of all, he doesn't have a whole lot of practice with it.
How do you know that?
Because I have been watching... the one carry hero I know about is Clinks. I've watched enough Ame and Yatoro Clinks.
Radiant are scanning.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
Katomi, Nightmare, Collapse. You got him. No need for an arena here. Save that cooldown for a little bit longer.
Catch that Bane, who has been annoying around the map this game.
Yeah.
Relieve some of that pressure. Yatoro wiping the sweat off his forehead. Thank God I'm not getting nightmared right now.
You may need to reconnect real quick, by the way. You got a little robot. 3K up for BetBoom. Miro, despite our fears of the offlane Dragon Knight getting potentially falling behind, he's doing very well for himself, and he's about to do even better with his kill onto Yatoro. He is speeding along to his BKB, so this is going to be a core Dragon Knight that scales up. He didn't just get a Blink Dagger and is just a single target initiation. He's actually going to be a real physical damage threat if he gets to the BKB, because, well, he's already a good armor hero. Laurel caught in the mid lane with the Fiend's Grip. All things just turning up BetBoom, one after the other.
Hello? Is it better?
Dyer's
Okay, I'm gonna have to. I'll restart real quick.
Okay.
structures are fortified.
Running to the Tusk. Team Spirit kind of getting picked apart right now. I mean, this is just a push into the tier 2. If they find the supports at the start. Wait, the snowball gets away from the bushwhack. Katomi. Now he's in a bad spot. Shot comes across from the sharpshooter. Not enough to kill Panto. Somehow, the initiation on Panto turns into Team Spirit getting the turnaround. Yeah, I guess that's just how Dota works sometimes.
Dyer are scanning.
Still, not a huge loss for BetBoom. It was just a support. And again, they're trying to do these things without the BKB done. You've also got the GPK Sanj he's trying to finish up for the kind of Sanj. Like, they're going to hit some item timings that are going to feel real good in the next couple minutes. So there's no reason to force things right now. If you can get that BKB for the Tormentor at 20 minutes, I think you're going to feel real good. Maelstrom and the Shard is done for Yatoro. So his farm is going to start picking up pretty quickly now. Again, the Shard is a necessity for Clinks to keep his farm going. And the Maelstrom obviously works very well with it. And we will see like a large amount of burst damage. What I was talking about with Avery is not, I'm not saying that Maelstrom is bad here. Mjolnir is bad. Obviously, he's very good against Terrorblade. It's what you need for this game. It's why I didn't like it. It's just, again, Ame and Yatoro have just been rocking the same build for this Clinks over and over and over again. Pretty much no deviation. Anytime they have done a deviation, they've gone away from it almost immediately. I remember they tried, or I think Ame tried to go for Orchid first for the mana regen. Immediately went away from that. Marl with the initiation off with the Wukong's command. GPK really hits the Sonic Wave, but it doesn't finish off Collapse or Laurel inside this Wukong's command. They seem to be untouchable. Kiritich didn't even pop the meta for that, despite all these low health heroes that could have used some additional firepower to bring down. GPK hits the Sonic Wave there, but the follow-up, not there. BetBoom just didn't really seem well prepared for the fight that was forced upon them, and Team Spirit, as a result, well, they get the win, they get the tournament.
What happened?
I don't know.
All I know is I had to reconnect, and you're still talking about Clinks. This guy's obsessed or something. Look at
A
this fight
shard
again.
for Collapse. Initiation gets better and better.
I mean, classic Team Spirit play from behind, right? Managed to eke these team fight wins out from a tough position, even when opponents land some good spell casting. Power of the Clinks, I guess.
Guess it's my shout.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I don't think it was the Clinks there at all, but
It throws people off, you know, they're not used to playing against this hero. You can't judge the relative power level of where you are in the game. This guy's building Maelstrom, which apparently, according to you, is, you know, some goober build or something. Nobody's seen it before. They think they're strong. In reality, they're not as strong as they think. Clinks dices them up. Mjolnir almost done. Laurel's going Mjolnir too, by the way.
yeah,
Radiant
it's not terribly surprising. Good static charge game.
It's contagious, is my point, you know?
Collapse, was that intentional blink backwards? That might have been a mini-map click.
Probably was. There's the BKB for the Dragon Knight, so it's kind of your chance to take a fight with some strong frontliners in terms of the timings, because you also have Shielder on GPK. So your two dudes that are going in are real tanky right now. No way to get rid of that Shielder either. If you can get on the damage dealers, if you can get on the Monkey, get on the Clinks, every fight is good for you. Yeah, Toro scuttling away.
Collapse thinking he can live, and he was almost right about that. It's because of the blade mail that he dies.
That was almost really sick, though. Could see the vision.
If GPK did not pop the blade mail on the spear, he would have actually gotten out. Either way, getting the arena out probably ensured Roshan. The fact that Mars dies kind of guarantees it, and Kiritich is already into the pit.
Power of the Terrorblade. Maybe Terrorblade's just going to win both these games. This hero's looking pretty good in this series. Kiritich finally getting some momentum, and I mean, this Bane has done a lot. I think we're seeing why Bane's been really successful. He's just the best setup kill hero in the meta right now, it seems. Especially if people are not abusing a lot of summons. This hero kind of thrives in any meta where he's not just getting summoned out of the map. So,
I like
Spirit
it.
have none.
Like him being first ban.
Oh yeah, that helps.
Like every single game. That
Yeah,
certainly
Lycan
helps.
gets banned. The Beast gets banned a lot of times. Furion's out. He also kind of dunks on Bane. Less so nowadays, but
I do think that the part that should harm him is that I feel like saves. There's usually one or two in every draft. You know.
that's true. I mean, there's a Tusk in this game, but even then, you can usually play against one. And I think some of the saves do also get banned a lot. Abaddon gets banned a lot, as it did this game. Naga gets banned a lot. Chen gets banned a lot. Chen is also a really bad match for this hero. So if you think about a lot of the first 6 or 7 bans that go in a lot of these games, they're all pretty good bans for Bane. And usually if a hero's really succeeding in a meta, it's not just because the hero's good, it's because he is playing against a lot of his better matchups. Either by his poor ones getting banned out, or just a product of what people are picking.
Right.
They found the DK. He's
Found the
tanky.
strike into the spear, into the snowball, into the punch. It's all just enough to prevent the BKB from going out. Kiritich He's pissed. He's mad as hell. He wants some revenge for some of these heroes. Collapse with the spear back in the arena. He has a TP. He's pushed up to the high ground. He's knocked down the high ground, and he'll die as a result. If only that Sonic Wave had pushed him up to the high ground alone, he would have made it.
Toro not
Team
even in
Spirit
that
still
fight.
sticking around. I can't believe they're staying close by.
Nice
Thinking
shard.
about going back in, but not anymore.
No fear on this Queen of Pain. GPK is starting to take this game over. He's getting tanky, he's getting big. And I don't know if this Clinks is going to address him enough in terms of damage. Like, you have your double Mjolnir, but this Queen will always do a lot of damage in the fight, unless you can start on him. And that has proven to be really difficult.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mass TPs for the Panto here. Goodbye.
What was he doing?
He was looking for the D-Ward on that obs that they just fought on, right? That's a greedy D-Ward.
That is a very greedy D-ward.
Space. Space created. That's what you type in your team chat. And then after that you go, where's my carry? Where's Bone Fletcher? I require Bone Fletcher assistance. Please, sir.
He is out of office right now.
Oh, that's very greedy, sir, Mr. Bone Fletcher.
Yeah, Blink Dust is available for Miro. The Bushwhack. Oh,
What
save.
was that?
Yeah, he threw that max range Bushwhack
God
and then
damn.
followed up with the Acorn.
That was nice.
That was like perfect timing from the tree landing.
That felt greedy from Yatoro based on like where Panto just died, who's showing on the map. Maybe if he cuts that and runs to the side or something, but he just ran straight back up the lane, so Miro guesses and guesses correctly. Bone Fletcher off the map. It's Monkey who will have to cut some waves now.
Is it possible that Dragonite didn't have Dust when he saw him before, and then the
Look at the
courier
setup.
delivered
Look at the
Dust? or
setup mid.
something?
They don't take
Oh,
it.
he blinked, and it broke the smoke. Panto, ooh, that would have been the time to go right there.
I don't think they have enough damage for him. That's why they're hesitating.
Yeah,
This
you
Quap
might
has
be right about
3,000
that.
HP.
And Illusion Rune.
Yeah, I think they actually made the right call. As good a setup that was. They need the Bone Fletcher. They need him. What were you gonna ask, Austin? What were you gonna ask?
Was I gonna ask something?
Yeah, that's okay. You already forgot about it. It's fine.
Are you sure I was gonna ask you?
Too many Clinks games. This is what it does to your brain. He's going Baroche.
Yeah.
I mean, I get the idea with this build. This
No,
just feels.
you don't understand. It's against a high armor hero. It's
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
very good.
It is good, but I feel like this is a poor man's Drow or something. You know.
No, you have to like it because the item fits against the heroes.
Dude, what's your problem, man?
I'm just saying, this is what you did to me earlier.
Yeah, and it makes sense. I understand why he's going Broach. It is good here.
Yes, and I feel the same way. You just still don't like it, you know?
Oh, the more I'm talking it through, you know, the more the more I'm coming around on it.
It does feel like a poor man's Shroud Ranger.
Yeah, he's trying to just cut through all this armor with a hero that is not the greatest design-wise to do that. Could play like Morphling or something too, you know? I don't know. See if Yatoro can make it work. So far, he's 1-4, not having the greatest time. But a lot of that was the strong laning phase and this Queen of Pain, which is running rampant on this game. Has an amp damage rune. Is running under Laurel. This could be the setup.
And he already used his blade mail. Got the balance strike into the spear, into the arena. They burst him down. Despite the best attempts there, which was Save hitting a good bushwhack to interrupt two heroes. Still was not enough. Nice nightmare from Katomi. Prevents his death. Collapse with the bulwark. Protecting his heroes, even as Miro tries to jump in. Hit a stun on Yotaro. Yotaro taking no damage during that period because of collapse. Able
they
to
really
return
can't
some
find anything
fire.
else.
And this is going to be Team Spirit, another successful setup around the Tormentor.
Just such a good scout from Laurel. It's worth everything there for Spirit. They can get the chain stun on the Queen of Pain. It's the only way he dies. And the spear back from Collapse is really influential there. You have to arena spear him in a way where you try and prevent interrupts from coming in or the Bane sleep from allowing the Queen of Pain to get something off. So,
And
just
he
perfect
can't
placement.
knock Laurel down from his tree with the arena being thrown up.
Right, which is why he speared
So-
first.
Yeah.
So you have to be right on point with all those mechanics to make that kill work like that. I mean, that's Spirit's specialty, man. Coming in clutch. Very clutch.
It's so funny
find,
that
very
it's
clutch.
it's basically the same setup as the last Tormentor, just like 1,000 units away.
Pretty much, yeah. Very similar.
Oh, Save was sitting invis on top of Panto. Missed out on his opportunity. Panto blinks backwards after shards and gets away.
Does he get away?
Nadine has not gotten away yet. Needs a snowball, but there's not much to snowball onto. No neutrals to go after, so had to snowball onto the Quap, and obviously that kills him.
I feel like these Tusk deaths are not that bad, though, because BetBoom are bringing everybody to them. And the Monkey gets a lot of time to push waves out and recover his farm. And if you look at this net worth, I mean, it's not going BetBoom's way. It's slowly dragging towards Spirit as they just clean up more of the map. Like, they have a Lincoln's on the Mars now. They have full Echo and a 3,000 gold on the Monkey. The Brooch is done on Yotaro. So Revenant's Brooch, Gunpowder Gauntlet, plus Mjolnir. That's, he's getting the punch up. And they heard the Roche roar. They're going to go contest this Roche. If Kirtich gets bursted, he has no BKB.
And he's already missing 1,000 HP, so a whole lot easier. Collapse. A little bit of vision inside the pit. He's ready to make his jump. Kisses. That's also going to give him vision. Throws out the arena. And the punch goes out. The Aegis on the ground. Miro. He gets the grab on
But
it.
the TB dies.
So he still pays it out for BetBoom. But the Terror Blade dying without the extra life means Team
this is
Spirit are
not
going to
good.
take over this area. And Miro, can he blink away in time? No, he's going to be speared instantly. So we won't even say. Well, actually.
Yeah, he's
Maybe they
kind of
can't
okay.
take this fight. GPK has Sonic Wave coming back up, so Spirit can't keep this going, despite having the carry advantage here.
in.
In fact, GPK is thinking about going back in.
Just
It's
boys a
crazy
beast.
maneuver. The Sonic Wave might just work. Laurel almost dead. A Glimmer Cape bails him a little bit of time here, but the Glimmer Cape will only going to last so long. GPK, Laurel getting life sealed, but GPK gets the kill. Up into the trees. He's away. He TP's out. Now Miro's giving chase. Trying to catch up to these heroes. Blink is up in a second. He will not blink Dragon Tail. He'll blink backwards.
Dire's bottom tower is under
And
Okay,
what did
keyword at the
Yotaro get done during all that? I mean, his team made that sick entrance.
Did kill the DK on the Aegis life. So that's his 5,000 damage. And he contributed to the Terrorblade death as well. He was doing some deeps from outside the pit. Just very hard to man up for Roche there with no BKB on Terrorblade. Into Kisses. You can always just spear him at the end here. Collapse pretty patient. Doesn't let the Sunder go off. Punch was on time. Very clutch steal from Miro. Otherwise, that's a complete disaster for BetBoom.
Yeah,
I'm
it felt like
surprised
that-
they went for it like that.
Agreed. And inherently, it feels just bad for BetBoom, the way that's set
Yep.
up.
You just don't have BKB on Terrorblade. If you do, it's very different. But you're always just going to shoot Kisses in the pit like that. And then you can just choose exactly what to do based on the situation.
Rena catching save.
Oof.
Spear back. Quick kill.
Pickoffs are adding up. And this is, to me, where the Mars versus DK difference starts to become more apparent. Like, Collapse can control and have a way larger impact in these fights than the DK can, even with equivalent farm. It's just harder for Miro. His kit is not designed to be a utility teamfight kit. It's a right-click carry. That's what the hero's kind of designed to do. So you don't get the same spell presence. You don't get the same impact in the fights. You need BKB on the Terrorblade, and you need BKB on the Quap. Those are the two big items for BetBoom. If they can get there, I can see GPK carrying this game. I mean, he was doing some serious work in that fight. Still a very good Queen of Pain game. You're against 3 melee heroes and a Clinks who... The Clinks usually has to get somewhere in the middle of the fight, and then once he's in there, he can be a little slow, especially if he gets hit by Dagger. So I think the chance of him re-procking these Shadow Strikes, getting like screams that go into multiple heroes, stuff like that, is pretty high. If you can just stay alive. All TP away. Skeletons in the night.
And if Panto gets an Aghanim Scepter, things could get real spicy.
I think they're already spicy in this game, to be honest. These fights don't look nearly as straightforward for BetBoom as they did earlier on.
No, they don't.
They will have a nice BKB advantage, but they're not closing out the map like they were before, and they're starting to run into some catch difficulties against this Monkey Clinks lineup. You have Blink on Bane now. That helps a little bit. Yatoro's scouting. This is really good position for him with the high ground ward. Dangerous area for BetBoom to be in.
One thing to consider here is between the Bulwark and the Suppressive Fire, this Terrorblade's damage is being limited a lot. 30% mischance. Then the shots that you're throwing out are maybe getting absorbed. 70% chance being absorbed by Bulwark. I feel like a lot of this comes down to GBK. Has to do some heavy lifting. Good Nightmare helping Nero out. He can still get on BKB. Fiend's Grip from a distance will catch out Panto. The Kiss is inside the arena, goes after Save with the spear. They will finish him off, but a teleport away from Mars. Everybody. Full retreat out from Team Spirit. It'll be the two supports to die.
Really nice play from Katayomi. Perfect sleep save and perfect grip on that Tusk. Always a good target to snag, as he's the only real save in this Spirit lineup. Awkward fight for Spirit going in that deep, and I mean, his Clinks does damage, but it's nothing crazy, man. And he's really bad against the Glimmer Cape. That's another issue, because he went this this damage going to the DK is not impressive here. So BetBoom have time to respond in these fights. Clinks will not evaporate them yet.
Miro didn't even touch his BKB in that fight.
There's the AC for the Dragon Knight. Super tanky now. I can see a world where BetBoom just outscale them here. They get enough farm on the Quap plus the Dragon Knight as a third carry. You might need that Tuskags. You might need Refresher Hex territory on the Mars, or Refresher on the Monkey.
Yeah. Drop the Boundless with the Orchid. BKB goes off. Sonic Wave hits Rue. Blink back from the Queen of Pain. Panto, successful TP. Rue, unsuccessful Glimmer Cape. BetBoom again punishing Team Spirit. We try and make a go, but just do not either have the burst damage or do not have the chain disable to make sure they get these kills. They didn't have Bloodthorn for that fight, which significantly ups up the damage.
Just didn't have Collapse there to chain stun the Quap either. You pretty much need all of your chain stun on the first target you go on.
It does mean no BKB though on GPK now. Oh, he almost got caught by Laurel there. Or excuse me, Yatoro.
Well, you have Hex on the board now, so those kind of plays are a lot more reliable. Hex into Bloodthorn, deal the damage. But these heroes are tanky, man. I mean, they are... AC Shiva's, very good AC Shiva's game against an overwhelmingly physical damage lineup. I think you're going to have to go the distance here if you're Spirit and you want to match the scale, which means, you know, Refresher Mars and a true, like, 6-slot Monkey. And this Monkey is just super far behind because he's at the worst lane in game of anybody. Can't blame him. Kiritich going for the Daedalus. I don't mind that. Don't mind it at all. And the BKB available for GPK. Looking for that 25 talent. Very close. Would be another nice damage upgrade. And I think his kit's pretty complete outside of just, you know, 25 talent into Refresher, 2,000 Sonic Wave damage. Nonsense. Which is a problem for Spirit this game. Like, who is tanking Sonic Waves? Ain't nobody tanking that. So, you gotta jump the queen or bust in some sense here. All eyes on Collapse. What can he find with these Arena Spear Hexes? And he better find some good targets. It cannot just be, I found like Bane, and then Queen has a free fight. I think it's gotta be better.
You don't have the Bane. Then you might have the Nightmare save.
Very true.
Dire are scanning.
Pushing through BetBoom. Playing very defensively. They had other vision to play around. They backed all the way out to their triangle and
Just
even
Roche?
further.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yeah,
Spirit
they
have a
can't.
read of this. Yeah, they do it really fast with Tag Team Bloodthorn. If they have a read that BetBoom are playing ultra defensive, they're just going to sneak it here.
Yeah, I mean, you did a full sweep around the map. Okay, so the Roar, I forgot they took the last hit on Roshan. So Roshan Roars kind of ruins this.
That sucks. They just don't know how close BetBoom are. Could have done it there even with the Roar, but did not have the information. Yeah, Miro's going to soft check it with the smoke. Knows no one's in there. Collapse just wants to sit on his ward. Much better fight for Spirit if BetBoom go into them and the Monkey can get a good Wukong. BetBoom might do just that. They're looking for the flank. Looking for the
Shield
angle.
rune on GPK, really. He wants it. He's so tanky. Well over 5,000 HP.
He took Blink cooldown.
He did.
Holy
did.
moly. The Madman.
Okay. He's going to go in with the Shivas, get some information. Collapse has to scythe defensively here. And they're backing away. Got the initiation on a Panto. Laurel, they might have seen the scream go up to him there. Doesn't look like it. Laurel is set up for the Wukong's command. He's waiting and waiting and waiting. Still not seeing his opportunity while Panto is being hunted down,
he
getting
tried
no
to cut
help
him.
whatsoever from Team Spirit, trying to juke it out. Laurel, he gets away with a boundless strike. Sonic Wave pushing back Rue while the stun, it lands. Arena trying to block out for Laurel to get up the Wukong's command for him, the exchanging of the guard, but he can't do it. He dies, bursted down. BetBoom found their initiative, led by GPK, who blinks in again aggressively, but because of the shield rune, little chance of death. The Bloodthorn's just not good enough, and BetBoom hit the high ground, not even needing an Aegis.
No way to remove that shield rune. Nobody wanted to jump in there. Just ruined Spirit's positioning. Not even stopping for Roshan. They just push it through. Easy racks, some easy D wards on the way out. DK form is out, but you still have grip. Still have Sunder. And an amp damage in the river. Yatoro's not going to like looking at that one go away.
Nothing you can do about this. Gotta give up Roshan. Lane of Barracks plus an Aegis. Wait, BetBoom are actually not committing to it. That is
They
surprising
don't have
to
meta.
me.
No meta, no DK form. Does hurt their offensive potential a lot.
And I guess they do have Kisses back up, but still
the
Fiend's
grip.
The save from Collapse. He got a spear onto it, but the damage is done. Collapse is low. Yotoro's low, and he's not going to be able to make it out. He tried to save himself with some death packs. Not good enough. Now Collapse is going to die as well. Despite the cookie, a spear back pretty good, but GPK with the blink cooldown is able to just keep on chasing. Laurel back up, but his team is dead.
What a find from Kataomi. Just blink grip off that sentry on middle lane.
Dire's turret has been
Such a clutch find. Did the damage.
Wukong's command trying to get a quick little pick off on supports. Does not work here. Save. He survives now. Laurel dead as well. And he does not have buyback, unlike his allies.
It just doesn't feel like the buyback matters. The Queen has taken this game over. Just way too strong in the late game. Octarine on top of it. 3-second blink. 3-second shadow strike. Nobody's dealing with this. Spirit just getting outscaled here. Did not have enough tempo off of the early game to gain a big enough lead. There's your Tuskag, something.
It's unfortunately just a tad bit too late. Maybe they'll be able to put together some sort of clutch high ground defense, but this is BetBoom. Huge control of the game, but 2 lanes of barracks. Still able to go back and do Roshan.
This is Refresher Shard Roche, too.
Oh, Kiritich also went meta duration as well. So, 2 different off-meta 25 talents here.
Very good for the long fights, though. One way of looking at it.
Yeah.
Double banner on Hero. Stockpiling him for the last charge. And a refresher shard on Hoodwink. No, on GBK. That makes more sense.
He needs 25. Needs it real bad. Really, really bad.
He needs Divine Rapier.
Yeah, Divine Rapier as well. I mean, he needs both. You got to have that multi-shot. You got to have the damage. He has neither right now. So he is going to be on a timer here. He gets his 25. He's not going to get that Demon Edge fast enough. The push is coming. If BetBoom won, they could take Megas before Utoro's ready.
These creeps are just not worth anything.
GBK once again trying to get info with his Shivas.
All right, he sells treads. Has Divine. Level 25.
All in. Got to make a big play here. Here's the knockout punch. Throws the Dragon Knight back into the rest of Team Spirits. Nothing there to catch it. And GBK charging forward. Yotoro still looking for his opening on the side here. Waiting for a collapse to make his jump. Scythe of Ice up in 5 seconds. But instead it's Miro. He jumps first. Lincoln's blocks out the Dragon Tail. So collapse. Not yet. Still waiting. Still looking for that Scythe of Ice. Yotoro shows himself on Miro. Very little damage. Even with the Divine Rapier, he does nothing. Collapse, bulwarking the wrong direction. He buys back. Yotoro just seemingly an arena to protect the throne. They go out to the TV now. Got the Scythe on him. A Force Staff gets him a little bit of distance. He activates BKB. And now he's got Aegis, a full Fiend's Grip out from the Bane with the Aghanim Scepter. 0 chance that they could take this against BetBoom, no matter which way Team Spirit set it up. BetBoom will push us to a Game 3.
Okay, this one's going to go the distance. I think BetBoom performing a lot better than people expected. I think a lot of people would have predicted a 2-0 here for Spirit, but they will push it the distance. They get their Dragon Knight win. Finally, as they just keep jamming this hero. They had faith in it. Their faith is rewarded. And if I'm going to point out the biggest things in that game, too, that were different, it's one, I think Spirit running out of good carry options for Yotoro down the stretch. Like, he had to deal with too many things. I think the Terrorblade pick caught them off guard a little bit, and he didn't have the greatest matchups left in the pool, and the few that were scary got banned out. And then this Bane continues to win. Like, this hero is just decimating this tournament. You have to respect it. I think it kind of got forgotten about a little bit. And then BetBoom were like, oh yeah, we can pick Bane. And Bane did some serious work. It's one of Kantaomi's signature heroes. It did a lot for them this game, but ultimately that GPK quap, something you're going to have to think about in that game too. This Monkey King blind pick versus the DK flex did not work out. Spirit got really punished in this laning phase. So they're going to go back to the drawing board and think about how can we set our lanes up better, how can we deal with that flex hero if it reemerges, and this Bane trade-off, right? What are we giving up and what are we getting in return for letting this hero through the pool? Because it's a really scary hero to play against. It did a lot of work in this game.
Well, with something as important as a trip to Singapore on the line, it is perfect that we get a Game 3. So we are going to take a break, come back with Spirit versus BetBoom, Game 3. Welcome back, everybody, to Game 3 of Spirit versus BetBoom, and welcome to all of you guys joining us from the A stream, as they did manage to finish out their broadcast. But we have gone to a Game 3 between Spirit and BetBoom. Avery, how you feeling?
B stream, better stream, Game 3 stream, all on the line, baby. 2-time TI winning organization trying to get to Singapore, but will they stumble at the last step? It's do or die, Austin. If BetBoom makes Singapore after this tournament, I think that has to be one of the most impressive qualifications from a terrible result standpoint I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think that's probably about right. I figured that's where you were going with it because BetBoom 4-7 out of the groups, had to play through the play-in stage or the last chance playoff or whatever, where they had to play that extra game, play up against Execration, which sure they walked over Execration, but they didn't look the best doing it. Particularly drafting is something that we had a lot of criticism for. Then they get stomped by Team Spirit in Game 1. Game 2 looks like they're going to get stomped by Team Spirit again, but managed to hold on, push it late, take over the game, and now here we are in Game 3.
That summarizes it pretty well. And this draft is super important because I do feel like BetBoom won Game 2 off of a really good draft. One of the best they've had this tournament. Really put Team Spirit in a tough position. They ran out of solid picks. They got owned by the flex into the late game queen, and that Bane did some work. So you got to choose your bans really wisely here. I do think Spirit were okay with that opener. I think they did get a good Mars pick. It did some work there. Wouldn't be surprised to see them go back for that, but just kind of respect some of what happened later in the draft a bit more. Bane is definitely going to go up in priority, and Terrorblade is also probably going to go up a little bit in that second phase. Those are the heroes to look out for here.
I think Clink's probably dropped in priority.
Yeah, I would. I think that hero dropped off the face of the planet after that game. I don't think we're going to see that from Vincere.
I'm just happy that the shade that we threw at Clink's, came true in the end. Neither one of us liked the hero. I think for the same reason.
They get the same thing. They get the Mars with the Abaddon ban.
Okay.
Timber ban. Naga ban. There is Chen, but again, BetBoom don't really play this Chen. And there's the Bane, so they might just take the Bane. They took Hoodwink last time. They could also take the Sand King, as I suggested the first time around, if they have confidence in the GPK Sand King, because Dragon Knight gets banned this time, so what else is he going to play? But they stick to their guns. They go back for the Hoodwink. They want the break. They want save on his best hero so far at this event. Can't blame him for it. I mean, it's kind of an awkward position for them because I think they have a bunch of good picks there, but I don't think any of them are amazing. They're like, in terms of, I don't think any of the responses there are "we gotcha," So
yes.
It's a weird opener because I think Spirit are happy with getting the Mars here with the bans. And I think BetBoom have some choices that they're happy with. And they did this last time, so they won, and they're confident in it. It's just a question of, are you going to get the same thing down the road? Because you're running it back against Spirit, who is a really good draft adjustment team. So you're kind of daring them to, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on Missy Maposhka or something. I don't know.
Yeah. If it's just kind of whatever, draft-wise, why do they keep ending up on second pick? Why are they prioritizing Radiant so much?
I think that
Do you think they're happier with the overall last pick?
Yes, I think they'd rather have the counter picks because I don't think they're confident in a lot of just really strong first phase heroes from either side. And so if you don't want to first pick a hero with a lot of confidence, then you'd rather just take second pick and let the enemy give you information and then counter pick them more or get some better picks later down the line. And I think that's fine. But this time you're not going to get that Bane. And this is the downside. Like, this is taking the Hoodwink, you were not going to get both. There's no way Spirit were going to give you both again. This will leave Sand King in the pool, which Now they get Sand King Hoodwink as a combo. So maybe that was part of the idea, is if we take the Hoodwink, we either are going to get Bane Hoodwink, or we're getting Sand King Hoodwink. Unless they ban Sand King Bane, which might have been my bans, honestly. I think that's a little scarier than what this Undying was proposing, even if the Undying team fight against the Mars is super difficult to deal with. I mean, this has to be a Sand King jam. Like, what else are you going to take here for GPK? Unless you want to hold that Queen of Pain. But the thing is, even if you take the Sand King, you can end up putting that on Miro and still get something like the Queen of Pain later. You put Spirit in the same position here.
Is there any chance that they rate the Slardar just as high as the Sand King?
No, there's no way.
Okay.
No way, dude. Because the thing is, you take the Sand King, you can also get the Slardar later, right? It's the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm
not saying you
like,
do.
I feel like you can jam Slardar mid against a lot of
my God.
matchups. They just go straight to the Terrorblade.
I told you the priority on this hero was going to go up.
Yeah, no, you're right about that.
But now Spirit have more time to react.
Yeah, last time around they had the 18th and 23 picks to deal with it. And they opted Monkey King, and then we talked about how they kind of got backed into this weird corner where Clinks was one of their best pickups, which didn't feel amazing because Drow Ranger got banned out.
You're not going to take it here, though, I think, because you're taking it at the last phase, the last pick of this phase. So you're taking supports here. So you can also get supports that help you with Terrorblade. Things like Pugna, Phoenix, Disruptor is still in the pool. If you want to go Disruptor +1 here. Snap is still in the pool. Tusk is still in the pool.
You call me a propagandist, but pulling out the Phoenix again.
I had to sneak that one in there. I'm telling you, it'll come out at some point.
You didn't sneak it past me.
It will come out at some point because the hero does have a good kit and it synergizes with these early pick Mars. Oh, the Ringmaster. Okay. Also a fine hero against Terrorblade because he doesn't want to have to buy super early BKB. A lot of magic damage. You get a really nice kill threat with the Mars. Nice teamfight synergy. You get a soft save. And we saw Rue just demolish game 1 on this hero.
That was a nasty Ringmaster,
yeah,
man.
he's very good on it. This is super nice. If they still want the Tusk, I think that's fine. If they want to put Panto on something else, I think the Pugna's still an okay option because you have the Mars front line. Chen is still in the pool, but I think it's just going to get ignored in the series, which is kind of ridiculous, but that's the point we're at.
Spoink.
Yeah, Enchantress. I brought that up game 1, and they just never went for it, and I kind of assumed it was also going to get ignored in this series. But it'll come out game 3. Surprise. Some more laning on the menu. This is a way stronger laning setup for Spirit than game 2. They have really prioritized that, because I think they felt they got in those lanes. They do not
way
want that
better
happening
at
again.
dealing with the Terrorblade, right? Enchantress can take the TB illusions, then you've got this pure damage, range damage. Chen Axe.
Just why I say we're not going to see the Chen. The Chen comes out just in the nick of time. Not a hero BetBoom have had a lot of success with or prioritized, but when you get it later on in a game like this versus a lot of AoE teamfight that you can just hand a god mech back up, it looks pretty juicy. Of course, dude. Of course, the Medusa. The Medusa Terrorblade. We're back to the classic, the El Clasico of carries.
Are we going to see the Ags Maelstrom build, do you think, against the
I think so.
Terrorblade with this Dusa? Yeah.
Austin, it's Yatoro. The man builds Mjolnir on every hero. It's gonna be
I know.
Ags Mjolnir. Like, he just can't help himself. Yatoro doesn't think about Dota like the rest of us. He doesn't think about what hero's good in the meta. He thinks about which hero is best with Mjolnir, and then he just picks that.
Chen, a hero that BetBoom drafted 2 different times at this Blast Slam. He drafted it against Execration yesterday, and then early on in the tournament, they tried to take it against Tundra. Worked it out against Execration, not so much Tundra.
You know what could be nasty here is Invoker for Team Spirit.
little bit of a alacrity Dusa action.
Exactly. Buff for the Medusa, annoying spells for the Terrorblade. Like Invoker just outscales Terrorblade. It's a really rough matchup. The Tornado is good against the Axe until he has BKB. I think it's an annoying hero for Chen as well. Just a lot of AoE in the fight. Chen doesn't catch you. Like Invoker just doesn't really care about this hero. I think it looks really good with their lineup.
I agree.
And
I think
it's
you might
tough
get
for
some
BetBoom to deal with.
early Sunstrike kills thanks to the Mars.
A lot of setup. A lot of setup in this game. So I'd like to see Invoker for Spirit. Storm is also pretty good for both teams here because a lot of the mids are going to get banned out here. Anti-Mage is already out for the Medusa protection. And Storm can just be a solid initiator in these fights. Reliable blind pick for Spirit or good counter pick for BetBoom potentially. And there is still the Sand King in the pool. These are the heroes that stick out to me.
That's true.
Shaker as well for Spirit. We saw the Shaker come out against Terrorblade earlier today.
Yeah.
It was a nice answer.
Yeah, against
People forget
Chen
about it.
Terrorblade, it could feel really good here.
Could be a cool mid Shaker game. The issue is for Spirit, they have to pick the mid Shaker blind, which is a lot more difficult. But again, like they're gonna ban Queen and Puck here. You can ban Huskar.
What do you think of
Huskar in
Primal
mind.
for Laurel?
I think that's also fine. Yeah.
I
more
think there are a
robust.
lot of really good options here.
I think there are a lot of good options as long as you ban Huskar. But maybe GPK just will never play Huskar. Is that a gamble you're willing to take? Just when you think a Dota player won't do something is when they do it. That's what I've learned. When you assume that this guy's not a Huskar player, he'll never play it. That guy picks Huskar. Always happens.
Yeah, GPK has not played Huskar very many times in his long career. So,
But you give him the perfect Huskar game, right? It's like
yeah.
They ban Monkey, so they're going for one of those melee mids. Shaker, Sand King, Primal. I still think the Invoker is like... It's gonna be the Primal.
It's the Primal.
Okay. I mean, it's a strong pick here, for sure. Like, it's good against what BetBoom have. It'll scale really hard against the TV. You get to that Ag Shiva's territory later, you're a beast.
I mean, if this was Malrine, I feel like, yeah, you're Primal because this is a hero that gets out of a bad lane matchup better, right?
Yes.
Compared
you're not
to
as
Sand
afraid.
King or Shaker, you're not nearly as afraid of getting Huskard or something else.
100%. I mean, this is kind of your safe pick that still gives you a lot of those things. Even if they Huskar here, you can get out of lane, you can creep cut, and then they just have a naked Huskar, and they're probably not happy about that, so you're not going to pull it here if you're BetBoom. This does allow GPK to pick whatever he wants in terms of melee mids, though. If he wants the Shaker, if he wants the Sand King, if he wants Pango, all these options are available. I could see him take the Shaker. It gives you a little more oomph. Look at this Storm. I mean, I feel like one of these teams is going to take Storm. It's just too good with both of the lineups.
Yeah. GPK, it's a classic for him. His most played hero, in fact, Storm Spirit. So, and
Strong pick.
range melee matchup, he's already set up for success.
Man, who do you favor here? This is a very close draft. Probably the closest draft of the series. I mean, Spirit
Closest draft of the
masquerading
day,
masquerading as Falcons out here.
Yeah, they kind of are.
This is quite literally a Falcons draft through and through. All 5 of these heroes.
Yeah, Snaking, Enchantress, Crit, Ringmaster. Yeah, through and through.
ATF,
Right?
Mars, Malrine, Primal, Skeeter, Medusa. I mean, yeah, it's just a Falcons draft. And BetBoom kind of doing a little bit of their own funky thing here, but I think it worked out. It looks pretty balanced. They got auras from the Chen, nice single target damage and jump from Axe plus the Hoodwink. Storm is there on the back line messing with supports. Good chance he just can't get control of this game, and you have Terrorblade against the Mars. The Dusa TB matchup can go both ways, but he has the Chen auras and stuff to back him up, whereas Yatoro's a little bit on his own. Maybe get like a Solar Crest and pipe on the Enchantress or something, but that's about it. It's very even draft. I think I might give a slight edge to BetBoom just with the last exchange that happened. Like them getting the Storm against the Primal. I have a little more faith in the Storm having a better laning phase, getting some power runes, and making his impact sooner. But I think this one's way too close to call. This is a very 50-50 draft.
I think I side on Team Spirit because I think Team Spirit have looked like the better team.
Oh, for sure.
Today. And I think they were just too handicapped by the draft in game 2. So on an even draft, I'm going to stick with Spirit.
Oh, that's fine. If you're in terms of predicting the winner, I was just trying to decide which draft I like slightly more in a vacuum. And I do think I like BetBoom's draft very slightly more in a vacuum, but of course, I think Spirit are still favorites in an even draft in a game 3, unless they combust.
Yeah. Do you remember when was the last time Laurel played Primal Beast?
EWC, I believe.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, didn't I feel like we saw some strong performance from his Primal somewhat recently.
His Primal's good. Very good hero of his. Just do not see this hero too often. Though I do think there's always these periods where he comes back for like a week and owns everything and then he just disappears again. I don't know why he falls in that category. He has cool cosmetics now, though. Like, I don't know what the hell this thing is, but it's cool.
You're the dragon type shit. Late smoke up from BetBoom.
Seconds to battle.
Team Spirit gonna do something similar here.
The old level 1 Chen smoke.
Yeah, I was gonna say
of
neither
Fables.
team has particularly inspiring level 1s.
No, I mean, Battle Hunger will always get the job done.
Yeah.
He's got that going for you. Spirit's level 1 is trash-amundo, so...
Yeah, Team Spirit's definitely just trying to get 2 bounties and call it a day.
Please,
They,
sir,
they
can I
are
have a
actually
bounty?
set up to potentially get 3. I'll click here. Panto is going to get run down, but they do get 3. So first blood for Kataomi versus 3 bounty runes. Which side would you rather have? I feel like because the Chen got the last hit, I think I would rather be Spirit here.
The gold's kind of not relevant on the Chen here. That said, getting first blood, the extra experience matters a lot in pro games because you hit the level 2s first.
Sure. Yeah.
So,
well,
and people always
unfortunately
underestimate
doesn't matter on a Chen because TV didn't get.
No, but I'm
Didn't
saying
get
this Hoodwink Axe, for example, they have 25 extra XP. GPK has a little more XP, so those little XP buffers, especially for the side lane, can make a big difference in some games.
Yeah.
So I think in a lot of situations I would still take the first blood, but there are definitely games where the 3 runes is better.
Come on, sprites.
Hitting level 2 up here could be a big deal. They might just be able to all-in this Enchantress again on the instant level 2 timing if Banto's out of position, and then it would be well worth it. The levels for the bottom lane don't really matter.
Yeah.
And the level disparity mid probably doesn't matter, though that could... You never know. I mean, it's more about the lane, but every little bit helps. GPK having a really good start. Perfect CS for the Storm Spirit God, 8-2.
With 2 denies, one of them being a range creep as well. Because he got it
just
on
misses a CS.
Laurel trying to get the trample last hit.
Yeah, Laurel is
Lots of damage on Laurel. He's going to burn through those tangos pretty quickly. Still cannot buy his bottle. So if GPK can keep him from getting these
he's
last
gonna
hits.
kill him.
Oh, yeah. He's just running at him. Ooh, Electric Vortex not quite close enough. An Electric Vortex into another Remnant. Would have gotten it there. Laurel gets a last hit, has his bottle coming out to him, but still, this is going to be a lot of CS he's going to miss just because he can't afford to walk into GPK here.
This is rough. Very rough start for the Primal. It's power of the Storm Spirit. Such a strong hero. There's that attempt on Panto. He will survive it. But laning phase looking good for BetBoom early. Kind of got a strong start on all 3 lanes, considering the first blood went to the bottom, GPK's own in mid, and they're putting a lot of pressure on top. I mean, imagine BetBoom qualify. Like, what were the odds that people would have given them after day 1 or 2, you know?
Yeah.
They're like 1 in 5, 2 in 6. They end this group stage with a like bottom third of the pack. Now they're 1 game away somehow. I don't know, dude. This team just doesn't go away, man.
GPK tries his best to stop Laurel from doing the lane pulling shenanigans. This is what we're talking about. Primal Beast can get out of a lot of matchups by doing little plays like this. So he missed the range creep last hit. That's not great.
That's why the early lane from GPK was really influential, because it delayed his bottle, delayed the regen, prevents the cutting as early, and now puts him in still a kind of an awkward position. Just kills a lot of his efficiency. Those small things make a huge difference in these lane matchups.
Between that and I'm a little bit surprised that it feels like there's a lot of pressure up here in this top lane. They're always running at the Enchantress, but they haven't actually killed Panto past that initial first blood. And Miro does not have the most CS as a result, though. Now he's going to be cutting waves. Now it should be near perfect.
Salve for the Primal. His net worth is not pretty right now. I'll say that. It's rough out here. But he'll recover.
Yeah, on the same grounds as the Chen.
Doing the old rope-a-dope up here. Everybody's doing a little creep cutting. Except bottom, where they're just fighting it out like men.
Like they don't even get to play that much Dota because they get so much of their mana burned away by God Omi. You can't really
That's why
threaten
it's an
Heritage,
honest battle.
especially with the what spells are dishonest.
That's right. Magic is dishonest. Just right-click me and I right-click you. We'll see who wins. We'll see who's stronger.
That's why Avery is a Train Protector player.
That's right.
Why can't we just right-click each other and see who wins? Here's the gank from Laurel. Is the part that the Primal Beast also excels at. Rotations pre-level 6. With so much mobility off the onslaught and the early boots pickup they often go for.
That's a perfect rotation and a perfect target. This axe cut's really efficient and easy to go to. You know how I know Dota players like the no mana man fight? You know, the right click you right click me.
Okay.
It's because they try and do that shit in real life too, you know. That's why we had to send Kuro in to make the piece.
That's true. We did have to do that. Miro, when they return back to lane, they finally kill that obnoxious Enchantress, who's been sitting in their face with the Nature's Attendance and the Facet. 6-minute Power Rune is coming up, and BetBoom better positioned to take it here. Pretty much guaranteed GPK gets his hands on it. Or not.
Lol.
It was not a hero. It was Panto's
The ghost.
Ghost creep he enchanted, denying a haste.
Spooky ghost. Making the plays.
Radiant's middle
Dies into the tower. Gets some tower damage.
3 hits on the tower. Easy. It's 30 damage right there.
Man, that ghost has done more on this mid lane than Laurel. That's crazy. What a performance from small ghost neutral creep.
But maybe
Play of the
Laurel
day.
is about to do more top lane than Panto does. But defensive ward placed out.
The vision is just all for Laurel right now. The
Yeah,
ward top,
seriously.
the ward mid. It's just all scouting the primal movement, shutting down Laurel's comeback kill potential. So he'll have to make do with going back to mid, and that is a level 7 storm basically against a still level 5 primal. GPK creating the gap. See if BetBoom can utilize it. Rotations into mid could be really nice. Getting those power runes away from the ghost could be really nice. Very good start for Yatoro, though. It is worth mentioning. This Dusa is very far. And is there anything scarier in Dota than Yatoro with free farm on hard carry?
The only thing scarier I can think of is collapse on one of his classic initiating heroes.
is incorrect. It's Miracle on Mid Invoker with the Sunstroke kills.
Of course.
But you'll get that one next time, Austin.
Forgot about that. Mid-tier 1 tower about to fall. GPK keeping up the pressure, but the arena response from Collapse may not save the tower, but it will save Laurel's life as it cut down the tree from the bushwhack and manages to squirrel the squirrel.
Power rune. Please, Gabe.
Got it.
That's not the rune he wanted, but he'll take it.
Take any power rune at this point.
To me, the move for BetBoom is to top. It's kind of the only place you can go. But they can bring everybody up there. You can rotate the Terrorblade through the gate, and you can just jump, collapse on Yotoro with everybody, and then if you kill him, you take tower with Terrorblade. That would be like the dream move here for BetBoom. They're not really the team that forces that, though they are smoking up there, so maybe they are going for this play. It'd be sick if they land it. Panto's going to break it here.
You're saying part of this is important that Kiritich comes through the gate. And Kiritich has started that journey now, but he may be a little bit too late as Laurel's going to strike first. He goes for the backline. Kit saved. Meanwhile, Yotoro still has some mana to work with. He's got 20 magic wand charges and 2 mangoes and a lotus. This is a hard kill to get. And you can see GPK has already given up on it. Katomi being met by Rue. Misses out on the dagger. Still, though, the whip might be enough. Kiritich finally arrives with his meta. But again, who are you hitting in this fight? You can't go after Yotoro. Pantu's too hard of a kill. And if anything, Kiritich is right a little bit too late as Laurel keeps the pressure up on him. A little bit of body blocking in the end. Catch and release. Team Spirit back up. Take double lotuses. Somehow there's double lotuses sitting here. I'm not sure how that happened. So now Yotoro has a great healing lotus ready if they make that move again.
I don't think I've ever seen a Deuce have great lotus off the first 3.
Yeah.
That's insanely broken. Okay, we'll have to look out for that. That said, I like the move that BetBoom make. I like the execution a little less, and they're just slow to get everybody there. If they're all there at the same time, I think that play can work out.
Well, this is an example of a play that's not going to work out for you. Do not have the burst damage to kill GPK, even if the bushwhack wasn't there from, say, 10-minute power rune, though. Invis, again, not a rune that GPK wants, but it's the rune he's got, so he'll take it, refill the bottle. Katomi dies to the arena from Collapse.
All of this just pumping up Yotoro, man. The longer he gets to sit up here, the fatter he's going to be, the faster his game is going to be. Scary stuff here for BetBoom. They need to continue to try and find some plays with the Storm, which is what they're looking for. But he hasn't gotten the best 6 or the best 8 and 10-minute power runes to look for kills aggressively.
No.
Like Illusion into Invis. Ugh. Come on, man. You got to do better than that. It's like game 3.
Well, that means the 12-minute rune is going to be really good.
Yeah, it's going to be amp damage into Arcane. So you got to get the next 2 here if you're GPK.
What? There's regen as well, right?
No,
Regen.
I'm just telling you what they're going to be.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I'm not guessing also. I'm telling you it's going to be amp damage into Arcane, into the regen. So.
Thank you, Oracle.
Yes, you're welcome.
Oh, smoke. Just trying to get some vision down, I assume. Rue. His smoke pops on a ward. So, Sentry does spot the ward. They'll get a nice little bit extra for Panto.
Man, the fact you botched or you got stopped on that top move buys so much time for Yotoro to sit up here. And this is why that move was important. You wanted to kick him out. You wanted to take the tower, free up space for the axe. Instead, Miro has to jungle. Yotoro gets to sit top forever. And now it is Team Spirit pressuring your safe lane. This tower is just gone. Well, almost gone. Should get denied at least. Hero catapult.
It came close. It came real
Actually,
close.
almost got it. Yeah.
Zip across Rue, who does not have his level 6 yet. He had so many great Will Wonder plays. Rue, he's going to pop the strength potion on himself. GPK is not going to keep chasing. Shield rune for Laurel, so you were wrong. No amp damage. Womp, womp, womp.
All right, 14-minute amp damage, 16-minute arcane. The timeline's been delayed. GPK didn't get it anyway, so it doesn't matter. Readjust our prediction.
Okay.
That's the best thing about predictions. You can always just remake them.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Sure, if you want to keep being wrong.
Well, eventually I'll be right. And then I'll look really smart.
Structures are fortified.
Yatoro, I'm surprised he's even given up this space. This top tower is being taken slowly by the Dark Troll Summoner.
Dire's top tower
The boys getting the job done. The boys
boys
been
are
slain. Yatoro does not like the boys.
He's a boy killer.
Yo, chill, bruh. Oh my god.
He's got it. 100 gold. Like the
Like how he
Gorgon's grass
taunts.
to hunt it down, man.
He grasps and then he taunts after he kills it like it's some big achievement.
Ooh, good little grab on a squirrel.
That's Blink Dagger reveal.
And
Feels
he
like
didn't-
Laurel's getting more done in this game than GPK, which he is, because he's 4-0 and GPK is 0-0-0. And GPK is a lot more farmed and had a better start.
Yes, he has a 600 net worth lead on the Primal Beast, but I feel like he had I can't remember, but I imagine he had a larger net worth lead at some point.
Oh yeah, it was over 1,000 early on.
Radiant are scanning.
Now you have a Yules on the Mars as well. Really good catch available for this storm. There's your amp damage. See, I told you, Austin. He's lost it.
Well, you said it doesn't matter because it didn't go to GPK, which it did
Well,
not.
now it matters. It was his rune.
Taken away from him.
Oh, they see him?
First the blink, then the spear.
God
the kill.
damn. That burst damage.
Well, now GPK is going to be even on net worth with Laurel. That is concerning. Once again, it feels like BetBoom are just kind of slowing down. Miro did opt for the Helmet Dom into Blink Dagger over Blade Mail. So he is trying to pick up the pace a little bit quicker, which I do appreciate. I mean, it feels like this save Hoodwink is not being enabled. I'm going to run to Laurel here with the shield rune. I don't think they really do much. In fact, Laurel blinks out of his own ultimate there while the grab onto the Mars collapse. Bit too far out, GPK with the punish. So finally, BetBoom picking up some pace here.
And some galvanized stacks. He's on the board.
He is. He lost his galvanized stacks from leveling up Ball Lightning. That is sad.
Yeah. But he's got 0.6 extra mana regen, so he's got that going for him. Which is nice. You know.
Again, save. I've just kind of been playing at this river area, and it's sort
Yeah, I
of
don't know
free
why.
for the Primal Beast.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I don't know why he's there. I mean, it's not even the power rune timing. The spirits still have wards in their jungle. And this is going to be the arcane rune that they're losing.
Yeah, Toro's
no.
loving the space.
Radiant structures.
He's a
Oh, it's
regen.
a regen.
Yeah. I told you, regen.
How did I get all of those wrong, dude? Come on.
I told you,
It's
you
like
can
harder
keep
to get 'em all
predicting
wrong.
if you want to keep being wrong. That's what Kyle did. He just kept predicting. He kept being wrong.
No, I don't want to tarnish my reputation like that. I have a legacy to uphold.
Yeah, sometimes it's okay to... Oh, blink for
Oh,
blink.
blink up, blink!
Laurel, he gets the grab still, though. The bushwhack, it stops him. Still in trouble, though. Miro's going to die for this. BetBoom. I mean, they've got this mech, and they're not getting to play team fights around it. Instead, they're losing heroes on the initiation and then feel like they can't take the follow-up fight. One by one. BetBoom. Die. Yatoro. I mean, he's been getting so much farm. He's been pretty much untouched in this game. And now, with his Manta, he's beginning to amp up. He's taken into your triangle. He's now actively pushing into your mid-tower.
He's completely untouched. Super high level. Already almost level 15. Maelstrom done. He is a monster on this map right now. And the other two cores are just creating so much space for him. BetBoom have not made real choreographed synchronized moves to attack these cores, particularly the primal. It feels like Laurel's just run around doing whatever he wants with overwhelming damage, and he's getting away with it. He's controlling this game right now. BetBoom need to make a cohesive move.
Hey,
Do it
Brava.
soon.
I have an item question for you.
as we watch Katomi die.
Oof.
You
Okay.
like the phylactery axe quite a bit. You're a big
Ooh,
fan
I do.
of it. You
Yeah, I
are
do.
a
It's fun.
propagandist in that regard.
Yes, some might
Do
say.
you believe that there is ever a game you should not go blade mail on axe? Because if that is the case, this has got to be one of those, right?
What?
Excuse
me?
Do you think blade mail is that effective in this game?
I think you have to go blade mail on 0.
Okay.
I think
I
you're
mean,
you're either go
okay,
blade
let's
mail
put it this way. By the time he
or
gets
you go
blade
the
mail,
pipe build.
the only thing he's returning is like primal beast damage, which he's going to have BKB during this stuff. Maybe Mars, but you're probably already bad. If you're getting, pinned and you're blade mailing that, that's probably not good. And Blink calling blade mail Dusa never feels good. Box goes out, trying to save Laurel here. Laurel goes for a TP. Desperation TP. It does not work. Miro cuts him down with a Cullen Blade.
Something going their way. Maybe they can pick up Ruse out of range. By the way, early defusal on Kiritich to deal with this Dusa matchup.
Yeah,
Nice
cool
here.
idea.
You can get some extra value out of it and disperse her later on, etc., etc. But they have the items to go look for plays and fight. I think the blade mail, it's not the best blade mail game. I'm not going to advocate for it here, but it's still damage. Still good.
Collapse.
What
Kind
is
of whiffs
going
that
on here?
initiation. A little awkward. Miro gets the chance for Berserker's call. They have to arena to make sure Miro doesn't get out. Still get him. Still, he buys out his blade mail, so limit on the gold lost.
For sure. I just think this hero, if you go blink, and you don't buy blade mail, I just think the calls are too impotent.
Sure.
Now, I think if you want to skip blade mail in a game, you can do some of those builds that like 33 was doing, where you just go phase boots, pipe, or something, and you just run with the team.
Okay.
But then I think it's a very different item buildup and a different pace you're trying to set,
I do think blade mail is more effective against this build of the Dusa, where you go the Mjolnir Ags.
Oh, yeah.
It's much higher damage output, much less tanky.
It'll be good later on, too. It'll scale. Right now, Spirit continue. They refuse to give this tower up. They really value the Tormentor control with it.
Yeah, I mean, they've kept this tower alive. That Tormentor is guaranteed for them. I don't see really a way that BetBoom can test this with confidence.
It looks impossible. They do have BKB Storm. That is something that would allow you to aggressively go into fights. He just doesn't do that much damage on his own yet, so it's difficult. Shard to the Spotlight.
Ooh, that is a good shard for this game. Spotlight against
yeah.
the Terrorblade.
Yeah, that's why this hero is good against Terrorblade. I forgot about the Shard, but your whole kit's magic damage, you have big AoE spell, and then you get the Spotlight. You delete some of his illusions, extra mischance in there. I think it's probably the best heroes for Spotlight in the game. Cannot think of anything better.
Yeah, for sure. And BKB is done for Laurel, so we'll have BKB for BKB, which is kind of awkward. GBK can get more done with his BKB potentially, but if he BKB zips in and Laurel just blinks grabs him, it's going to waste a lot of that timing for GPK. Especially since it could turn into a Stone Gaze. They've actually got Chain Stun. BKB piercing Chain Stun, which is interesting.
Could happen. I also just think BKB early on Primal is a natural build-up. BKB early on Storm is not optimal. You rather have the freedom to go other items early.
Yeah, he would rather. Well, all these storms are going Sanj, Kai Sanj first. Miro
Nice
with the
call.
call on two. Very nice. The wheel is going to go out though alongside the arena.
my
This is really
God.
awkward. Oh, Jesus. It is
Dear
a mosh pit
God
in
in
that
heaven.
circle, and 3 go down. GPK only survives for a leap away, but he's not out yet. A little bit more off the Soul Ring. Okay. Laurel, he's still going to chase into him on the tier 3. Okay, he's thought better of this. This is not where he wants to be this early on into the game. Team Spirit have already gotten the win. No need to push your luck.
That was just nasty. I mean, you got baited by your own call. It's not doing a huge amount of damage. You clump into that river, and the arena was so much better. Just caught everybody on the back line. You throw that Wheel of Wonder in the mix. Deuce is hitting everybody with the split shots. It's just a massacre. No regard for a human life.
And I think the best part is that, like, you want as many heroes inside the arena usually, but the one hero not in the arena, the Terrorblade. So he's sitting outside the arena, can't do anything, can't get inside, can't throw any attacks at anybody. He's just sitting there, impotent. Desperate jump in, call onto Yatoro. Team Spirit decently split here, but they don't have the same strengths that they had before. They don't have this arena. The box save onto the Mars, and the Kiritich is getting low. Can he get off the Sunder? He gets off the Sunder onto Laurel. He stays alive, but damage from Yatoro is just ripping him apart right now. Spotlight to reveal some information up on the high ground as Yatoro continues to chase after him. Kiritich looks to slow him down, but this arena, the spear rather, it catches him, pins him to the tree, finishes him off. The carry is dead on the side of BetBoom. Team Spirit, what a Yule, stopping the chop that was sure to come out from Laurel. And now a box save. Team Spirit just too damn good around each other, saving, keeping every single one of their heroes alive, and punishing on no HP.
Collapse is way too good. This guy is just straight disgusting sometimes. Every Yule's has been exactly on point to remove this axe from the goddamn game. He needs BKB, and he needs it badly. And it might just be too late off this team fight alone. Absolutely destroyed in that fight. Just so fast, man. So damn fast, so on point every time. The chop did go through, but it wasn't in the threshold.
Oh, that's too bad.
Anymore. Even if you get that there, you're still dead as a follow-up. And the Gorgon grasp. If he died like that, man, I don't know what to say. That would have been. Yatoro's just doing so much damage. He got to his Ags. He's fully powered up, almost level 20 already. The start he had is fully paying off in this game, and the TB cannot fight him. This build just owns him in the middle of the fight. You combine the Mjolnir procs with Spotlight, with Primal damage.
Yeah.
Goodbye to all your illusions. Like, you need some help in this game right now if you are BetBoom. Because you are running up against a very well-scaling lineup, and you're getting outplayed right now. Need more BKBs or staying powered ores from the Chen, damage from the Storm.
Oh no, Kiritich. They set up a trap for him. They have this defensive ward, spot him the whole entire time. Laurel's gonna start things off, gets the grab, follow up with a spear.
Meta too.
Doesn't even matter if he could get off the Sunder. Team Spirit had him surrounded.
This game is slipping away from BetBoom. Still 3.5 minutes on the Aegis. And they're just going to run and gun, jump anything they can. They got a deep ward behind the tower, well placed by Panto. Anybody comes to defend this, Collapse is going to take you. Time to go high ground? I mean, what are you afraid of here? There's no meta on the TV. Maybe it's just not efficient. Go take some more outer towers first.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, might as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't think there's any way they can fight your Dusa with Aegis when the Axe does not have BKB and it's just going to get Yules no matter what anyway.
Yeah, there's not much like high ground threat here. There's no repositioning tool that's going to put you in a really awkward position. If anything, BetBoom got to be careful getting speared out of the base. Kiritich in some trouble here. Almost got speared. Beautiful bushwhack from Save. Stops the follow-up there. It might have been yet another death for the carry of BetBoom.
2 minutes. See what Yatoro's call is. They are pulling the waves off of bottom with a Dom creep. So they're effectively cutting all 3 waves here. No reason to go back on the map. And just trying to get this BKB on Axe.
The arena goes for Save. Don't need to get that much, especially with the follow-up there for the Primals. V's grabs GPK. They only kill Save, though. In fact, GPK might get the kill on Collapse here. It's going to stick around for it. There goes the Glimmer Cape and the box. A lot of saves coming out from Rue. This escape act has been a nuisance for GPK time and time again. Kiritich, he's trying to loop around the side here. He's got this high ground vision to play off of.
Not a bad idea. You can get some solid positioning, better entry into the fight. You just don't have the Axe BKB, so your jump is not reliable right now. And nobody's taking down this Medusa, and that BKB is arriving for Mars ahead of yours. Collapse mega farmed after all these extra kills.
I mean, at this
So,
point with the
Miro?
Aegis, you might as well just sit back and let GPK get to
Jumps
his
the
wisdom shrine.
Ringmaster.
He does get that jump. It would be
What?
a good jump in a very different situation. This Ringmaster, you would love for him to die, but you're so far out there, there's zero follow-up to that.
That felt like desperation or something. I mean,
They're gonna cut
GPK's
another wave.
farming creeps.
I think they're just making the call that they are dodging this Aegis entirely.
I mean, if that's the case, why the hell is your Axe jumping in, right?
Yeah.
Go farm and finish your BKB. There's
Backdoor
Scotty
protection
done.
actually goes up here. Does the melee barrack stay up because of this? It looks like it will.
Little creep cutting action off the Terrorblade, who was in the back anyway.
Yeah, it means that they have to wait. It's like 20 seconds for the creep wave to push over. Nobody else from BetBoom is going to stop this, though. So it'll still go down. Save, he tries, but Team Spirit, they're not going to let anybody get close to this creep wave here. They quickly kill Save. No chance of Acorn shot, bushwhack. There goes that building. Backdoor protection down for a bit, but the age is about to expire. 10 seconds till that is out. So BetBoom limit themselves to one loss of barracks. Kiritich, oh no, he's been found on a teleport. Right as the Aegis expires here. And Collapse. What a catch from him time and time again. These initiations, he has broken BetBoom.
What a time to come alive here. Spirit. Two side laners putting on a show, and Laurel picking up that early game. 11-1-9 on the Primal. Gives them the time to get to their items, and then just takes the game over. Collapse doing it again here. Pay the man, Austin. Just pay him.
He deserves it. He deserves
Whatever he wants, pay him.
He deserves an arcane room. That's what Laurel gets. And soon to have a Shiva's, which is just going to amp up this burst. Help out the Mars in his initiation. Toral will be able to deliver even more. He's got his Scotty. And it's a more effective Scotty than the Terrorblade Scotty, which he was thinking about going. Still realizes he has to get BKB instead. So we've got Aghanim Scotty. Everybody who gets close to this Dusa is getting zapped and slowed.
Good luck. I wish you the best of this fight. It does not look easy. You do have BKB on Axe. At least you fixed that issue. It's going to have to be a crazy angle, a crazy flank. Find the supports.
They got to get Laurel, or they got to get Rue rather. But Rue is being bodyguarded by both Laurel and Collapse, and they smoke. They know BetBoom is desperate for some sort of initiation. They try and go for that high ground ward. Laurel has already interrupted it. Doesn't find a jump initially. GPK, well, he goes after the Ringmaster. Self-box, now Glimmercape, but GPK sticks on him here. Has a chance to kill Rue. The arena goes out. Kiritich still can't get him, and Rue is away. And now the grab. No Sunder opportunity. He falls.
That's it?
No carry. GG is called. Spirit are going to Singapore.
That's about as close as it can get, but they show up in Game 3. This is vintage Spirit. They steal a Falcon's Draft. They do it their way with some very clutch spell casting, very clutch team fighting. Really nice start for the Dusa. And Laurel, he struggled in that lane initially, but his moves around the map were really good. He got the crucial runes. And he just took that game over faster than GPK could. The supports didn't play with him as much. He got a little less help. Didn't find the openings. A very quiet game from him on this mid lane for the start he had. They just never found momentum, and that's kind of been the story for BetBoom this tournament. They have these games where just nothing happens for them. It's low kill, it's low action, they just slowly lose, they get grinded out. They've shown moments of brilliance, but it's not altogether yet early in the season, and so they will have a lot of work to do on that front, and I'm sure there are a lot of Team Spirit fans who are happy they're going to be going to Singapore, and they'll get a chance to see them there, because this team is still hella fun to watch. I mean, when they start cooking, it's just crisp, man. It's on point. Those Yules were beautiful. The Wheel of Wonders is Roos Ringmaster's just straight nasty. It's one of the best in the world. So always happy to watch him when he picks that hero up.
Absolutely. Team Spirit, we talked about how their form coming into Blast Slam wasn't necessarily the best, but they're doing all right for themselves. They got better as time went on, and you can be sure that by the time Singapore rolls around, we're going to see a Spirit that is in at least one of their top forms. We can go ahead and take a look at a bracket for Singapore, as we already finished up the matches on Stream A, so we know what we will be seeing at Singapore. We're going to start off with Spirit versus Mouse is going to be the first quarterfinal. Then we have Heroic versus Aurora. The winners will go up against the two teams that topped out the groups here at Blast Slam 4, which is, of course, Falcons and Tundra. Two teams that well-deserved are slotted into the semifinals. I don't think anybody is really that surprised. Falcons off their win. And Tundra, I mean, I feel like Tundra is just always, they're always a top team. And I feel like they usually have a faster start to the regular season than many of the other teams, such as, say, Team Liquid.
It's 33, man. Like, let's be real. Any team that guy is on is probably going to be a top 6, 8 team at the worst in the world. And if they have other players that are doing anything, they're probably top 4 or 5. So they've got a lot of players doing a lot on top of having that guy. So, they're a top 3 team just right off the bat. Doesn't mean that's where they'll be at the end of the year, but like you said, they're off to a really good start. Really strong team, very strong individual players. Will be a fun team to watch there for sure.
Okay, well, that closes out the group stage and the play-ins for Blast Slam 4. All that is left is for us to travel to Singapore at the beginning of November and play out the matches there in front of a crowd. We're finally going to get stadium matches for Blast. Really looking forward to that. If you guys are thinking about going, definitely should. Singapore is a blast. We had TI there, obviously. Blast always throws really good LAN events for Counter-Strike, and I'm looking forward to seeing their first one for Dota 2. But thank you very much for watching. Thank you for sticking by me and Avery. It's been some early mornings and some long days, but thank you for sticking with us throughout today. And we will see you guys in Singapore. Goodbye.